Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for day 2 of WCI. Gentlemen, Kai, Billy, welcome back to the desk. After day 1, we've had quite a fair few rather interesting matches happen, although for the most of it, according to script.
I mean, yeah, first of all, feels good to be back. I mean, the venue, absolutely fantastic. And second of all, I wanted to highlight that I actually went through all the predictions that we did, and at least regarding the teams, I want to highlight that I did not get a single one wrong.
Nice. Okay, Billy?
Yeah, it's great until you measure it, eh? Yeah, no, look, I think for the most part, we sort of figured things out from day dot. It was the one big, I think, upset, and it wasn't even they upset anyone, it was just disappointment more than anything, was Smile, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, let's once again, for the viewers that weren't here yesterday, talk about the schedule here. You can see in front of you that for a few months, actually, this event has been in the making, starting in July with the APAC, EU, and NA qualifiers, respectively, going into the Bot 7 tournaments that got one team from each region. Then there was a second chance with the WCI Wildcard tournament in August, where actually a second EU team qualified, and after that we had the Chinese qualifiers with the teams of Falcons and sort of the dark horse, the upset gcat qualifying. So that's how we ended up with the 6 teams here. That was the qualifier. Yesterday was the group stage, and there we ended up basically with EU on top, CN in the middle, and then, well,
yeah.
APAC and NA, let's just say they have a very good thing going for them, is that it can't get much worse from there on.
Oh yeah, look, NA and APAC becoming bunkies on the bottom of the leaderboard is nothing new, really, nowadays. But look, we got quite a hefty prize pool as well going for the whole event as well. And look, yeah, a pretty nice, solid split of money for the first place as well, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's a decent chunk of change. It's nothing to turn your nose up at. And look, I definitely think for a number of players this would be life-changing. It's a decent chunk of money. You take that home, it's going to make things a lot more comfortable.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, going with the teams you guys already highlighted, for EU, we do have the 2 representatives. That is the Oper and Hit and Run. For NA, the Smile roster. China is being represented by Team Falcon as well as gcat, and then the APAC representative is Mori-Chan coming around. Yeah, well, look, this is our bracket for today and tomorrow as well. We do have our first 2 matchups in the upper bracket coming right up, and that is Oper versus gcat, and then Hit and Run versus Falcon. The seed 1 versus the seed 2 of the opposite groups. And then in the bottom part of the leaderboard, at the lower bracket, we do have Smile and Triple MC waiting for their opponents as well after those ones. So, look, I mean, so far, we already talked about, you know, the possibilities that Oper and Hit and Run may have quite the upper hand going into their own respective matches, though I'd still probably argue that Falcon could give Hit and Run a bit of a run for their money. But what are your thoughts so far, gents?
I mean, basically, I went the safe route, I think, today again with the predictions. So for both of the first 2 matches that we see here, EU against CN both of the times, Oper second seed of EU against gcat second seed of CN, and then the 2 first seeds of the respective regions playing against each other. I went with a 4-2 for both of them. That again being said, I think Oper showed some signs of weakness yesterday that were kind of uncharacteristic, so I'm not entirely sure what to make of it, especially since gcat didn't seem like the most solid team either. And
yeah.
But then again, that argument can, I think, maybe be made for all of the teams, especially considering how Hit and Run lost their round against Triple MC on Himmelsdorf. That was just atrocious, to say the least. They ended up taking the match, but that round was particularly bad, I think. So once again, I think it comes down to players not being able to play from home, but instead being able to play in an absolutely astonishing venue. For us, it's absolutely cool to be here. For the players, it can be a problem.
Yeah, Panda?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost borderline culture shock, I suppose, coming to a new environment. I mean, at home, you're safe, you're comfortable. You can sit there in your sweatpants, the temperature's controlled, you're playing with all your own gear. It's comfortable. You know exactly what you're going to be expecting. On stage, chances are it's going to be a little bit colder. The AC's cranking because there's a lot of people starting to make their way in. You're playing with unfamiliar settings. You're in a different seat. It's all a bit much for some people. It can really add up. So I can understand why there might have been a couple of rounds that get thrown by the wayside, but it definitely feels like there is a bit of a hierarchy forming. You know, Hit and Run, Oper, it still feels like there might even be a pretty significant skill gap between just those two teams. And then you got Falcon. Oper and Falcon are the big wild cards, I think, here. They're the two that could make a break for that grand finals, I reckon.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely keen for that. Especially the Falcon storyline. Really, that one seems to be shining the most out of all of them. It's interesting in terms of the overall sort of underdog storyline here. But look, looking now at potential sort of matchups, say after that one. So after the matchup 2 and 1, we'll get to potentially the European Derby out of that one as the conclusion in the upper bracket. Potentially from there, whoever does end up dropping down will get to go through a bit of a gauntlet to get back into the grand finals. Do we reckon this could impact the endurance sort of side of things, or given that it will be just the first round of today's bracket played today, that it wouldn't really matter per se?
So I am kind of the numbers guy sometimes, although I don't like to do math on stream. But essentially speaking, if you drop your first match in the upper bracket, obviously the chances of you taking it all, taking the big 500,000 yuan prize pool, which translates to roughly, I think, 65,000 US dollars, are significantly worsened. Because essentially, if you make it one round further into the upper bracket final, even if you lose that one, you drop immediately down towards the lower bracket final, and that significantly reduces the amount of games that you have to play to move forward into that grand final. So you definitely don't want to be dropping that one. I think in the history of Bot 7 tournaments, because essentially we have a double elimination bracket now at our hands, and basically on EU and NA sometimes as well, we play exactly the same format. Maybe the Chinese guys even took some inspiration here, who knows. But in the whole history of 13 Bot 7 tournaments, there was only one team, I think, that dropped down from the other upper bracket immediately, that took it all. And there wasn't a single team that came from the lower bracket, like from the start, and took it. So just statistically speaking, you want to definitely stay in that upper bracket.
Well, I mean, there's a reason they call it a Cinderella run. It's not something you see all too often. Not in World of Tanks, very rarely in esports in general, but those are the magic moments. You make the lower bracket run, you get back to the grand finals, and to take the whole thing on top of it, it really is just a fairy tale.
Yeah, it sure is. Look, I mean, now we get to really start talking about, potentially even the map picks, because in a few of the scenarios, we do get, really the deal breaker sometimes can be the map picks and bans and where we go. I mean, remembering Mines, how important it was for Oper in their first game against Falcons, that they needed the Mines to play out the way how it did. Kihan, you being as the map guide's man, do tell us sort of what do we need to sort of avoid for the EU representatives?
So I think for the EU representatives, it is kind of the weird thing that they like playing Himmelsdorf a lot, both of them, just because they're so familiar with the map. But Himmelsdorf, it is an OG map, but at the same time, even after like 10 years of World of Tanks esports, teams keep figuring out new ways how to play the map, new ways how to surprise their opponent. Obviously, new tanks being added to the game plays a part into that, mechanics being changed, etc. But fundamentally, the map itself stays the same. And so players with a lot of experience will naturally feel at home there. That being said, all of those streets, all of those angles, particularly on Himmelsdorf, can make for surprises, just like we saw yesterday in between Hit and Run and Triple MC. I think on open maps where it's about rotation, slow play, that is where the better, more experienced teams will have an easier time. Then again, if you don't like playing those maps, even as a good team, it can be hard. We'll have to wait and see, I think.
We'll definitely have to wait and see. For now, we'll have a quick look at our teams. Alrighty, welcome back. We just got to see our first two teams that will be competing on the stage. That is the Oper and the gcat. Gentlemen, so far, look, the spirits all seeming to be quite high from the EU representatives, given that they did have a fairly, frictionless run so far, minus the hiccups.
I mean, frictionless, the only team to go to a tiebreaker. I don't know if that's quite the word, but yeah, look. When they did get it done, they did make it look easy. It wasn't like there were coin toss rounds where it could have gone either way. If they won decisively. If they lost, yeah, look, it was a close run thing.
And gcat, so far they've had a bit of a bumpy run, really, with their performance. It has been sort of all over, a few sparks here and there, but unfortunately not yet anything decisive, isn't it?
I mean, the thing is, like, they got stomped 3-0 realistically by hit and run. Then again, there have been a lot of teams in the past that got absolutely trashed by that team before. So getting 3-0 by hit and run, I mean, it just happens sometimes, right? It doesn't matter what kind of team you are. It happens to everyone, so I don't think that is a proper way of how to assess their strength. We did see them going 3-1, I think, against, who was it, Smile or Triple MC?
I believe it was against a Triple MC, yeah.
Triple MC.
But it is worth remembering, as long as gcat's on the stage, everybody's a winner.
You got me there for a sec. Yeah. Look, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. Everyone is, in fact, a winner. But look, now that we get to talk a little bit more in depth about the strats, about the approach. So from Oper so far, how would you rate their strategies? Has it been a little bit almost too defensive on some of the occasions, or is it just more so feeling slightly more experimental in their approach comparative to the usual?
So I think the match that we should mostly be talking about here is definitely the match that went 3-2 against Falcons by Oper. So just a quick recap of yesterday. I think the first round they had won absolutely decisively on their Sand River defense. That was picture-perfect gameplay, 7-0 stomp, and honestly I think all of us thought like, hey, that was the first round. Probably will be a pretty quick match, guys. But then, you know, second round there was actually a last-second reset coming in by Falcons, and then you started seeing that some of the Oper players, I think they were starting to second-guess themselves against the team of Falcons. Hopefully they were able to sort of, you know, cope with that overnight, and maybe now, you know, the gloves have come off regarding the strategies that they're going to use, because gameplay-wise I don't think they were holding back, but maybe regarding strategies.
So then the next question being is, do we think that for Oper, if, for example, one of their plans does fall apart, the adaptability to, say, go into plan B is still a little bit shaky? Panda?
I mean, you got to remember that 3-2 was an entirely defensive affair.
True.
Every single round was a defensive win. So I think the issue is, yeah, they know what to do on defense. Obviously, you're a little bit more comfortable on defense because the clock is now working for you. So you can just sort of default. You don't have to push anything or force the issue. As an attack, you have to be proactive.
Yeah.
And that's where they really struggled yesterday. They did, shore it up and get it done in that second game. But today, hopefully they've done their VOD work. Hopefully they've been talking. It's about making those proactive decisions on the attack, sticking to a commitment in that play. You know, if they're going to go for a push, commit to the push.
Yeah, commit
and they need to double down.
That's the one. Well, we do get our predictions as well. Fairly one-sided prediction set, although varying in the score lines. Really, the furthest that we can go is the 4-2 score line.
Blue Panda, absolutely brutal, by the way.
Yeah, gcat. Look, as much as I hate to bash on the local team, underwhelming, honestly. A 3-0 loss at the hands of Hit and Run, and then they also, to be fair, both Hit and Run and gcat dropped the round to Mori-Chan. But, I mean, realistically, that should have been a clean sweep. It should have been a clean sweep for gcat. They shouldn't have dropped the round to Mori-Chan. So I think realistically, if Oper played the way they did yesterday, even with those attacks looking a bit shaky, I think they've had the time to shore up those weaknesses. They should, by all rights, be able to clean sweep this.
That's a fair point. And Gihan, look, both of us went with a 4-2 scoreline for ourselves, imagining that there would still be some kickback from gcat. Is that right?
Yeah, so there's two reasons for me. One, I don't think you can really take it at face value. As I said, that gcat got stomped 3-0 by Hit and Run. As I said, that sometimes just happens against a team like Hit and Run to everyone. And the other thing is that I think Oper, they didn't look too convincing on their attacks. Yes, they might have smoothed it out, but honestly, best of 7, that is, it is only 2 more potential games than a best of 5, but I think it feels like an entirely different affair, because on a best of 5 after one map, it can be 2-0, you can immediately be playing against match point. Not the case in a best of 7. I think just the pacing of the match is completely different. Dropping 1 round is entirely possible, and from there on out, it's just 1 more until it's a 4-2. So, but mostly it's me trying to cover my butt and playing it safe.
Playing it safe. Yeah, look, fair cop, fair cop. Look, yeah, I'm basically with you here. I think, yeah, there's only so much that we could see in terms of just the sample size for the performances of some of the teams that ended up playing against Hit and Run, seeing as the skill gap was definitely quite rather high in terms of that. But look, I am definitely quite curious to hear what's the opinion of our Chinese counterparts as well, because I would imagine, look, there would still be some hope for the local representation, maybe.
Yeah, look, you got to back your local. Mori Chan have made that very hard, but yeah, you got. I mean, as much as I want to say, yeah, this could be a close affair. You look back at that gcat Mori-chan game, and they were making some of the most bizarre plays, and the only reason they didn't get punished as heavily as they could have is because Triple MC played it even worse. I mean, you push up the middle of Prokhorovka with your entire lineup out in the middle of the map. You were wide open, and Mori-chan got, what, 3 shots in, and 2 of them bounced. You can't be giving those opportunities away. gcat, it could have been a worse scoreline, honestly.
Yeah, look, I definitely would have to agree with you. Things could have been...
Oh, there we go with the predictions, actually, and I think that is the first time in the entire tournament where we essentially see the Chinese casters being, well, not dead center, but sort of split in the middle.
It's a 50 split.
Yeah,
It's a 50-50 split.
50-50. All right, that's the first time, because yesterday they were, I would say, kind of not biased, but leaning towards the home team. I think Oper yesterday made an impression, at least on them. It's fair to say.
Well, I mean, you look at the scores, the best one there for the Chinese prediction is a 4-2 in favour of gcat. So they are aware that if gcat does it, it is going to be a brutally hard-fought match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it definitely, at least it's good to know that they're still being somewhat realistic about the possibilities for gcat. But it is also quite cool to see that it is quite an even split. Whereas for majority of the predictions for the Oper as well, it's actually all 4-1s and 4-2s. So if it's an Oper win, it's a full send. But if it's a gcat win, yeah, we sweat it. But look, now we get to talk a little bit closer as we're starting to draw a little bit closer to the actual matchup as well. Maps-wise, what do we want to see specifically from gcat, specifically from Oper?
I mean, not specifically from these teams yet.
Yeah.
But there is one map I've been missing dearly yesterday.
That is?
And that is Cliff. Because honestly, like, I can't get enough of Himmelsdorf. Watching it, spectating it, casting it, it's just obviously awesome. And Cliff is that second OG map where it's just like immediate brawl, you get your action in, and you really see what the teams are made of, because I think Himmelsdorf is sort of the make or break map regarding tactics, regarding reactions and rotations, and Cliff is sort of the make or break map in regards to immediate calls that you need to do once you see the enemy lineup and how they split up, and then focus fire, shootout. I think it doesn't get more Cliff than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm being honest, from my experience in commentating World of Tanks, Himmelsdorf is it's the gentleman's duel. You kind of you abide by the rules. We're going to do this, we're going to do this, and we'll go for it. Cliff is the bar brawl. Gloves off. It is just people are pulling pull cues off the wall. It's just no holds barred.
See, I'm with you on both of those maps, but I kind of did enjoy the chaotic nature of mines that it sometimes can be. Yes, it's one-sided adventure sometimes, and yes, look, it can end relatively quickly. But it's one of those maps that, look, if with Cliff you still have to, drive up a couple of hills to just get to that brawl. Mines is just, you drive straight, okay, in like, what, just about 20 seconds you're already in the brawl and ready to rumble. But look, I'm definitely keen to see how that will really perform. Though, something tells me we might see maybe a cheeky Prokhorovka maybe would have been an interesting one, especially for gcat, seeing as they had a relatively decent success, though comparatively against Mori chance. Doubt that would scale as much against Oper. so far, boys, take us through the ban and
Well,
the pick
there's your
phase so
proc
far.
gone
Yeah,
already.
there's the proc
Sand
gone.
River Prokorovka taken out early. I think Oper.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. I
Yeah.
love to see it. Absolutely. Let's go. And I have to say, I didn't even look at the map picks, so I was just genuinely hoping, and there it is.
Interesting though, gcat were the ones to opt to band away the Sand River. Oper, I mean, they didn't look horrendous on it.
No, but they still looked quite solid on that one when they actually nailed their pacing, especially on the defense.
Right. Cheeky Muro in there as well. All right. That being said, obviously, Cliff and Ghost Town, the first two maps. If we go 4-0, then we don't get to see Moravanka. But I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep.
Look, I'm not complaining that we might skip Himmelsdorf. We've seen enough of that. Come on, something fresh, something new.
You can never get enough of Himmelsdorf. But other than that, I don't think we've seen Steps yet.
Yeah, Stats is yet to happen.
What are the other maps? Did we skip any other one? Tundra, we saw Ghost
Well,
Town.
technically, we still yet to see Moravanka if it's not going to be played.
So Moravanka and Steps, the two maps that we haven't seen yet, together with Cliff, but obviously that one is the first one on the cards now,
that's
and
a
honestly, I can't wait.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, Cliff should be a spicy one, and definitely keen to see how will that really perform. I am genuinely hoping for Moravanka because, especially after some of the, well, I say recent changes, the latest changes to it, it has become quite a sort of a brain power sort of needed map really to perform some of the maneuvers.
I mean, during WGL times, Moravanka was essentially considered like a win for the defender. That has entirely switched around now. It's considered very, very attack-sided. That being said, sometimes these events tend to like develop their own traction, and after that, nothing is like it is before. But yeah.
Alrighty, gentlemen, enjoy. The very first round of Cliff is upon us. Let's get into it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 of the WCI, and we're getting ready for game number 1. Oper, double B, quadruple BZ, and the CS in your face.
350 Bs on the map. I didn't expect that. Heavy presence from the BZ75s, but gcat bringing out the double CS63. So, look, maybe, just maybe, we see some early scouting shenanigans. Those BZs can go to work, but I don't know. It's honestly, I think Oper with this lineup, they're clearly coming into it with a plan.
All right, I can tell you, Oper and Hit and Run, both of those being Invil teams, that is an Invil-esque lineup if I've ever seen one. They want to directly drive into the face of the opponents and make them sweat. Split-wise, though, we see the 50B and the BZ for Oper going towards the lower side, so only two tanks there. We see gcat with a lot of commitment towards that lower side. Everyone else for Oper driving towards the middle of the map. And now we'll have to see Orzek there spotting out in the 1-2 line. No shots connected as of yet. We'll have to wait and see. T-Sec against 2. T-Sec not with the connection though, losing his one-on-one. They're currently on the ramp. And now the immediate overpush by gcat. Coming on the 1-2 line, they smell the overmatch. They smell the overpush. They're going for it.
Okay, my prediction's already in the bin. I think this is very much clearly written on the wall. gcat definitely have the overmatch. Orzek is about to go down. Piotrix is just running, hoping he can get the reload off. Everybody is up in his face. The player, not the team, of course, but the rest of Oper desperately trying to get in. Buhui finds the opening kill. Piotrix isn't far behind.
Yeah, and now Karol, Pansfury, and Rex are definitely trying to get Cousin off of that angle here. Cousin stuck there behind the rocks, has to drop off soon, probably. And now Oper, they need to make it work against the tanks that are coming back for gcat from that one to towards the donut. That is a lot of guns. The shot's not connecting for Oper. The HP still close, but the tank's still 7-6 for gcat.
Everybody, Piotrix, they're kissing. There's kissing. Okay, unfortunately, everybody is going to take down Piotrix. Cousin somehow manages to parkour his way down the hill, keeping some of that HP to work with Pansfury and Rexa, trying to finish off Buhui, and you can see Ketsai and Karol in the back line struggling with Rico, who has more HP than both of them combined.
Yeah, now Pansfury here trying to shield Rexa, but Rexa pressing the X marks the spot. Does not get safe here. Hokia, we'll have to say when he comes off reload in that 50B. Another kill coming through for Pansfury. Buhu going down, but Rexa biting the dust. The HP still in favor of gcat. The guns, even though 4 versus 4. When is Ketsai coming off reload? T-Sec from the hill, farming as well. Cousin from the sidelines with the connections. This is a free-for-all here currently, but Oper trying to make it work as Carol bites the dust.
600 HP difference. Oper might have just turned this Ketsai. Getting the big damage in. Hot Gauss one shot as well. Can he get the reload off and get that fight started back in favor of gcat? Oper have flipped this back on its head. Kihan, they're well and truly in position to win this.
Oper, once again, a team with incredible communication, incredible cohesion. Lesser teams would be out of this one by now. Oper on their defense still hanging on, hanging strong, but the problem for them is that the HP that they have, the rotational power with T-Sec that is currently still spotted in that CS63. He is on the hill, he has the HP, and Hokiao with that 383, that essentially is a 50-50. T-Sec once again getting spotted out. I believe that is by Cousin in that CS63. Does Cousin reveal himself? I don't think so.
But T-Sec getting into the, he's getting in position to assist with this inevitable fight that has to come their way. Cousin, he's a little bit out of position. He's going to have to make some movement to try and be able to assist here. So if Oper pull the trigger onto these 2 tanks that they know are playing up by the donut, they could turn this into a 3v1 very quickly.
Yeah, now we can see T-Sec here peeking, does not connect the snap onto Hokiao. Seems to be hold down, seems to be safe though, and that is a lot of information gained for the side of Oper here. They know where that 50B is. That means the CS from the sidelines may be able to provide shots in towards the side of Pan's Fury, but everybody obviously a one-shot as well for that BZ. Does Pan's Fury come into it? He does come in with the Laurel. Ketsai now with the full HP 50B is coming in. Pan's Fury was Amrek, but Ketsai with the pickup. Cousin from the sidelines though with the equalizer. Now it's up to T-Sec here to make it all work. Is he going to get the roll onto Hokiao? T-Sec coming in from the sidelines. Hokiao obviously aiming for that BZ. We see Cousin trying to line up a shot, but there comes T-Sec with the roll, and now it's only Cousin remaining.
The power of the CS up on the hill providing that Overwatch. Oper have weathered the storm that was gcat, and what was a phenomenal start with the overmatch down the bottom, and that left-hand side of the map has turned into a nightmare.
Yeah, and now here we can see Cousin. We already saw his player cam. The man, he tried to do everything, but in the end he has nothing remaining as T-Sec. I think the MVP for his team, easily winning the hill, providing the shots. Absolute performance by the CS player.
Alrighty, well, just like that, the first round concludes. Gentlemen, I gotta say, no matter who gets picked as the MVP on the official broadcast, I'd say T-Sec deserves that one. Single-handedly winning out the hill and then providing all the fire.
It's not just that. So he met Cousin on the hill.
Yep.
Missed his shot, took some damage, but Cousin was the one to back up. Didn't feel he had the support and just gave the hill up freely to T-Sec. From that position, he was able to control the battlefield, assist his team. That moment in the opening break made that round for Oper.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if there ever was a round to start off the day with, that was it.
Yeah.
What a cracker. What a banger of a round.
Oh, yeah, definitely a barn burner there, really. Look, yeah, I'm still a little bit sort of confused as to how it all got turned around, because it was such a good entry as well from gcat at the beginning, getting rid of that positioning just under the ball as well, and then moving on to the gunfight. Everything seemed so good, but yeah, like you guys highlighted, yeah, the fact that Cousin dipped away from the hill definitely did change things up quite substantially.
So the thing is, I think everyone here will agree that it is kind of weird how Oper got back into the round, but that is sometimes just the inbuilt magic.
Yeah.
That they are able to, you know, I don't know, just, you know, they wave the magic wand, and all of a sudden the victory for their team is on the board.
I think
it is absolutely incredible. Like, the thing is, the communication that goes into it, they really, as a team, even in a shootout, like 5 people, and they are able to coordinate the alpha damage on towards the enemy tanks so that the most amount of guns goes away and the least amount of alpha damage gets wasted. And I think no other teams, except for Indel and maybe 1 or 2 others in the world, are able to do that quite on that level, at least outside of CIS.
Out of CIS. Yeah, look, Definitely. Okay, that goes goodbye one of the cards, but look.
Yeah, that was the script where
was
gcat was supposed to win the first round.
Yeah. We're moving on to the script where gcat wins the second round, maybe. Yeah. Look, going into the second round. Do we feel like there could be any major changes in terms of the lineup, maybe?
I mean, look, it wasn't a clean win, so I would maybe imagine we see 1 or 2 changes, but for the most part, it felt like what they brought worked. I think it was the positioning ultimately that was the real catalyst for what happened. I mean, you know, getting overmatched in that position that Oper did. I mean, I think the real savior was the time wasting that the players were able to achieve before they ultimately went down. That's what turned it. But yeah, I couldn't ultimately fault the tanks that were brought as to how that played out.
Yeah, look, definitely curious.
I am kind of concerned though for the team of gcat now, I have to say.
How come?
Because obviously they did have a very good opening, and like opening wise I think they were superior. They were, I mean, you see the damage graph here right now. gcat, they were ahead for a long time, and then somehow magically Oper managed to, you know, try to edge ahead again, and that is the problem for gcat here mentally, that they know that they were ahead, but somehow it slipped away from them. That means they gave away something that they weren't meant to, and that even subconsciously, it gets to you, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think we found the magic one that is Tisak, really, with the most amount of damage as well, 3,700, really going his way, and then 36 for Pan's Fury. Still surprised that it did end up being sort of Pan's Fury that ended up being sort of that second place, really, here. But so far, what is our main takeaway, Panda?
Tisak is a bit of a goat.
Yeah,
he's kind of just an absolute monster. You give him
a mountain goat.
Yeah, exactly. You give him an opportunity, he's going to make the absolute most of it, and it's really something that these teams need to get on top of.
I mean, 91% breakdown rate. I think that refers to the like connections that he did, and I can tell you with the CS without vertical stabilizers.
It can be rough,
and the thing is, the first shot he didn't connect on the ramp in speedy mode, so that was probably the only one he didn't do.
Yeah, I think with the speed mode on, CS can be a little bit questionable on the accuracy. But look, all things considered, it actually worked out quite well. Now, I believe this is now going to be gcat's defense. I believe, is that right? Yeah. So now going with gcat's defense, surely we would see a little bit more maybe passive play, maybe play closer to the actual middle rather than donut to receive the play, or do we expect the same aggression?
That's once again the cool thing about Cliff. If you give up too much immediately, then you're gonna lose the round. So
is
they
that
can't
part of
be
the
too
guides as
passive.
well? Okay.
Yeah, I think expectation is a pretty dangerous trap to be getting caught in, especially in a competition like this, and you know, playing against regions that you don't necessarily play against every day. So I think for gcat, I think you go for the smart option, which is get the control that you traditionally get, try and hold the map that way, look for Oper to make a mistake, and then capitalize there. Because look, we know in the reverse, if Oper spot an opportunity, we saw it in that last map, they're going to take it.
There we go. Well, round 2 is right up upon us of Cliff, continuing the possibilities for gcat to make a comeback.
All right, round number 2 in between gcat and Oper, and gcat trying to equalize the scoreline. Coming in with double BZ75, triple ISM, double CS63.
On the opposite side, though, double 277, the double BZ75, and the triple CS63. So there is going to be a heck of a lot of mobility on this Oper roster.
I can tell you, before the dawn of the BZ, as you might call it, there were even setups on EU with double 277, 5 CS. So triple CS, nothing unheard of, although that is obviously a lot of mobility, but a lot of squishiness as well. Split-wise, we do see the singular CS by Oper getting committed towards the 1-2 line. Everyone else, Davai, Pat, Centro, everyone towards the middle. And for gcat, we have 3 tanks towards, make that 4 tanks towards 1-2.
Oh boy.
Rexa should be fine here. He takes 1, he takes 2, but he should be able to make it out. That is assuming that
he's gonna He's got to. He's just got to dip. He's got to get down the cliff, but no. Realizes he got too much speed. Cousin coming in from the back. He's pinned. He's hitting him with the Mufasa. Can he get the elimination there as well? Rexar is in a world of trouble right now. The shot not connecting. Rexar, what can you do? He's just pumping out little bits of damage here and there. He gets the repair up, but oh no, it's happened again.
I mean, yeah, it did happen again. He was pushed off, but at the same time, Cousin is out of the game for now. That being said, gcat obviously with the HP advantage of 3k here right now. T-Sec trying to stay alive against Hokyao, who's now boosting behind him. Rexa finally on the low side eliminated, but Buhui falling in that IS-7 as well. T-Sec now very, very low. We'll have to see if someone will be able to pick it up. Once again, the full map is just a free-for-all for everyone. Can Oper make it happen again here? Don't seem like it, as they're also trailing in tanks. Another big connection into Hokyao is going to reduce him towards a 2-shot. He's trying to get out of there. Another shot by T-Sec. Hokyao down towards 43, but gcat still 2k ahead.
T-Sec, I think nailing that shot in from the back might have just provided opening. Yeah, look, it's still an uphill battle. Karolf battling on his own. Needs to get whatever damage he can out before he falls, and it should be moments away, and there you go. Can't even get the shot out at the hands of Rico. Goes down 3 versus 5, and that push, that aggressive push on the defense for gcat has worked wonders.
Yeah, that aggressive push by gcat indeed finding immediate success. I mean, it is not all over yet, but it will be soon, as Oper only left with Ketsai and Orze in the BZs respectively, and those tanks just do not have the DPM available to get rid of the gcat tanks. So gcat, after losing a round 1, which realistically they should have picked up anyway, are going to equalize it. And for Oper, the cohesiveness, the just incredible playing together, not enough this time.
Yeah, crowd's loving it. Big win there to tie it up 1-1 for gcat.
Keyhand, I want to get your opinion first. So far, you've mentioned that obviously the cohesiveness didn't really play as much of a role as it was in round 1. Thoughts so far? What happened to Oper?
I mean, realistically, it should be 2-0 here. Oper should be down to nothing, simply because of the opening. The only saving grace here for Oper in round number 1 was that incredible ability to play together, and that just did not come into effect here in round number 2. So gcat storming into this match, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a night and day difference between yesterday and today. gcat are making commitments to the play. Yesterday we saw the indecisiveness. They were hedging their bets when they'd go for players a little bit nervous maybe. But coming in today, they make a call, they stick with it, they commit to the bit whether it works or not. Didn't work in the first round purely because Oper are just, I think, a bit better as a cohesive unit. Second time around, they get the overmatches, they get the isolations. Rexar just being absolutely bullied out of position. And yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see more of this from gcat.
Yeah, look, I'm keen to see from gcat more. Well, we will be going to, I believe, was it no, not the steps.
Ghost Town.
Ghost Town, that's the one, yep. Ghost Town to come around for us as well as our second map for the matchup. And look, I'm keen to see how that will really work out, because whereas, like you guys highlighted initially for Cliff, it is straight away down to Brawl. With Ghost Town, it's a little bit more stagnated, really, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, Ghost Town, one of those slower maps, I would say. I mean, we just saw on Cliff. I mean, those 2 rounds together, I think maybe took like 4-5 minutes at most, and it felt like 2 minutes in total. Like, feeling and actual time obviously sometimes differs, but we'll have to see. Ghost Town is one of those maps that does tend to take longer, simply because the defender does have an advantage. I think yesterday we saw it like 63% for the defender. That being said, there is still ways to break it. There is a reason why 37%, I believe did the math correctly here, is being picked up by the attacker. But you have to work hard for it, you have to work smart for it, and we'll just have to wait and see how exactly that's going to work out. Because the cliff that we just saw now, that I said should have been picked up by gcat realistically 2-0, that was Oper's pick.
Yeah. Okay, I mean,
actually, I had to break it to you. It was gcat's pick.
Was it gcat's pick?
Yeah, it was gcat's pick.
What?
Yeah.
Why would you pick Cliff against Oper? Okay.
I mean, comfort ground, I suppose, really. But I mean, looking at the post-game data really as well, Yes, look, so far, look, 7-5 is versus a 3-7. I mean, technically, if we still go into the tiebreaker, so far the scoreline is still looking fairly. See that now that TSEC wasn't really enabled to do any sort of damage, it was looking much more promising for GCAT.
Yeah, indeed. And now, with the damage numbers, I mean, Rico coming in with 4K, and the thing is to highlight that that i7 actually doesn't have a lot of DPM, right?
Yeah.
So that means that Rico just was continuously in the fight.
Yeah.
So good stuff by him, and overall, just good stuff by GCAT. And essentially, or especially, I want to highlight the players as well that were in the middle of the map by GCAT.
Yeah.
Not the ones that were winning it in the 1-2 line at the donut, but the ones in the middle of the map, actually on the ramp, because that was where the overmatch by Oper was supposed to happen. But they did such a good job of not getting picked up there for a long time that Oper just couldn't start snowballing.
Yeah, and I mean, I was getting a little bit worried for Hokkaido when originally the CS63 that went with the BZ died on middle, and then he still somehow managed to turn things around. Yeah, Panda, thoughts on that one?
Well, I mean, it's one of those situations where the macro starts with the micro. It's keeping yourself alive so the team can get involved, and that's exactly what we saw. You want to waste time. You want to allow your team to reposition and assist you, and that's exactly what we saw, yeah.
Yeah, the boost game from Hokkaido has been good. And look, yeah, going into map number 2 being Ghost Town, yeah, I'm curious how will the, I suppose the time management will really go for both teams in comparison to each other, really. Maybe we'll see just an outright quick brawl in the style of Mori-Chan, but with a little bit more coordination, or maybe it could be just a slow one.
I mean, both teams seem to be enjoying those chaotic brawls right now.
True.
So we'll have to wait and see. Like, there have been few teams that have tried to challenge Oper or Hit and Run, for that matter, in that kind of, you know, we're just going to get down to the nitty-gritty of it. We're just going to, you know, immediately seek the brawl, and we are just going to check who's better. That doesn't really happen recently on the EU server, so it's interesting to see Oper faltering here.
Exactly. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Ghost Town round 1 is coming right up.
All right, round number 3 in between the two teams that are tied up 1-1 currently. GCAT coming into Ghost Town with double 60 TP, 1 IS7, double mouse, a Super Conk, and the CS to boot.
And then Oper, you look at them coming into this double IS7, double E5, and some big chunky boys coming in to play that mid position. I would imagine Oper are looking to just overmatch as best as possible on this deck. Obviously, you're going to be wanting to play around that 2 flag, want to get the healthy boys in the middle, soak up that damage as much as you possibly can, or avoid it if best.
I mean, the win condition here for GCAT is basically, you know, survive the onslaught of the Mouses. And to get that win condition going, I think they need a couple big connections from Hokkaido and from Rico in those 60 TPs. They need to reduce the HP of those beefy Mouses. 3,440, not as much as it could be. That's because they're not rocking the Bond HP. Instead, I think they're having the experimental equipment installed on there. But yeah, pretty cheeky opening by Oper. That's not where you see the triple mouse normally, but those experimental turbos coming into effect there as well.
Yeah, these sides of the Ghost Town itself, dangerous position in ANZ, has led to more death than actual, you know, from shells.
Oh.
You got to be careful. You got to make sure you drive a straight line. If you any deviation, all of a sudden you're in the ditch, you're upside down. But no issues with a team like Oper. They're going to be precise on the mark. But one of those mouses is lagging a bit behind, obviously playing for maybe a cutoff.
I mean, they are splitting off just to generate different angles, as one of the Mouses, I believe, just got spotted on the minimap. At least he was lit up, but now we see TSEC in that bush here on the, what is the A line, just trying to generate information. Handsome there with that S-Conk, trying to generate some information as well. Rico seems to have taken one shot in that 60 TP, and Yeah, now some information
Oh.
gained and big hits into Handsome, who's dropping down to 1700.
Yeah, look, ooh, okay. Luckily bounces that one there. That could have been a far worse situation. Orzech, he's going to try his luck here. Pokes his nose out, and TYP and Hokkien find themselves a little bit surprised, but it's you can shake that off.
Ozek's going to be like, surprise, surprise. Peeks from the side, gets a good shot in. Everybody there with a non-penetration on towards Ketsai, but that one obviously knows that he cannot stay there against a Huldan mouse. I don't think he wants to trade those ones out, and Tup is now going to hold the angle in the mouse. Good one by Ketsai once again. The team captain stepping it up for his team, trying to make it work here. And now Piotrik's coming from the sideline, fancying himself a bit of cheeky shots, but the heat shell hitting the stone, and it seems like everybody seems to be unaware that there is a lot of enemy tanks currently aiming at him. Carol, another good connection into everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this almost cat and mouse game, just tentatively testing the waters, sticking your nose out, seeing what you can get away with, and Oper are really getting away with far more than they should be allowed to.
I mean, yeah, the tanks by Oper currently indeed being the cats for gcat's mouses that are bleeding heavily. Also Handsome in that Asgong down towards 1300. That is somewhat dangerous territory if they actually decide to overpush, because now that means that T6 IS7 only need 3 connections. Hold that thought though. Cousin and Buhui coming on towards Rexar. Have Oper overextended is the question. There is no one currently covering the IS7 of Oper.
Yeah, but you got to remember, they might be pushing on the Rexar, but that's 2 tanks committed. So there is now an overmatch inside the town itself. If Oper decide to commit for a fight here, they could really do some damage. But for the moment, yeah, unfortunately, Rexar is on his own. He has to survive as long as possible, allow the team to go to work, but it's Buhui to find the first kill.
Yeah, exactly, and we can also see that the heat shell's not connecting into the ISM tracks, and this is pushing Oper into having to do something in the city now, and I think the trades that they've been doing so far there are now favoring them, as the team HP, despite being a tank down, is still favoring the team in yellow from Europe. Oper trying to get the push out, but everybody from the sidelines just throwing one into Ozek.
Yeah, unfortunately positioning here not allowing Oper to commit to that push in through the middle of the town. They were a little bit spread, trying to cover too much ground, and as soon as they sprung the trap onto Rexar, they found themselves just a little bit indecisive. They know where Handsome is off on that A1 position, but do you really want to be committing 2 tanks with 3 minutes 50 seconds remaining just to get Handsome out of this equation?
We'll have to wait and see. T-Sec now starting to drive over in that IS-7, obviously driving down the hill, enabling him to cover the ground quickly, to cover the ground unspotted. He is going to edge ever closer towards that Escong. He's now going to find it. Good connection, Handsome getting eliminated.
Okay, so the plan is now clear. They wanted to pivot around the north-hand side, get that 1 flag in play. That's why you had those 2 tanks up on the north side. They wanted that as an option. Now that Handsome's gone, that option is wide open for them. The rest of the team has to cover to allow... No, they've committed to the fight now. They've pulled off the 1 flag. They're now collapsing in towards the town.
Yeah, exactly, and we can see Chip and Hawkiao having to back up. There is a lot of crossfire available for the team of Oper, and they are just screening the cap that has been abandoned, though. The E5 that was on the cap, that's very healthy. Not on it anymore. 3 minutes remaining. Oper, they have to make something happen here as Piotrik's rotating around Ketsai, the team captain, the first one to break the 3k damage threshold. It's now just basically a brawl in that city here. Carol's getting focused off the angle by Rico, who cannot really advance further. Good hit into Carol, though, by Hawkiao.
Orzech as well takes a punishment, but he gets the shot back, manages to avoid further damage. They are juggling this aggro quite comfortably at the moment. Still a lead, about 800 HP for Oper. They're even on the tanks, but you look at the health bars of gcat, there is a pretty even line, whereas there is some fluctuation, some very, very healthy tanks for Oper.
Yeah, the thing is, Ketsai and Ozek, both of them are one-shots for Hawkiao in that 60 TP, who is fancying himself a peek here. Does he get the pickup is the question. He does start bleeding for it right now. Hawkiao down towards 1000 HP on the other side of the map. I believe there is a 2 against 1 for Oper currently happening. Trades coming back and forth, and I think T-Sec is realizing that he now needs to start leading the push. Buhui and Cousin trying to flank around, but now the attack gets sounded for the team of Oper. Hawkiao completely eliminated. Buhui flanking around the back, taking one by Orzik, but that one isn't a one-shot either. Piotrik's getting shielded very well, and Pan's Fury coming in with the full HP E5.
I mean, the team play out of Oper there was just beautiful. Juggling the aggro, allowing the rotations, baited gcat too far forward, and now they hit that switch. They go on the aggressive. They start pumping damage into these tanks. gcat is falling by the wayside here on Ghost Town. It's Tai P and Cousin left remaining against a 6-man strong Oper roster. There's 1200 HP difference. There is a reality where somehow gcat could pull this out, but that chance, that odd is dwindling by the second.
That odd is indeed dwindling. We can see Cousin here trying to get that connection. Good one into the gun mantlet of the mouse of Cat's Eye, but 20 seconds remaining and only one tank for gcat. That is surely an undoable feat here for the player from China that has played beautiful on that CS, created a lot of openings, but Oper as a unit, once again, that team cohesiveness is just unbeatable.
The disrespect on the top of it. There's only a single tank remaining. They say, we're just going to go capture the flag.
And capture.
Yeah.
No all kill cap
Yeah.
is what we are seeing here.
Like, why waste your time? We can get it done easy.
As easy as it is for Daki to stay in the head of Keyhand, it was very, very quickly sorted out by Oper as well. The first round won out over gcat. And yeah, you guys highlighted so well how the cohesion, the ability to share the damage as well has been absolutely phenomenal. Do run me through though, because the start of all of those engagements, the original loss of, I believe, was it Tisak that they lost on the Southern Hill? That was sort of the beginning for the kill feed.
Rexa,
yeah. Pardon me, yeah, it was Rexa. But yeah, so that one, I mean, whilst I was watching, it definitely had a bit of a hint of concern for Oper, but what do you guys think?
I mean, once again, it was a piece of art to watch how the Oper players as a unit at that single corner was sort of juggling the HP between them, were juggling the shots that they were taking. That was just, I mean, picture perfect. I want to frame it and hang it over my bed.
I mean, that's it. That's the exact metaphor that I was going to go with. You know, you take a blank canvas, only the artist knows what the final product is going to be. And I think we saw that perfectly. If you look at the positioning and the way they were playing it around that, yeah, Rexar was isolated on his own, but there was 2 tanks pressuring the top side of the map.
Yep.
They had rotated the mounds up that right-hand side, just trying to position them. And what they did is they saw Rexar go down, they commit, take out Handsome, and then they bait the flag. They sit the E5 on it. All of a sudden, gcat think, oh no, we've got to move, and then they collapse.
Yeah.
They pull it off immediately. He was there for all of 5 seconds, and as soon as gcat overextended, Oper pounced.
Perfect execution there. Completely. Now moving on to the defense for Oper. With them needing to ever so slightly do, well, technically less in terms of the movement. Do we expect similar sort of approach where they just cast a very wide net across the whole map and then find themselves that one person to basically isolate, and from there it's the snowfall effect?
So historically speaking, Oper, like there was a team before that was called the Bananas. That was also Polish players on the EU server. I'm reaching back a bit now, but basically that team, I think it was Pozdro Pochvic that they were called, which means don't skip training, something like that.
Seems logical.
And some of their players now are in the Oper lineup, and that basically that team was known for being the Ghost Town team. Okay. And I think that knowledge is translating into what we are seeing now, just knowledge of the angles, knowledge of the map itself, knowledge of the tactics, where you're just able to make it work, make every single angle work in your favor. That was just beautiful to see. Also the fact that, I don't know which one, I think it was Hawk Yao, one of the 60 TPs on the gcat team, he didn't dare commit on towards the double one-shot of the mouse. They were both like below 700 HP. Normally, that is an engagement that you should seek, because you're essentially guaranteed a kill with most of your alpha from a high alpha tank. I think the Oper players would peak that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd say in this case it could have been also partially due to the fact that it was a slight scare after the fact that Handsome did go down, and that sort of burst fire potential the moment you peek around the corner would have been maybe a little bit too big for over risk. But look, our MVP Orzik is coming around, and look, I mean, once again, it is the mouse player, the tank that has the most amount of HP to juggle around and the most amount of brawling to be done, it seems.
Well, I mean, he killed 60% of
That is
gcat
true.
because you got to remember what Cousin
4K.
survived. He took 4 out of the 6 tanks out of play.
I mean,
Yeah.
Cousin at the end actually did
Yeah.
end up going down, but yeah, it had been
Doesn't-
capped. So.
After the buzzer, it doesn't count. But look, yeah.
I
that was-
mean, there is something called a buzzer beater for a reason.
Yeah. Doesn't count what it takes. He only got the 4. He only got the 4. So, I mean, it was a 7-1 as well. So, yeah, buzzer beater. Maybe we'll have to talk about the devs getting that involved. But, I mean, it was the team play there was spectacular. And if
Yeah.
Oper keep playing like that for the remainder of the tournament, yeah, it's more than likely going to be an EU final. And there is a chance. If they keep playing like that, it may not be hit and run lifting that trophy.
I mean, then again, the tactics so far not that good by Oper, but the team play absolutely impeccable. I would say maybe then again the Chinese teams just coming up with good answers towards the tactics. We'll have to wait and see, I believe, in round number 4.
Yeah, look, for round number 4, I'm definitely quite keen to see how this all perform because, look, maybe there's some possibilities for the bit of the strat hide before they get to hit and run, maybe, if they end up winning here. But yeah, any final thoughts before we send it off to?
I mean, you have to hope for a GCAT that once again the tactics come into effect. And if you're holding it with Oper, I mean, you just hope for once again beautiful team cohesion. Because realistically, like, yeah, tactics being what they are, but team cohesion is just beautiful.
Well, we'll see how that team cohesion goes. Round 4 is right up upon us.
Ghost Town 2 in between Oper and GCAT. Oper looking to go towards a match point, doing so with a singular 277, 60 to B, 50 B, double mouse, double CS 63.
Yeah, I mean, for GCAT, the triple mouse coming in for them as well. 60 TPs, 113 in the CS63. They got some pretty hefty firepower now going into their defense. But again, I mean, the biggest issue that I don't think GCAT is quite caught on to, not everything is as it seems. Just because they're indicating one way doesn't mean they're going to commit that way.
Exactly. Also 113, I believe, the first time we're seeing this tank on the big stage.
I think we may have seen one yesterday. It was a very brief appearance, if I remember correctly, but I do believe we have seen it already.
Definitely the first time I'm casting it, at least, but we'll have to wait and see. Important thing to mention here is that Oper is coming in with double CS against Cousin's singular CS. So that means in the long run, Oper are going to have priority over the outside angles simply because 2 mediums is more than 1. Doesn't need a big brain to figure that one out. Now we can see Rexa getting the spot onto Buhui. We can hear through the sound that he is spotted as well. So he does get quite a bit of information. Now the peak coming out from Pan's Fury. Shot by Rexa not connecting, but Pan's Fury does. Slight high roll, 510 damage taken. Ketsai also with a good punish on towards Rico, but that now means that Rico and Handsome are going to make it on towards the cap. A big punishment onto Rico.
Yeah, I mean, GCAT, I respect him for not wasting any time and getting involved, but the amount of damage taken in that cross, or Shaq, he's taken a shot there, but he's got Ketsai to help punish. 1,200 damage in an instant onto Handsome between the two of them. And there is 2,700 HP combined on the point at the moment. That is not the healthiest lineup.
Yeah, now we can see Rico trying to fancy himself a shot into Ozek. That did bounce onto Handsome, and now Ketsai with another big one onto everybody. Those 60 TPs, just brutal when it comes to alpha damage, but Tip in the mouse now committing on towards the cap. That is a triple cap if I've ever seen one, so 16 seconds for the players of Oper. We can see on the outside T-Sec and Cousin battling it out. Not sure who's going to win it here. Cousin seems to have the reload advantage, so
it doesn't
T-Sec
matter
will
though,
be
there's
reloaded.
7 seconds.
6
Ketsai.
seconds. We can see Piotrix with that 50B. 1 shot remaining, trying to hurry. The reset does come in. The ignite by Rexa here coming into effect as well, but Cousin should be winning that one as he does pick it up. And now the resets once again provided, everybody dropping in the mouse as well. So we'll have to wait and see. Currently GCAT, they've bled so much though.
Yeah, it's feeling like a too little too late situation, and all of a sudden they just have to vacate the point. They've almost got about just over half of the HP pool that Oper have. And Orshag, he's still there. He's got support as well. Handsome and Tip on him, but Ketsai comes in from the back, and yeah, look, Orshag, he goes down in the end, but it doesn't matter. He's played his part to a T. Ketsai picking up Handsome, and now he's going to turn and burn and try and take down Tip, who's one of 3 remaining for gcat.
Also, Piotrek still alive in that 50V, just with the rotationary potential starting to clip out onto Hokyao. And here, Ketsai, once again, the team captain coming in with another kill, and Rexa still on the prowl, on the flank. Hokyao down towards 483 is probably gonna try and turn to shoot towards Ketsai. Isn't gonna happen, but yeah, Oper on their defense here with all the answers towards the questions that were coming from the side of gcat.
Rexa, he played his life in the first round. This time he gets to thrive and farm. Still alive, cousin left alone. But how many times have we seen him in the 1vx situation? He was in it last round. I think he was in that first round. He was one of the last ones alive as well. I mean, look, yeah, he's got 2,700 damage, so it's not a bad showing, but finding yourself in a 1vx situation, it was 1v7 last time. Oh, no, sorry, 1v6 last time. And,
I mean,
and
it
then,
feels
yeah.
like me in random battles, you know?
Yeah. I know, I wouldn't know that feeling. I go down very early. It's usually Cthulhu who's using me as a meat shield that's the last alive.
Oh, I see what's happening there. But yeah, 3-1 for Oper.
Oh, Ghost Town turned out to be a fairly one-sided venture here for us, despite the fact that, look, yeah, gcat tried to show some sort of ferocity and some sort of power there, but I got absolutely outclassed, honestly, really. First thoughts so far on the Ghost Town, Kihan?
I mean, there is a reason why Oper at this point in time is known to be a good Ghost Town team.
Yeah. That's the legacy power.
Honestly, I also think that the approach by gcat, that is the first time that I really didn't like their tactic. I thought that their approach towards the cap attempt was pretty one-dimensional, simply because they sent the 113 behind the mouse. I mean, nice gimmick to have the mouse take the damage, and then the 113 is supposed to be full HP, but the fact that Ketsai was able to get one on the cross, on the first cross, and then a second one into the 113 actually just completely ruined that. If you do that, in my opinion, you need faster tanks than mouses to surprise the opponent with the immediate cap.
Yeah. Look, Panda, so far we got to see the old school tank with 113. We got to see some of the shenanigans. Going to Moravanka as potentially the last chance there for gcat. Do we still have our hopes for them, or do we wrap it?
I mean, you look at it, so on Cliff, they actually were quite proactive on both sides of the equation. They tried to get up in the face of Oper. They did so in both rounds. Went 1-1, but unfortunately that is sort of the coin toss of a very aggressive style of play like that. You're looking for the brawl immediately, and it just sort of lands where it lands. On Ghost Town, yeah, you hit it the nail on the head. One-dimensional is the way I would describe everything they did on defense and attack. Going to Moravanka, go back to the unexpected. Try and catch them off guard. Throw them off their game, because going back to defaults is not working.
Yeah, well, that seems to be very much the case. And I mean, with Moravanka's changes, it does certainly allow for some of the more wildcard plays, especially around the terrain, surely.
I mean, then again, with the Moravanka changes, we're looking at a one-sided map. The map is considered to be attack-sided at that point, and the fact that Ghost Town has now gone 2-0 for the side of Oper is kind of concerning for gcat, because if it goes as expected with a 1-1, then first of all my prediction would be correct, which is nice, but then again we would be looking at the 4-2 scoreline, which would mean that, Oper wins and gcat drops down towards the lower bracket. So for gcat, we have to hope that they're able to pull it up to the nothing and then, take it towards a tiebreaker on Himmelsdorf, but we'll have to wait and see. And here we can just see in the damage graph, gcat started off obviously with an HP advantage, but those shots that were taken while crossing towards the cap, they were never able to recover.
Yeah, that bleed definitely looked very much unnecessary really there, and despite all the efforts to get rid of the the CS63s and all of that, unfortunately just not enough of that effort. Now looking at the post-game data, Hokuyu sitting with just about 3.1k. On the other side, Kitsai 4.7.
I mean,
absolute farmland here.
4.7. Then again, 1,500 of that damage was essentially, donated to him.
Yeah,
that was the damage that was done on the crossing. Yes, he took a big one by the 60 TP that had entered the cap as well. I mean, also good on him for having 100% connection rate with the 60 TP. That's not the easiest feat, but I think it was not the most difficult round to end up top damaging.
Yeah, no, you're very much correct on that one. So now with Moravanka, so we've covered that, we want the gcat to actually do something, and it is fairly attacker-sided. Gcat do get to start things off on the attack as well, which surely that means we can see the second point going for them. Panda.
I mean, it's hard to say. The attacks that I've seen out of gcat, much in line with the team as the way I feel about them, is underwhelming. I mean, you look at it yesterday against Mori-Chan, they just push up, no idea what's going on, somehow scramble and pull out the win. The attack on Cliff, I mean, that's sort of how it goes. You just commit to a fight and see who walks away the cleanest.
Yeah.
Going on to Ghost Town, they pretty blatantly telegraphed what they were going to do. So, yeah, look, you've got the favoured side on a map like Moravanka, but for a team like gcat, does it really have that much of an impact?
Moravanka obviously also one of those maps where the lineups mean a lot. Are we going to see a light tank or not? That basically means 1 or 2 cap commitment. Are we going to see brawls or not immediately? All of those questions probably going to be answered soon.
Yeah, suppose Moravanka could really bring out some of the more unhinged picks as well in terms of the tank choices. Maybe a cheeky bat chat to come through, maybe even another T100 LT to appear. We'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, look, potentially the last chance for gcat to really do anything. Otherwise, in the upper bracket. Otherwise, it's down to the lower bracket, down to the elimination bracket and games as well.
I think the crowd.
Some Oper fanboys here in the crowd.
The crowd's turned. They're back in EU. They know how the cards lie. And I do want to highlight Karol coming in, last minute sub.
Yeah.
He has slotted into this Oper roster all but flawlessly. I mean, that's huge.
Absolutely huge indeed. Well, potentially last round for us to see Moravanka. Here we go.
All right, possibly the last round in between Oper and gcat in this upper bracket semi-final. Oper trying to pull it over the finish line, doing so with double 60 TP, double I7 and Mouse, and S-Conk, and the Batchat.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom side of that roster is largely the same for gcat as well, at least at the bottom 3, the triple IS7 and the E5 coming through for them. So largely similar lineups, the big difference obviously being those 62Ps.
All right, so Oper starting on defense on Moravanka. It is supposed to be the non-favored side here. So right now, Oper trying to fight against the odds, but fighting for the victory in the match. And now we'll have to see how exactly gcat are going to approach this. Both teams with the Batchat. And it's very important to say here that Piotrix doesn't have the HP module, so Cousin would be able to one-clip him, whereas it is doubtful for Piotrix to high roll. He would need a Fire, an Amarex, something like that, or he would just need some nasty high rolls to boot.
I mean, look, I'm still fairly fresh in the World of Tanks esports ecosystem. I've only been doing this for about 12 months, but this will be one of the few times that I've seen positioning over towards that 2 flag on Moravanka. Traditionally, I'm used to seeing teams go for it over towards the 1 flag, but this positioning over in that 9-0 line, a lot of positioning that would indicate, they're going to go for the wrap.
Yeah, and very interesting also at the 2 cap, there is some extremely tall trees, and you want to knock those over if you're the defender, otherwise the attacker will knock them into the cap and create some cover pressure.
No time wasted.
But nothing was done regarding this. Obviously, Hokyao now getting spotted out in this cap here. He knows something is afoul in the state of Denmark, but he doesn't know from where.
But if you look at the positioning of gcat, he is on his own. He's got a little bit of support, that bottom right-hand side from that IS7, but the rest of the team grouped up, trying to anticipate potentially a flank through the EF line coming from the side and down.
The most important thing is that this cap at the point in time is not too critical, because actually the Super Conk in G3, also the IS-7, they can just crest the ridgeline on the, like on the 3 line from like G3, yeah, sort of, or F3, and then they can just HE reset. You can see they're trying to get those resets currently, but actually it's going to be Karolf on that K line here. He's taking a shot for his troubles, but he's going to get in towards a hull down, and then HE resets on towards Hokyao should be enough. You can even see Hokyao had to back off the cap here just to keep himself safe.
Now, for the moment, it's really just posturing more than anything, I think, for gcat. They're just trying to draw some attention, trying to find themselves that opening. But Piotrix, look at him. He's relocating with some real intention right now. Has not been scouted, so he could potentially find himself a spot to upset, frustrate gcat, potentially.
Yeah, and now we can see that there was a good connection coming into Hokyao, make that too. The G3 positions coming in very, very handy. And the bleed now that has been applied towards Ketsai negated, because Hokyao is down towards 1600 as well. Possible 2-shot range for those 60 TPs of Ketsai and Tsek. He needs to be careful.
A wrap from gcat. They have retreated back towards that A line as well. So I don't know if they've just gone back to the drawing board. It seems like they've just completely given up on the gambit, because, well, Oper haven't fallen for it. Now they're potentially going for a wrap onto the 1 flag. It just seems like gcat isn't entirely sure what the game plan is.
I mean, and now we do see some rotation by both teams, and actually a lot of tanks getting pulled towards that C4 area. That is Buhui, Cousin, Handsome, all of those tanks starting to drive there. Piotrix having taken one in the Batcher, but Pansom taking one by Tsek. And that is not what you want to have happen to you. Essentially taking shots of damage before the push even starts to happen. Rexa, though, taking one by the Super Conk or the E5 of Buhui, not sure. I think it was the E5. And this is not that great for Oper, to be fair. They now have some tanks that are just stuck on that 1 line behind the houses.
But in fairness, they have the defense. They have the clock working for them. So it's not the end of the world. They just sort of have to sit there and exist. They don't actually have to commit to anything. It's gcat that are going to have to force the issue here. Ooh. Right now, Ketsai, that's some big damage into the side of Cousin, who, look, he's not going to get the opportunity to shoot back just yet. And by the time he actually gets involved in that engagement, Ketsai might have another shot chambered.
Yeah, now Ketsai here, he has reloaded at this point, so Cousin taking a big one just for crossing over. Rico taking an HE into the side, so nothing too egregious as of yet, but there comes Ketsai, the team captain, once again there to step it up to save the day. Now the engage starting to come through by Cousin, doing 1, doing 2, the shot into the side coming as well. Is Ketsai going to get another one? It seems likely, but probably not in towards the bat chat here, as Ketsai takes a swing, takes a miss here. He does aim towards the bat shot. The bat shot critical, but he has one more available.
It's a dance. Ketsai unfortunately steps on his own foot and trips over. But you got to look at the clock. 3 minutes remaining. It is still a 6 versus 7 with an HP advantage in favor of Oper. A lot of gambling there, I think, in that play, but it just doesn't feel quite like the opening that they needed to blow this open.
I think Tsek needs to pull back from there at this point in time. We can see that he would be the next one to get collapsed upon. Everybody spotted there moving up, so I think the jig is up for gcat here right now, because Oper, they know from where the main thrust is going to come. It is going to be over that 1-2 line, supported through the 4 and 5 line, so through the middle of the map, and there is actually Orzek in that middle of the map here with that mouse, so the tank that you want to actually have get collapsed upon if you're the Oper team. Handsome taking 1200 to the face for that cross as well. Not what you want to have happen. And all of a sudden, Oper looking good in this one for
gcat aren't hitting their shots. If you're going to make a play onto the point, make a play onto Oper, you need to be hitting those shots as you advance. Cousin, 30 HP in a dream. He's going to dump out what else he can. Needs to relocate if he wants to have any sort of impact in the remainder of this round, because someone sneezes on him. He's gone.
Exactly, and Orzek there tanking like a champ, staying alive, singing the song as Karolf picks up tip there, and now Pansfury getting collapsed upon, but at this point it is nothing less than a last hurrah coming out of gcat in this upper bracket semifinal. Rico taking another one. Yes, Pansfury does get shut down, but at what cost? gcat here. They have so little remaining to work with. Yes, more guns, but the HP, they tell the tale. They do have the cap started, so that is maybe an opportunity, but we can already see the fire. It adds insult to injury here, and Oper, they are looking at the upper bracket finals.
I mean, regardless of how that push went, there was just so much damage that was thrown to the win. I mean, T-Sec for that entire fight was sitting on 3k HP. He's only just been tagged up now, and at this stage, you might as well be shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, exactly. T-Sec here, I don't think he got the reset though with that HE, so Cap actually getting kind of close. Karolf coming over, but they're the first reset into everybody, and we can see that the tanks by Oper, they are very close. The HP, they are simply not there. Another kill on towards Rico, another reset for Oper, and that is all but confirming what we already know, that Oper are going to get the 4-1.
Yeah, this is, I mean, that was such a rough round for gcat. Their initial play, the bait wasn't fallen for by Oper. They then relocated, tried to make something happen. As Hansen, the last, well, actually, no, it's Cousin again. Of course, it's Cousin, the last alive. He's got 30 HP. I think he is just going to frustrate Oper as much as possible with only 19 seconds left on the clock. EU has booked that upper bracket final.
I mean, yeah, at least half of it, and realistically, Cousin might try to annoy Oper here with staying alive, but I don't think there is any annoyance to be done, as they are going to get the prize of being in the upper bracket final. Good job to Oper.
Heartbreak Central here it is on Moravanka, as unfortunately for gcat, one round is all there is to it, really. And look, lads, for Oper at the end of it all, they managed to finally tighten up their act, and from there on, it was seeming to be like a fairly smooth ride.
I mean, yeah, look, that last round, I don't think Oper were that heavily tested when you're setting a trap that is much akin to Wile E. Coyote, drawing a big circle on the ground with an anvil above it. Yeah, look, it was not that hard to avoid. Oper, yeah, look, there has been improvement from yesterday, and that's exactly what you want to see.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think the score of the match does it justice, really. 4-1, it is a very, very harsh scoreline, considering that I was even saying after map number 1, it should have been 2-0 for gcat.
Yeah. Look, yeah, definitely a bit of an unfortunate turnaround, but suppose, yeah, your scoreline came to fruition at the end of the day, Kihan.
I said 4-2.
You did it? Oh, yeah, we did.
Which would have been the case if gcat just pick up that second round on Cliff, and then we go 4-0.
That would have been the case.
Oh, but they could have won the series if they won the 2 rounds after that as well.
Yeah, look, not wrong, not wrong. But hey, this is not the end of the day, though, for gcat. They still get the opportunity to battle through the lower bracket, where I believe they are next up to battle with, I believe that will be Smile, actually.
Smile should
that
be
they
on the
will
cards,
be battling.
yes.
So and then the loser of our next matchup is going to be battling against Mori-chan, which is going to be a rather interesting bench, all things considered. But look, let's break it down a little bit more as to what really happened on Moravanka, because look, a whole lot of battles without really a whole lot of success there, really, from gcat, as much as we hope to see.
I mean, in the end, I think it was mostly Oper staying calm on their defense, not losing their cool. They did not really react, I think, at all, except for sending the IS-7 after Hokkaido started the cap with their respective IS-7. There was exactly the right amount of measured reaction that made it, that completely nullified what gcat were trying to do. After that, gcat tried that north push, in which Ketsai honestly did a beautiful job of holding on and just, you know, making his life such an expensive trade for gcat that after that, not only was there the resource of HP gone, but also the resource of time was missing as well for gcat. So good job by Ketsai there.
Definitely has been a solid turnaround, and yeah, as we look at the score lines, very much one-sided venture right after that round number 1. Look, it almost feels like it went borderline downhill really from there at the conclusion of the second round of Cliff 3-7, then it went down to 7-1, 7-2, and then, well, almost a 7-2 on Moravanka as well, which definitely didn't really showcase us much of that explosive performance that we sort of hoped from the gcat, really.
Well, I mean, it started off that way. Cliff,
Yeah,
I would argue, was quite an explosive
It
start
was,
to
yeah.
the series, and then they default back onto Ghost Town, and then Moravanka, yeah. I mean, just, I don't know who they thought they were fooling, but you've got one tank on the point, and then everyone else is just nowhere to be seen. Like, it's kind of obvious what the game plan is there, and yeah, this man, Tisek, on the hill, did not drop a single point of HP up until the last, 45 seconds. Just pump it away with the 60 TP. Look, yeah, you can't be letting him have those opportunities. We've seen it time and time again.
I mean, Polish player in a Polish tank, absolute match made in heaven, it seems.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. I mean, yeah, Oper had quite a fair bit of liking towards the 60 TPs in any possible lineup, no matter where they go, which lineup they take. It's always at least a double 60 there to be present for that extra damage, for that extra high alpha damage, mind you, as well. So, look, at the conclusion of this, so we now have one team going into the upper bracket finals. So now between the upcoming two, the Hit and Run versus Falcon. That one, I'm hoping. I'm not going to say for certain that this is going to be a close game, but I'm hoping for a close one, despite the fact that Hit and Run so far been by far the most dominant one out of the whole WCI.
I mean, normally speaking, it should be the best match of the day that we have,
yeah.
because it is EU first seed against China first seed, and we only have EU and China in the upper bracket here. So theoretically, that should be a cracker of a match, but then again, there have been instances in the past where you're trying to hype it up, and then all of a sudden 4-0 clean sweep. And then there is other matches where, like, this one's, you know, basically clearly cut, and you end up with an absolute nail-biter. We'll have to wait and see, honestly.
Man, Keyhand out here living in the past. The future is now, old man. It's going to be a heater. It is. There's no other way it could play out. I mean, you look at it. You got Falcons who really put Oper through their paces. They looked good, unfortunately still losing out. They still made it to the upper bracket. Then you have Hit and Run, who started the day strong, still somehow dropped a round to Triple MC. And all of a sudden, that confidence is shaken. I don't quite think Hit and Run is as strong as we perceive them to be, because there are weaknesses. If you're dropping around to Triple MC after 3-0ing gcat, how good are you really?
Honestly, I think they weren't taking that match as seriously. Like, as harsh as I realize that sounds, I don't think they were treating it as seriously. And maybe after the 0-1, they realized, like, all right, guys, let's stop playing.
That makes it even worse, though, because if they come into this expecting that they're going to be better than Falcon,
That's true.
Hubris is a real unforgiving thing.
Hubris comes before the downfall, indeed.
Yep.
Then again, I mean, Hit and Run, they have looked absolutely stellar against gcat 3-0, and there wasn't a doubt in anyone's mind throughout that matchup who was going to win it. I want to go back just a second, though, towards the match that we just saw. I want to highlight that fighting against Oper must be a scary prospect from here on out for anyone that's going to meet them, because you saw that, especially on Cliff, that even if Oper isn't maybe starting with the best opening anywhere, they are just simply able, by sheer willpower, to take the match or take the game into their hands, rip it out right under from their opponent, and that is something that I haven't really seen from any other team so far.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the mid-game and the end-game endurance run for Oper that has been the winning clause really for them, whereas majority of the other teams tried to capitalize on the initial momentum, and unfortunately, no cigar just yet. But look, all things considered, this has been so far a pretty heated matchup, so glad to see that gcat still had some kickback on that one. But look, it has been so far quite a banger of a startup. We didn't really get to see gcat go too quietly into the conclusion of that match. Now, with the second one, the hit and run, you already said that obviously Himmelsdorf would be one of those sort of almost staple maps for you to play. It's always a fan favorite. But on top of that, what do we feel like we should see here between hit and run and Falcons?
I mean, hit and run and Falcons. Hit and run, first of all, you said it. Himmelsdorf, then I guess, or I think they aren't the worst of Ghost Town teams either, just because they're training so much with or against Oper. Cliff, once again, I mean, we just saw Oper demonstrate why even with a bad opening, they cannot be counted out simply because of the magic that they're able to create between the 7 of them. Other than that, I think, yeah, Sand River, we've seen it yesterday, is a map that is being played on rotation, same as Prokhorovka. I think the scary thing here is that any map that you play against those teams, you're always like, yeah, we would like to play it, but then again, you know, this team that we're playing up against, that Polish powerhouse, do we really want to play on that map against them? Do we want to play against them at all?
Well, I mean, it's that 50-50, you know, do we go to a map we feel comfortable on, but they also feel comfortable on, or do we try and go to a map where neither of us feel comfortable and hope that we've done enough prep? And I think realistically, what takes players seem to be creatures of habit. They will more often lean towards, look, we know the map, we like the map, we'll play the map. They might play it as well, but hey, we'll take the risk. I don't think we're going to see anything too spicy.
All right, well, I suppose we'll have to wait and see how the map picks and bans will really go for that one. Look, still waiting for the interview as it just coming around, so we'll get to have a word from one of the Oper representatives.
现在我旁边呢是刚刚呢获得比赛胜利的来自于 Oper 战队的开采，欢迎。
Hey, welcome you, Kaisai. Well, I'm Kaisai from the team Oper.
Hey, everyone.
OK， 那其实昨天我记得在昨天的第3场的比赛当中呢，开赛当时其实是拿到了一个4杀，当时让我眼前一亮。我们当时就在想，哎，那这场比赛是不是 Oper 获胜了之后会采访到他？结果他昨天没有来，但没想到今天呢非常有幸的采访到他，还是很開心的。
Oh, I'm happy because I saw that yesterday match you killed 4 the E1 single battle. I was thinking to myself, will I be able to interview you into this match? Well, I did. I'm very happy that I have such opportunity to interview you today again.
Yeah, I think maybe I did forget, but I'm not looking at this because I have to focus on the next game. So sorry, I just don't remember. But yeah, thank you.
谢谢你。实际上，我其实并不记得昨天的具体的数据，因为比赛之后没有看具体的击杀数，但仍然很高兴我昨天有这样的成绩。
那其实呢，我觉得在今天那场比赛当中，能感觉到今天的这场比赛打下来的之后，感觉节奏上是不是对比昨天会有一些新的变化？
Well, compared with yesterday, apparently today's battles are more faster paced. So was it our plan to play faster today?
No, we didn't try to play faster. In first game, we want to read their style, and then we can change our style. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah.
是的，今天节奏很快，但这并不是我们的计划。实际上，我们是做了这样的准备，根据赛场上的情况，我们做出应变。我们最开始没有想到今天比赛节奏会如此之快。
那我想今天的 gcat 其实也是在一波一波的攻势当中，让他们被迫打破了自己这样的一种节奏。但是他们其实以不变应万变这种良好的心态，其实最终还是拿下了比赛胜利。
Possibly you got caught by surprise, being so fast-paced today. However, eventually you use a principle, just based on your style and make a counter-action accordingly, based on what happening on the battlefield, and you made it to the final victory.
Yeah, they did a really great job because they're playing so fast. They're playing so fast. In this match in Fisland, they do some gamble and play one to side, so it's really interesting, and I didn't expect it.
是的，他们的节奏非常快，他们在个别地图上，在某一个线路同时上了非常数量的坦克，我们完全没有想到，让我们很惊讶。
那你怎么看待我们 gcat 的一个指挥？你觉得他是一个什么样性格的一个指挥？以及他作战的一些思路，你觉得哪些地方让你觉得印象很深刻？
While playing against the gcat, how do you feel about the commander of the other team? How do you feel the captain's personality? Does it influence you over the matches?
I think he know how to play, and he read the maps. They have good reaction on the first ghost. I think that was our attack. So yeah, it was impressive for me.
是的，对手的指挥他非常优秀，而且他非常了解地图，也会及时做应变。在几张比赛过后，我发现他是一个很难处理的对手，但是非常高兴，还是有机会跟他一块来竞技。
那其实呢，今天的比赛完全结束之后，想问一下，你们平时在复盘的时候，大概在训练的时间跟你的观看 VOD 去研究接下来的战术的一个思路，大概的配比会有多少
Wow, we are curious about the time allocation thing. So how many hours do you spend on training and how many hours do you spend on reviewing or watching the VOD after battles?
I think we have 3 months to prepare for this tournament, and we're spending like 4 hours in a day. And of course, I don't know exactly, but after hard training, we have to spend a lot of time on on analyze or revealing. So yeah.
是的，复盘很重要，但我们实际上并没有一个固定的分配比率。我们通常会比赛训练4个小时，然后休息，然后会花很多时间，一定数量的时间做赛后的复盘、数据分析。只是我没有固定着这样的比率。
那最后一个问题，你觉得坦克世界对你来说最大的魅力是让你觉得是哪一点
Well, we got a final question for you. So, what is the particular charm of World of Tanks to you?
I really don't. Yeah, I don't.
我说不好。
？OK， 好，那非常感谢我们的开赛接受我们的采访，也是预祝你接下来的比赛当中可以打得越来越好。
Well, thank you so much and best luck in your upcoming
you.
我们
battle.
再把掌声送给他，谢谢，
One more round for you, class.
谢谢。
at the WCI. It is day 2, and right now on the caster's desk we are joined by a person that is smiling a lot currently. Carol, how are you feeling after your victory just now?
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, feeling pretty good. Like, we coming into this match, we know that we can beat the guys easily, and I think that we managed to do it quite easily. So very happy because like we don't need to play today anymore. So yeah, quite comfortable with it.
How about that first game though? The first round didn't quite go to plan necessarily. So what went wrong there?
Yeah, I mean, like the whole first map, like the cliff, it's always a little bit tricky because like there's a lot of draw and you need to take some risks, and like especially the second round, I think that we misjudged a little bit by the information we had. So yeah, it went a little bit tricky, and both those battles were close, but afterwards on the Ghost Town and on the Moravanka, I feel we felt more comfortable, and like I think you could see on the match that it went pretty smooth then afterwards after cliff.
Yeah, now obviously we're seeing you again in the server, which maybe wasn't necessarily the plan, and so it seems like maybe that's going to be the case for the entire weekend at this point.
Yeah, we are still yet to decide. Like David, obviously, he was today on Arena with us. He watched the match, so he was with us. But we are still yet to be. It's yet to be still decided whether he is going to play tomorrow. So yeah, we might see him tomorrow because he's actually feeling quite better.
Good.
And yeah, it might be better for the team because I would prefer him to play as well. So.
I mean, glad to hear that, and obviously best wishes towards David, that is DJ. But yeah, first of all, congratulations to you for winning a very important match, I would say. And now it is up to you to basically wait and enjoy the show. You said it, you're not going to have to play today anymore. That means not revealing more strategies and a lot of popcorn for you guys. Now, for the upcoming match, it is your clanmates, I would say, from Invil Hit and Run against Falcons that you previously played. 3-2 was the result there. But obviously you are here, you're in it to win it. Necessarily against the two teams that are playing the following match. Obviously you would probably like, from a personal point of view, for Hit and Run to win, but like from the point of view that you would like to take the tournament, who do you want to take the victory there?
Yeah, that's a good point, because from personal point of view, I'm obviously cheering for the Hit and Run guys, our Polish colleagues, but yeah, but from like the tournament perspective of view, like maybe the victory for the Falcon would be a little bit favorable for us, because then obviously Hit and Run has to play more matches. But yeah, I think that it can be still quite a contest. Like yeah, I think that Falcon surprised us a little bit. So yeah, we'll see how it will goes.
I mean, I'm sure you guys have obviously had a lot of experience playing against Hit and Run, and now with that experience that you've got against Falcons, as you said, they sort of surprised you a little bit. It was a closer game than we anticipated on the desk as well. I mean, is there a world where we do actually see that be, I would say it would be an upset if Falcons would beat Hit and Run, but is there a world where that is possible?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. Like we had a close contest with them, so I don't see a reason why it can happen again. I think that yeah, Hit and Run obviously, yeah, they did pretty well in their group, but like they still were able to lose one run against Mori Chan. So yeah, I think it can be close contest like the Falcon team. Yeah, I think that the way they play, they are like not really far off from the Europe. So I think that they can disappoint Hit and Run, and we can have a bit of a surprise.
Is it easy to be playing on the stage? Like, are you guys kind of comfortable there? Are your colleagues kind of comfortable? It feels like everyone's kind of now on day 2, I assume, kind of gotten over whatever maybe they might have come in with day 1. We saw some weird sort of rounds, some awkward sort of situations sometimes, but I guess now going into day 2, everyone's feeling a little bit more comfortable with the setups.
Well, actually, it's funny because we need to figure it out, right? But I think that the energy was better yesterday on the day 1.
Okay.
So yeah, especially on the first map on Cliff, I think that we are all a little bit off, and the energy wasn't so high. But yeah, then
really on Cliff especially, because we were casting it, and basically we were setting up, especially in round number 1, we were setting up the story arc of like, hey, gcat right now is getting 2 freebies on the 1-2 line. That should be their round, and then absolutely miraculously for everyone involved, like we couldn't believe what we were seeing. You guys coming back with incredible cohesion. We are like, it's the Invil magic happening once again live on stream, guys. Watch this currently. And you're saying the comms weren't even there properly.
Yeah, but maybe it's just because the battle were close. Like after each battle, both of them were close. So we are like, oh yeah, it's a little bit tricky here and on. But I don't know. The energy was just on the stage. I don't think so that it was so high. But yeah, maybe just picking the clip for the first map isn't such a good choice because it's always close battles and a little bit of gambling in some situations. So maybe it's just cliff that isn't the best choice for the first map. But yeah, we'll see how it tomorrow goes. Obviously, the day ends for us. So yeah, we'll see how it will be tomorrow.
All right, that concludes our interview with Carol. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the games. And I guess for us, it's now off to the team introductions for the next match.
In our last match, we saw EU take down China. We now head to our second match of the upper bracket to see if history repeats itself or if China can stand tall, taking to the stage at the moment. It is, of course, Hit and Run, the other Polish team in the competition. Keyhand, questions abound about this team. They're looking confident, they're looking keen.
Looking confident, but first of all, I want to highlight that not a single player of Hit and Run was looking at that trophy while they were walking. You know, just right beside it. They're not daring setting their eyes on it yet, and indeed, the road to it is going to be a long one still. In now come the players that are going to try to knock them down to the lower bracket. It is going to be the Falcons that lost the upper bracket, the group stage match yesterday against Oper 3-2 narrowly. They're looking to now win the first one against the Polish team.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. Obviously, Falcon, they are going to be the fan favorite. You can hear the cheers coming through. I guess a little bit disappointing for the fans here in Shanghai that gcat wasn't able to do too much, just the one round in the opening game of the day. But if we're looking at any of the teams from the Chinese region to potentially trouble any of the teams from the European region, it would be this team. It would be Falcon. They are the first seed. They have been looking like the better team between the two from the games that we've watched. So going into this game, I don't know that Hit and Run is necessarily too stressed about this one. I think that they're still feeling pretty confident. But that said, obviously, everyone's kind of looking at Falcon and saying, you guys are the ones that are going to have to get it done.
I mean, we saw it, you know, Hit and Run, like you said, not looking at the trophy. They know that they've got a job to do. You can't get distracted. You can't think too far ahead because right now they've got to take down the last remaining bastion of Chinese resistance in the upper bracket, and they know it's not going to be an easy feat given how hard it was for Oper in that, you know, play day one through the group stage. But, I mean, coming into this key, there are some questions about Hit and Run. You know, they did drop a map, or at least a round in that match against Mori Chan, whereas Falcon, yeah, look, they didn't find the win against Oper, but they really pushed them.
I mean, if you really want the honest, harsh, and true answer, I think is that we have not seen Hit and Run being properly tested as of now. We saw a 3-0 against gcat, and we just saw gcat get 4-1'd by Oper. And then we saw them playing against Mori-chan, which, to be fair, I think we all agree that that is not a proper test for Hit and Run either. So I think this is going to be the first actual benchmark, and that actually is a big problem probably for Hit and Run as well, because this is the first actual benchmark, is also the place where they might be dropping down to the lower bracket immediately. So they need to come into this match and storming in with energy, just like we saw Oper.
Well, I mean, Jordan, it'd be pretty hard to argue that, you know, the fact that Falcons is the stronger looking of the Chinese teams. The question has to be asked, though, which of the two European teams look as strong? Because I'm leaning towards Oper.
Oh, that's an interesting take. I mean, look, I would definitely feel at the moment that I think Hit and Run is probably the better of the two looking teams, but obviously with what you've just said, Kihan, they have had slightly easier opposition than Oper has, but you know, you can only really judge the teams on what we've seen at the event so far, and yeah, you can only beat the teams that are in front of you. So we can't necessarily begrudge Hit and Run and say, well, okay, yeah, you got a 3-0 and you got a 3-1. That's not good enough. It's like, well, what do you want them to do?
Well, the difference is Oper has definitely proved themselves, whereas Hit and Run, I mean, you start strong and then drop a map against an opponent that you should by right. It should have been our fastest match of the day, but it wasn't.
It's true, but the game itself, World of Tanks itself, you are sometimes prone to having these kinds of weird results, these weird rounds. Sometimes your setup just isn't necessarily the right setup for what they're running or what they're doing, what they're initially rolling out and looking like. So I don't think you can necessarily say that, oh, one round is really a be-all, end-all.
Also, I think it is kind of unfair towards Hit and Run to blame them for not having necessarily had the strongest opposition yet in their matches. I mean, yes, we've seen some absolutely stellar gameplay by Oper, but then again, we have seen nothing by Hit and Run that suggests that there is anything out of the ordinary for them. We have seen very good gameplay, we have seen nothing exceptional, but that is just down to the fact that they haven't had to show anything exceptional as of yet. Whereas the magic by Oper is there, Hit and Run, they're still keeping it in the backpack for them, maybe to use later.
I mean, that's it, and we go to our predictions, of course. We've all sort of leant in the same direction, honestly. I think the fan favourite, obviously, in Hit and Run. But how many times, though, across multiple titles, Jordan, have we seen a team that has had an easy run to the elimination bracket that then crumbles at the first real sign of resistance?
Yeah, certainly something interesting to consider, right? I think for me, particularly if we do get to see Hit and Run and Oper in the upper bracket final, which gets played later on, that's a pretty interesting one because, right, the team that does lose that then has a very long road ahead going through the lower bracket tomorrow. And we've talked about, okay, well, Oper, we just had that interview with Karolf, and he was saying, you know, they're happy that they're only playing the one game today. They don't have to necessarily play anymore. But, you know, on the flip side of that, if you don't play that upper bracket final today, which they're not, they're playing it tomorrow, and then you do lose that upper bracket final, not only did you have to play that upper bracket final, you have to then play the lower bracket final, then you also have to play the grand final, assuming you win the lower bracket final. So that's 3 games, basically in a row, which is a huge amount of games, considering how much time it's going to take to get through.
Not just 3 games, 2 best-of-7s, and then a best-of-9.
So, you know, I think there's definitely a method to sort of the madness. If you're the team that goes through that upper bracket final, you're going to be feeling okay, but
and also
the lower bracket, not so much.
There is a slight advantage even for going through the upper bracket, because obviously you don't get the luxury of dropping a match, essentially. So you do even get first pick and first ban. So you definitely get to play the map that you want, and the opponent's permaban cannot come into effect. So there definitely is an advantage, but I think that is getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. First of all, we can see in the background the predictions for the Chinese casters and analysts here going a bit more in favor of the team of Falcons.
Now, worth mentioning, between gcat and Oper, it was a 5-5 split between the Chinese casters. I think I saw 2 Chinese casters voting for Hit and Run there. Jordan, I mean, there is a lot of confidence behind Falcons. Is it warranted?
I think they're pumping Hopium into the arena at the moment. I don't know if you guys can see. I'm just having a quick look. Yeah, maybe right behind me here. You see these? These are like air conditioning vents that are pumping the heat into the stadium, but I think there might be some Hopium getting pumped in here as well.
Definitely. That was what the pipelines outside were for.
Yeah, that's wishful thinking, definitely, for mine. But, I mean, look. I can understand them. They want to have the faith in their home team. They want to bring that sentiment across onto their broadcast. And if anyone is going to do it, like I said, I think it is Falcons. They have looked definitely the better of the 2 Chinese teams. My issue is that I also think Hit and Run have looked like the better of the 2 EU teams. So if it was Falcons and Oper, I might be able to like put something together there and say, okay, maybe this one will be doable. But for mine, I think Hit and Run have just looked a little bit too good. Yes, they dropped that round against Mori Chan. I'm not reading into that one too much.
The one thing I take away, maybe a lack of discipline when it comes to an
I
opponent
think
that is
that-
perceived as
I
worse.
think there's a bit of that, yeah, definitely. Like, you know, you can have a bit of an ego and you can think, we're just a better team. We're going to be able to dumpster them. It'll be fine. But when you get into these matches where, you know, you maybe respect your opponent a little bit more or expect a little bit more from your opponent, then you're going to be on your A game, and I expect Hit and Run to be that exact team.
Well, Keehan, the obvious question has to be asked as we rapidly approach this matchup. I mean, the Chinese casters are backing Falcons. Is there a potential that this could be map dependent as we rapidly approach the map ban phase?
I mean, definitely. And most importantly, I think both of those teams are definitely playing on an absolute stellar level that we've seen. I mean, there is few, if any, EU teams, for example, that could take Oper to any kind of tiebreaker. So first of all, there is that. And second of all, I think both of those teams have the potential to run away with it as soon as they get like a hype train going. Because at the end of the day, like the momentum that we talk about, like yes, everyone spawns into the game with 7 tanks, but that is sort of where it ends. As soon as you start to not feel confident anymore, when you lose like 1, maybe even 2 rounds in a row that you know you should have won, that is where you start not peaking those anymore, if you know what I mean, where you start not hitting those, and then you drop into that bottomless pit of basically tilt and confirmation bias where it's like, yeah, I'm not going to hit anyway. Look, there I just proved myself right. So if anything like that starts to happen to either Hit and Run or Falcons, we're looking at a potentially very volatile matchup.
Yeah, I mean, something out of left field potentially could throw Hit and Run off their guard. I haven't seen a huge amount of flexibility, I would argue, out of the Chinese teams yet. Jordan, when they've tried to experiment, it hasn't always worked out. So I think, if we're being honest with the two teams, Hit and Run pretty much happy to go anywhere as we jump to the map bans.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to sort of wait and see for Hit and Run. Yesterday, Himmelsdorf, Sand River, Himmelsdorf, Ghost Town. So they would like to find themselves, I would assume, back on Himmelsdorf again, but that's going to be banned away straight up by Falcon. Hit and Run went for the Muro ban. We find ourselves on Ghost Town and then Cliff.
So the reverse of how our first series of the day opened, Key. And it looks like Mines could be the third map played out if we get there, of course. And then we get the full distance. It's Tundra? Tundra is the decider. I mean, looking at those, I mean, how confident are you feeling in potentially a Chinese team in the upper bracket final?
I mean, Ghost Town, one of the 2 favorite maps by Falcons. Interestingly enough, they do ban out Himmelsdorf, which they like to play as well, but apparently not against Hit and Run. So Ghost Town getting picked up here, that suggests confidence.
But that was a Hit and Run pick. Hit and Run picked Ghost Town.
Oh, it's Hit and Run picking
and
Ghost
Falcon picked Cliff.
All right, so actually that makes it even more spicy, because with Falcons picking Cliff, that is essentially whenever you pick Cliff in 77 or 15v15 for that matter, you're saying, A, we are not afraid of you when it comes to shootouts. We believe that straight up when it comes to team cohesion, when it comes to coordination, we are the better team. Picking Cliff against anyone is a statement.
Well, not just that, Jordan, we've had both these maps played already. Both times, EU has been the one to pick up Ghost Town and China has been the one to opt into Cliff. Is this potentially the new Chinese pocket pick?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I guess for me, I'm looking at Ghost Town. I'm saying that's not too bad for Falcons. Remember, they were able to get the 1-1 against Oper on that map. And also Tundra, they had a pretty reasonable display against Smile. So the deeper we go into this series, I think there's definitely a chance for Falcons. But I want to see how they start. I think Cliff in particular is going to be an important one for them. Ghost Town, if anything, best case scenario in my mind for Falcons is this is going to be a 1-1. If they can maintain a 1-1 as well on Cliff, and ultimately we find ourselves on Mines there at a 2-2 scoreline. Mines being quite a 50-50, sorry, a map which you would consider a 1-1 map as well. We may well actually see ourselves getting pushed all the way through to Tundra, and I think they could do a bit of damage on Tundra. It's one round, it's definitely possible. But, you know, I feel like, again, I'm sort of grasping at straws a little bit here, and what I'm trying to do is almost sort of build this narrative that is really teetering on the precipice of, oh yeah, Falcons can do it, but a lot of that is really relying on, A, can they potentially take one round on Cliff, and B, can they also hold out Hit and Run on Ghost Town? For me, those are the 2 big question marks.
Well, I mean, a 62% defend-decided win rate on Ghost Town, with it, which would indicate, Key, that likely will go 1-1, but that's not always the guarantee.
It should. I mean, realistically, Ghost Town 1-1 map, Mines 1-1 map, Cliff will be the decider.
Well, it's time to see just how far China can go in the upper bracket. Coming up, Falcons and Hit and Run.
All right, game number 1 in between Falcons and Hit and Run. The Chinese team coming in with that 277, then quadruple 60 TP, a singular 50B, and the mouse.
Yeah, Hit and Run jumping on in as well with double 277 IS7 triple mouse and a CS63. So a bit of a heavier lineup coming through. I guess you could argue for Hit and Run, though, by bringing that CS63, they do pull back a bit of the HP. But triple mouse on a map like Ghost Town, you always love to see that. No complaints at all.
All right. Yeah, triple mouse definitely a oh lord he coming moment, as we do see the HP currently 500 roughly in favor of the team in purple here. That has come all the way from Europe to represent their region, and now Falcons the only remaining representative for the Chinese server in the upper bracket, trying to just stay there. Triple heavy tank by Hit and Run getting committed fairly soon towards that A line, towards that northern part of the map. Double 2771 IS7. It's going to be Kubash, Never, and Pyo that are going to be making their way. And, you know, 3 heavy tanks, that's a big commitment in 77.
Yeah, certainly is. They haven't been spotted just yet either, but they will pull up short. Obviously, this is screaming a 1-flag offensive from Hit and Run. They're not interested in the 2-flag at all, and the fact that Falcon hasn't really spotted anything on that southern side of the map, nor really on the southern side of the town, should be starting to indicate that that is more or less what Hit and Run are looking at. And so HR is going to go up over the top, see if he can get a shot in here. That one not quite going to connect. A bit of a toughie. Obviously takes a little while for the 60 TP to reduce that aiming circle.
And the Mouses here, they don't really care. They just waltz on forward. Fender here with that Emmerich and down towards 940 HP. Bears the brunt of the punishment. And all of a sudden, Minairos and Conrad, they have found Ansha a bit out of position. Reflection with that 50B trying to come as well to assist. But Ansha being pummeled from the back, from the front. That is not going to be what he wants, as the overpush on the A-line coming into full effect as well. Monster in that CS63 has joined back up. Yes, HR is still full HP. Yes, Conrad taking a beating, but that is a chunker of a mouse. Conrad still alive.
Yeah, that's a very, very dead mouse, and for Hit and Run, they're going to turn their attention now to HR as well. Sure, some cross shots can come across here over onto the 3 Hit and Run heavy tanks pushing over the top, but there is no doubt that HR is going to be dropping at some point. Kubash will try to keep as much of his HP as possible, but you'd think that HR will at least get one more shot in here before going down, though. I wonder whether or not he's going to be given the opportunity to fire that at Kubash, or if he's going to have to. Yeah, probably could have, maybe.
Low roll also coming out, so Kubash is going to be staying alive. 6 guns still on the board. Conrad has fallen in the meantime, but Marcel tanking it out against Jiangshan, and that mouse DPM is just brutal. And at that point in time, if you're so close, you're going to not be missing a lot of shots. Marcel, though, getting set on fire from the backlines coming in. Robin Hit and Run all of a sudden with less HP here. The tank's kind of even. They do have Kubash on very low HP. They're able to keep him in the game, and there's crossfire opportunities that are going to be coming in from Never. But Hit and Run on their attack of Ghost Town, they need to slow down the game and take the outside angles, especially with Monster with that CS63 as well.
Yeah, Monster and Never in particular are going to be 2 really key players as the rest of this game unfolds. Never because there's a huge chunk of HP for Hit and Run dedicated to that one tank at the moment. He hasn't taken any damage at all. Monster, obviously, CS63, quite mobile. Kubash, we'll see whether or not he's going to even be able to have an impact. It's not a bad firing position, and certainly a safe spot for him to be in at the moment, but Falcon will be well aware that there's someone sitting up on the A4 hill and unlikely to allow that to come into play. So you might even almost consider this one a 4-on-5 for Hit and Run to try to negotiate.
I mean, the saving grace here for Kubash, obviously, that basically it doesn't matter if you have 12 HP or full HP, the gun is still going to be effective regardless. I think the biggest thing that we need to mention currently is that the playmaker for Hit and Run, Monster, he's on 1500 roughly, and that is, you know, a one clip for that 50B. Reflection starting to rotate in that 50B just now. If he does the perfect 4-4-4 clip, then Monster would be gone. We do see Reflection getting spotted out. Monster is going to be calling for help, and he needs that help if he is supposed to survive against that 50B. Reflection obviously cannot continue currently, but that is going to take a lot of map control away from Hit and Run.
Yeah, I don't know that there's anyone really in much of a position to help Monster out there, so as a result, he's just going to have to back off, electing not to take the free shot onto the 60 TP of Otto, rather trying to keep himself and his presence hidden.
Oh, Reflection coming around the corner, does not get spotted for this one. Is Monster going to take the shot is the question. Very good trigger discipline on the Polish player here. And now we can see Robin starting to get committed in. Good shot by Piotr here, but he does reveal himself in that cap. The possibility for Reflection, to come in with the resets. Robin coming out with the flank, does not connect his snap. And now Monster with that CS63 from the sidelines going to start farming. That means that the HP, they have equalized, but Piotr gets picked up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Hit and Run. He tried to get off the cap as quickly as he could. It wasn't fast enough. There is going to be a trade, though. Never taking it down Fender, and what I really want to see is Never in that 277 getting into the mix. You need to be using that HP as a resource. Monster in the CS63 now definitely under pressure from Reflection, who does only have 3 left in the clip, so might not actually have enough damage to finish that CS63 off, and that would definitely be a problem for Falcon now, because that CS63 might even be able to find the angle to finish off the 50B. All that.
No, it is Never from the sidelines, from downtown, that is going to pick up the 50B. Robin now trying to get rid of the crossfire angles that Monster has available. Never taking aim, taking a swing with a hit. Monster, another good shot into Otto here, who's looking himself at Minairos. Monster there trying to play ring around the rosy with Robin. That does put another good shot into Never, reducing him towards a one shot, but the 60 TP completely blown out of the water. And once again, we do see a Polish team with the cohesion that is just unmatched, unrivaled, just with the sheer willpower to pull through.
Yeah, a minute and a half left. There's no way Robin is going to be able to survive here. Look, a couple of bounce shots going off for that 277, and Hit and Run. There's some low HP tanks there that they do not want to throw away, but even in that case, 669 for Never, 1470 for Minairos. You'd have to imagine that will be more than enough to get it done. One shot in from Robin, who actually gets the finish onto Never with the ram.
We have seen Hit and Run in this situation before, actually, 4 versus 1, and they managed to throw it against a team that is called Oper. Surely not this time. 50 seconds available, and there is someone called Minairos that is starting to make his way. We do see Robin here with the problem of having to turn his turret to any kind of point available. Does get the good connection, but it is going to be the mouse into nothing less but the cupola. Hit and Run with a miraculous 1-0.
Now, I will give it to you. Hit and Run looked good. But if you were keeping an eye on the players on the stage, they were not happy. Not at all. There was frustrations abound on the Hit and Run side of the stage, because Falcon pushed them quite hard, Key. And despite being a victory, you guys, you EU dudes were all over that, but it wasn't a comfortable one.
I mean, there is 14 players on that stage right now, and in the short little camera pan that we saw, those 14 players, there was not a single happy one. The Hit and Run guys, where the KPM was off the charts probably in what they were saying there, and the Chinese guys obviously shouting at themselves as well. How did we just lose this?
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams look at that game and think, what on earth just happened there? I mean, hit and run, they looked like they were going to clean it up pretty comfortably. Sure, there was a fire. I think it was onto Marcel, which is not ideal, but again, it definitely got closer than maybe it should have. Although I will have to say, actually, in what was the 4-on-4 or the 5-on-5, I actually thought hit and run really did play it quite nicely. You were talking about that team cohesion. In that position, I actually think it was a little bit sad for Falcon to let that one slip, because it did look like they really should be able to pick that one up. They also had the time working on their side, but for whatever reason, they just sort of let a little bit too much bleed happen. They get themselves into awkward positions. I don't think Reflection in the 50B got enough value either. And Monster did a great job in the CS63 of surviving and constantly being able to dish out damage. We sort of highlighted Never in the 277 and Monster in the CS63. We're going to need to be the two key players for their team, and I don't know what exact numbers were brought up by them. When we do get the damage charts here, I can imagine they'll be quite far up toward the top.
Well, I mean, the biggest indicator of how sort of that match was going to go for me was the first two tanks taken out on the side of Falcons were your heftiest ones. They were your Mausers, both taken out before they could really have any impact, and that's the last bit of utility that you want off the board. Those are the ones who are meant to be soaking the damage key.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Hit and Run did a very good job of deducting from the setup, from the lineup that Falcons were bringing, that it was going to be a big split. Because looking at the minimap, when the initial push happened by the team of Hit and Run, there were 3, maybe even 4 tanks completely out of the game by Falcons, and that just enabled Hit and Run to get those initial pickups. And yes, they might have been bleeding a lot for that, but the fact, or the crux of the matter here actually is that as soon as you're able to remove 1, even 2 guns from the enemy team, even if the HP are equal, that is just such a crazy advantage. And they were able to convert that one into nothing less than a very, very cool looking victory.
And on top of the concern about the early tanks lost, Jordan, that was a win on the attack on Ghost Town, which that's bucking the trend by about 37%. And looking at the numbers there as well, Falcons, look, to be fair, it was reasonably close, all said and done. It was just the fact that they weren't hitting those shots.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, I guess like you look at that, like 10-11% obviously for Falcon, and you think, well, what a difference that could have made given how close it was. If even one more shot maybe goes through and finishes off one more tank, then that could have really been it. But we'll take a look at the damage charts here. Minairos up toward the top there in that Mouse, but as I said, Never and Monster I thought were going to be key players, and they were up in the top 3 as well for Hit and Run. So nicely done from them. Reflection did end up getting a fairly hefty chunk of damage in the 50B, but
it's 2 clips.
Yeah, it's just not. The thing is, I think if you had have seen Reflection be able to get the full 1600 damage, yeah, it was 1600 damage onto Monster and actually finish him off, it was a different game. But didn't actually, and got one of those extra shots into someone else, or it bounced, or it missed, or whatever. And that, I think, is the end turning point, and allowing Monsters to survive and get, 3, 4, 5 more shots off becomes a big difference maker. But Minairos, as well, as it has to be said, MVP there. Very solid performance in the Mouse, and was the one to come through in the clutch in the end to more or less make sure that did get finished off.
He was also the one that was the most heated after
guys,
the match.
Guys,
first,
I'm in a Mouse. I should not be having to clutch this game out.
Yeah. Exactly. And also that last shot, that was just a treat to watch, because what he did was he penned the cupola off the 277 while it was side hugging. If you've ever tried to do that in a Mouse, it's not the easiest thing.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting comparing the 2 European teams. You look at Oper, very stoic, very reserved, and then we've got the likes of Hit and Run, Fortnite dancing out onto the stage, very confident, a little bit of arrogance potentially, but after seeing a match like that, seeing how they've played so far this tournament, it's feeling like it's justified.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of those teams, they are confident, and there is a reason, and they do have all the titles behind them, at least on the European server, to back it up. And currently it looks like they're able to do that on the big stage. Oper have proven themselves here already in the upper bracket, and at least team cohesion-wise, I mean, Hit and Run is starting to answer some of the questions that we were asking.
But the big thing, of course, Falcons has hounded Oper. It was a tiebreaker match. They really did make Hit and Run work in that last round. Jordan, I mean, the question has to be asked, realistically, after seeing that, how deep do we think China can go in this match?
I don't know, actually. I'm a little bit worried about it. Like, yeah, it was a close game, but obviously with the context that, as you said, it was an attacking-sided win, for Hit and Run, I just wonder if they're not actually going to convert that, if they're not going to convert it on the defensive side of Ghost Town, when they had, in my opinion, a fairly favorable scenario, are they going to be able to get many rounds here? So we'll have to wait and see, but not a great start for China.
Well, gentlemen, round 2, Ghost Town, getting underway.
All right, round number 2, Hit and Run looking to extend the lead to a 2-0, doing so with Piotr in the I7. Then we have a singular mouse, triple S-Conk. That's a lot of firepower plus double CS63.
Well, you got double 60 TP, double IS7, double mouse, and CS63 to round it out on the behalf of Falcon. A lot of super conks, like you said, not something that you'll get every day of the week on Ghost Town, and also double CS63, so really looking to control the outskirts, not just the town.
I mean, yeah, I mentioned a lot of firepower. That S-Conk gun, yes, the alpha
Love
kind of low, but everything else about it, what's not to like? Good gun handling, good DPM, good pen, just everything you could like, and that is a very interesting opening by Oper right from the get-go. I think we might be in for some action, because that triple CS going towards that northeastern side wasn't spotted. Yes, the IS-7 was, but nothing else. So now Falcons are actually driving into something that they don't know is there. It is going to be double CS plus one IS-7 against one CS and double IS-7, but the problem is that that is more HP for Falcons. The problem for Hit
What
and
a
Run
bait! What a bait! Well, okay,
hey,
maybe I was wrong. Maybe I've spoken a little bit too soon, because Piotr, he was trying to bait. He really was. He was trying to get Falcon to dump over onto him. Well, I tell you what, he's kind of achieved that, but he's also given up a huge chunk of his HP in doing so. So this will start to get a little bit messy for Hit and Run, and we once again have to look at that individual prowess to try to bring this game back. But I tell you what, that did not start the way that I thought it would.
Man, when the CSs have to start tanking for the IS-7, you know that a lot of it has gone wrong. Hit and Run are trying to recuperate on the rest of the map, but now Falcons in full approach here in the A8 positions. They're just going to drive in and finish off Hit and Run. Once again, you can see beautiful shielding going on by the team in purple, but I don't think that against this amount of HP by Falcons, it's going to be enough. The first kill coming through. Monster, the team captain, dropping to the grave. The caller, Piotr, as well, getting sent to the garage, and Marcel as well, down, out, followed by Kubash. Falcons, they did get beaten in game number 1, but oh my, are they on a roll here in game number 2.
Yeah, what an absolute mess from Hit and Run. They are not going to be happy with that one. If they were mad after round 1, they are going to be very, very disappointed with round 2. I don't think this is a salvageable situation. 3 on 7, but they're going to have to give it a crack anyway. Conrad, Never, Monairos. Not the kind of tanks really that you'd want in the clutch either. Certainly not the mouse. I guess you can make the argument for the Super Kongs given they have high DPM, but realistically these are not playmaking tanks, and it's really just not going to happen. Like, who am I kidding at this point?
Nah, Hit and Run just overthinking it here absolutely, completely. Once again, you saw the good shielding coming out, but when the tactic just gets absolutely hard countered, this is what you're faced with. 7-0 clean sweep, and you can see the home crowd is loving it.
So, P-Ham.
You know, the interesting thing here is when we saw the players after that round from Hit and Run, they actually weren't mad, because I think they knew that it was just the strat getting hard countered, whereas last, you know, and that happens. And I don't think they're going to be like too upset about that. Obviously, there is the argument to be made that your strats shouldn't get hard countered, but realistically, it just sometimes happens. There is the question to be asked towards Piotr, what was that peak? But realistically, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it changes anything. It was just that Falcons, whenever the score is 7-0, there was something else going wrong than just one player misspeaking.
So it looks like they've turned the hopium up in the air conditioning there.
I mean,
Jordan.
they've certainly turned up the heat. I am sweating.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, it didn't look very good from the outset for Hit and Run, did it? But I do wonder how that round really does change. If Piotr doesn't sacrifice half a tank's worth of HP, steps back a little bit, and then Falcon, in that case, actually baited to continue to push forward because they hadn't spotted the CSCC3s just yet. As far as they were concerned, it was just a sole IS-7, and I think that's what Piotr was trying to essentially sell to say, hey guys, come and get me, but maybe just overstepped a little bit. You know, showed that lower plate, IS-7, boom, off you go, there's half your HP gone, and at that point, that seems to be a bit of an unsalvageable situation, and it causes this snowball effect that makes it get worse and worse and worse, obviously, for Hit and Run. So, yeah, I mean, you can maybe talk about the bad setup, but I would almost say that looked like it was going to be a bad setup, actually, for Falcons, and then it turned in the other direction.
But that's the ball game at the end of the day. You make a play, either it works or it doesn't. That one didn't, and the Falcons proved that they can actually play when it comes to this. And for the first time this tournament, we see an attacking-sided Ghost Town. And, I mean, 63%, 62%. Yeah, but I mean, the stat 62%. That's heavily, heavy enough that it would indicate that we should have seen at least one defender round. But Kehan is that just a one-off? Is that something that you think Falcons can sustain, or are we going to see Hit and Run right the ship?
I wasn't going to say it in the game, but I'm going to say it now. Hit and Run have lost with exactly that strategy before to an opening that looked kind of similar like this. So, yeah, once again, they were just getting hard countered here. You keep wondering why they would play that opening again and again if they lose. It means that, I guess, in scrims it's working really well. But obviously the damage numbers, I mean 19,000 towards 12.5k, it just means, and the hit percent or the 10% wasn't necessarily the issue. I don't think it was just the strat getting hard counted, and that is why we didn't see the Hit and Run players upset after it. That all being said and done, obviously it takes two. It takes one tactic to get matched against the other, where one tactic is just simply better, but then it also requires the execution by the other team. And 7-0, it was just good, beautiful stuff. All around solid coming in from Falcons. So they're going to be happy about that one. I guess both teams are, at the end of the day, okay with Ghost Town went. As interesting as it is to say that. But yeah, Ghost Town, done and dusted. It's over with. We're headed in towards the next map, which I believe was Cliff.
We're going for the mirror matchup of the first series, Jordan. Look, I think, yeah, you could look at it in isolation. It is obviously 7 rounds played, so it's seven individual instances. It could be just a one-off. But I have to argue, Falcon are looking like they could actually contest this.
100%. I mean, I have no doubt about that. I think the big takeaway from the last map is that if they're given a bit of an opportunity, they are going to be able to run with it. Sure, they didn't maybe quite convert that first round on Ghost Town, but it was pretty close. And obviously the big opportunity that they got, which was in round 2, that one was certainly not going to be thrown away. So the ability is there, the individual skill is there. So that's where now you're starting to wonder, okay, is it just going to come down to that individual skill diff? Well, maybe not quite, but I still think there's just a little bit more cohesion available to Hit and Run. You'd imagine that strategically they're probably a little bit better. But like I said, if they're having a bit of an off day, if they're not quite, 100%ing things, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, if they're giving opportunities over to Falcon for those individuals to be able to step up, I mean, look, they're going to hit their shots. They're going to pen their shots. You put them in the right spot, they're going to do what they need to do. So, yeah, definitely some positive signs for Falcon. I don't know that I'm going to go so far as to say that I will predict them to win this series, but I think, yes, they will make it close.
Well, I mean, the difference between a good team and a great team is a good team can play well while ahead. A great team can play well while behind. And this is the first time that we are seeing Hit and Run pressured. Kehan, you're the obvious EU expert. In your opinion, how well does EU cope under the pump?
I mean, Hit and Run are absolutely experienced, at least online. There's no doubt about it. We'll have to see how it is offline.
Well, let's get into it. Map 2, it's Cliff to get things underway.
All right, map number 2, game number 3, Hit and Run versus Falcons. Hit and Run coming in with that 277 triple BZ75 and the triple CS to round it off.
Wow, it's another triple CS for Falcon, double BZ75 and double IS7. So, as Cliff sometimes tends to be, you might expect this one to be a pretty quick round. There's a lot of pace on both sides. They want to go somewhere fast, and I kind of like that. I think we're going to get a high-octane game. Follow that on from what we got to see on Ghost Town. I don't feel like either of these teams are going to be pulling any punches, and when you run triple CS63, surely you want to be going somewhere quick.
All right, any kind of subtlety, any hint at subtlety being dropped by Hit and Run here, all tanks towards the middle. Although I do believe, already looking at the minimap, that double CS is getting split off around the hill, so a bit of cover fire, crossfire potentially coming in for Falcons. It is the single ISM being split off. Ansha HR driving towards the donut with their double CS, so that is CS versus CS on the hill. We'll have to see if Robin is able to connect that one. No, the speedy mode is gonna say no to that one.
It just happens, doesn't it? It's unfortunate. Looked like a sure thing, but we'll go straight into the dirt, and in the end, both CS63s do manage to make the climb, but Monster, having copped some damage on the way up, is going to make
Piotr.
the 1v1 a little more difficult.
I mean, Piotr driving into the house there, but now the overpeak actually coming in from the double BZ75 from the upper side. Good shots coming in, but from the donut, the punish is there onto Neva and Conrad. The Hit and Run tanks needing to be careful, currently trailing a little bit in the HP department. And now Robin coming in with that CS63. He's going to win the hill fight as HR gets an Ignite.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Robin will have to be aware, though, that there can be some cross shots coming across, but I will say this is not looking good for Hit and Run. They are being out-brawled by Falcon now 2 rounds in a row. Minairo's 850 HP, needs to be very careful. Obviously, Never getting low, and Monster at the top of the hill. It seems like a matter of time before Robin will pick that kill up. Never mind, it was Never at the top of the hill to help out. And so Robin is back to 779. But
Well,
in having to do that, they have to send 2 tanks up the top of the cliff, and Hit and Run bolstering the defense on the top side, but giving up units elsewhere.
Robin there with that crucial pickup, and now Never on the hill is not going to be able to catch Robin. If that one doesn't want to, we'll have to wait and see. The roll may be coming through. No, it does not. And now Never is going to get the pickup, but Falcon still with the crucial HP advantage now, starting to collapse on towards the tanks of Piotr. That was just burning here down towards a one-shot. Is he going to make it around the house? Let's see, as Piotr does get picked up by Fenner, and Kubash now, the next one on the chopping block, does get another shot into Ansha. Ansha is going to be able to retaliate, so Kubash will get the pickup. No, it's going to be Marcel, but Kubash down towards a one-shot will not be able to stay safe. Hit and Run down towards 2k HP. 5 tanks available, but make that 4. And Falcons, they have HR. Still, the human resources department is going to send all of the Hit and Run players to the garage.
Yeah, a full HP CS63 at this point in the game is going to have so much freedom to roam around the map and do what he needs to do. 1.8764 Hit and Run total HP, and it's about 5.5 for Falcons, so you can all guess where this one is going to be going. Hit and Run, they are getting beaten at their own game. They have wanted to play this sort of aggressive style, this faster paced style. You saw that based on the tanks that they brought into this game, but for Falcon, they're more than happy to take that dance.
Oh man, HR, he's taking his sweet time, and now the problems are mounting for Hit and Run as HR comes from the back reflection with the pickup onto Marcel, all but confirms the victory for Falcon here, for the Chinese team that for the first time in the upper bracket semi-final are going to pull ahead as Reflection gets the pickup. It's 2 for Falcons and 1 for Hit and Run.
NA debated, EU overrated. Long have we waited for Chinese supremacy here in World of Tanks. And look, Cliff, we know it. It's the brawl mat. You're going to go for a fight, but I mean, Key, is there any concern that China in the Falcons is starting to claw their way through?
I think they're ticking all the boxes here right now. Like, yeah, the first Ghost Town game, Hit and Run was able to pull through just because, you know, it's Hit and Run that sometimes happens. second round, you know, you could say hard counter by tactic, but here it really did come into effect that, you know, they were starting to get out positioned. Not necessarily out brawled, I wouldn't say, but the thing is that normally Cliff is one of those maps where you want to take the crucial crossfire positions to be able to inflict the punishment, and Hit and Run just didn't do that. Instead, it was Falcons just continuously getting those shots in. Absolutely well played to them.
Well, I mean, it was that start. I think it was Monster in the CS pushing up the hill, and he copped a shot to the back from the bowl. I mean, it was the like you said, the positioning from Falcons. They were just in the right place, the right time, with the right shots lined up, Jordan, and it was really masterful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty standard on the attack to have a tank set up to spot the cross on the hill. There's a line that you can find yourself on, and obviously as long as that tank then gets spotted on the climb, which is definitely going to happen if you're climbing a tank yourself, you should be able to at least try to get one shot in, which doesn't always connect. It's a pretty long-range shot. Sometimes, you know, the dispersion and such causing some problems there, but they do manage to hit that shot, and in doing so, they give the advantage to their CS63 on the climb, which obviously, as we mentioned, then had to draw the extra rotation from another tank of Hit and Run up to the top side of the map to assist in that fight, which ultimately ended up going 1-for-1 anyway, not to mention a bit of extra damage going into one of the BC75s for that trouble. So it sort of compounds. It's one of those things, again, it's like the ripple effect. That happens a lot in World of Tanks, and especially in the 7v7. One little thing, which you think, oh yeah, one shot worth of damage at the start of the round, it's not really going to make a big difference. But especially in such a pivotal fight, like the one on Cliff at the top of the hill, that one shot worth of damage, CS63 versus CS63, I mean, you put one against the other, and one's already taken a shot worth of damage. This guy's going to win because this guy's got less HP. It just works like that. It's a mirror match. So they need to do something about that. Obviously, that means they're putting more resources into a situation where they ideally wouldn't have to.
It wasn't just a win, CS63 on CS63. Robin, the player up on the hill for Falcons, by the time he died, that BC75 had 83 HP. So again, it's those little micro moments that are leading to macro victories. Right now, look, I think there is a possibility we see this go 1-1 again, Ken. I think that's probably the likely possibility. But
I mean, the thing is, what I started before the match actually started is that, you know, I think, or I thought at least, that Hit and Run was the better team, should be the favored one coming into this one. But then again, both of those teams have the possibility to run away with it. And the way that the Hit and Run players' faces actually looked after this last round, like, obviously they didn't really show a reaction after round number 2. They were angry after round number 1, but here they seemed like genuinely not maybe scared necessarily, but they were like, okay, we really have to take this seriously because we're starting to lose the match, guys.
That hubris potentially coming into play. I mean, you see players like Minairos dancing onto the stage when you're walking out. Potentially that could indicate there's maybe a level of arrogance, and see HR there for a moment, the MVP, consistently being talked about. He's consistently in the conversations for this Falcons roster, Jordan. I mean, confidence must be growing for this Falcons roster. They're playing at home in front of a local crowd. They could find themselves in the upper bracket final with just a little bit more success. They're looking like they could be the one to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a dangerous prospect, definitely. They're looking quite free at the moment. My question is going to be, if they do manage to go up 3-1 or 3-2, and they get to that point where they're actually on match point, is that where things start to sort of tick over in their head a little bit more and the pressure's back on the Chinese squad? I think until we're at the point where they can win, then they're not going to be feeling the pressure. But as soon as they get to the point where they're, you know, actually, oh, we might actually get a big win here in front of the audience, then you're starting to get into your own head a little bit.
Look at that. I mean, the Chinese players must be loving it here. They probably have some sense of the crowd cheering them on right now. And here, oh, you can see Never. Oh, a lot of the Hit and Run players there.
But you look at these guys, Polish, they're usually pretty stoic individuals. They keep things close to the chest, and someone like Never especially, I don't think that dude's cracked a smile at all this tournament. It's just stone cold. Whereas, you know, one of the younger players in this roster, Minairos, he's been a little bit more emotional, a little bit more vocal. He looks like he's trying to compose himself here a little bit. The deep breaths coming through, Jordan. As we jump into the second round of Cliff, do we see it tie it once again, or do we see China draw ahead?
right, round number 4 in between Falcons and Hit and Run. Falcons looking to extend that lead, bringing a singular BZ, triple IS7, triple CS63 once again.
Yeah, much heavier lineup from Hit and Run this time around, just the double BZ75, but have a look at all the IS7s rounded out with the Bat Chat. So Falcons, they want to keep that same kind of playstyle. They want to go fast. They want to take map control. Ooh. Hit and Run, on the other hand, going to be a little bit slower to move around.
By the way, Jordan, we have a total of 7 IS7s in this matchup that are running Grousers. Let's go! As we do see the initial split-ups of the quadruple IS7 for Hit and Run getting sent towards the 1-2 line, everyone else going middle, and for the team of Falcons, it is actually 5. Make that 6 tanks, as Ansha also driving towards the 1-2 line, and now double tank at the stone is going to make it kind of difficult for the team of Hit and Run, as they do just pull through here. Piotr, Never, Marcel, they're just gonna keep going in those IS7s. The Grousers really enabling the mobility. They're going to sandwich the tanks at the stone as Minaris and Monster from the top side going to come in. It's going to be a brawl in the 1-2 line.
Where is the focus fire from Hit and Run and from Falcon? Well, it certainly looked a little bit better from Hit and Run initially. All those shots went into the CS63, but it's actually Conrad that will drop first. Very shortly after, Robin will follow. We're back to the 6-on-6, but I'm actually impressed that Falcon was able to get the opening pick there.
Yeah, exactly, and now Neva and Piotr trying to hold the angle, trying to, with the focus fire against the tanks that are starting to overpush. Fender, the one to bear the brunt of the damage. Never here, down and out, maxed out. Minairos down and out, 5 versus 6 tanks here, and the Falcons with the HP disadvantage, as one of them was apparently set on fire, but is still a neck and neck as another gun drops for Hit and Run. The effective DPM for the Polish team just crumbling in front of our eyes.
Yeah, Piotr is a dead man walking at this point. There's just no way that IS7 survives. Otto's going to win the 1v1 against Neva as well. Has such an advantage on the HP pool, and well, you'd have to look at the rest of the squad to sort of pick that extra deficit back up. Sure, Hit and Run have some health to play with here, but they are about to be down another tank. That shot went into the gun, I think.
Yeah, and now Never here down towards one shot. He doesn't have the reload against Otto either. Has to hunker down behind this house. Somehow has to make one more shot count. Is he going to do it? Yes, he does, but he does get picked up in turn. It's going to be Otto with the 5th kill for his team, but still the HP neck and neck, but actually 4 versus 2 advantage, and also Hit and Run at the end of the day as the dust of this 1-2 line brawl settles. We are still left with the fact that Hit and Run are attacking.
Yeah, it's definitely still losable for Falcon. If they throw this one away, it would be a painful one to lose, but you'd have to say Falcon are in the pole position to pick this one up, to be sure.
Ooh, Kubaj and HR spotting each other out. Not sure why HR didn't react sooner on that one. 675 possible one shot now for that big alpha gun of that BZ75. And you can see Kubaj here trying to play a very, very dangerous game. Does not connect that one. I think that was just the outskirt. And now Reflection here starting to drive around Monster with a proxy spot. But obviously what goes one way comes around the other one. That is basically all of the information of where the Hit and Run tanks just given up towards the team of Falcons.
Yeah, this is very classic of Falcon, though, when they find themselves in at least a perceived advantage on the defense. They're not going to move. We saw that against a couple of teams yesterday. They want to just bunker down, sit in spot, and essentially force Hit and Run to come to them, which can be a good way of playing things out, but similarly, you're also kind of leaving the onus on your opponents to play the game out the way that they want to. And I would say, again, it's not impossible for Hit and Run to win this if they can drive in and potentially blow up Fender and HR in their first couple of shots.
They need 2 rolls. They need the roll onto Fender, they need the roll onto HR, and even then, oh, Monster there though, starting with the play, boosting towards the stone. That is a play and a half from the player from Poland, from the team captain himself. He only takes 1, takes 2 for it, 1600. A big shot coming out, but it is not going to be the roll that he needed. But the fact that Monster is still up, that means that HR now has to try and drive around, and I think that the BZ from the upper side, he also
dies to Kubaj,
has
right?
a shot as well. HR surely gonna fall to Kubaj soon here. We can see Monster eyeing himself a bit of that IS-7 here, starting to aim in. Does not get the roll either, but now in come Oh, there's the pickup onto HR. Reflection driving over. That is going to be a 3-shot onto a
They're
Monster.
choking.
That's why Otto is driving. Now Kubosh coming in from the other side. Good shot by Monster into Otto, but Kubosh doesn't have to reload. This means that Monster is probably now going to take one from the front and from the back. This is problematic for the team of Invil, because surely Monster must be dying now, as he does. Only Kubosh remaining. And now Kubosh coming in here, trying to pick up Fender. He needs to get away from Reflection, from Otto. That both of them are reloaded now. He's probably going to take one, surely, but Laurel 508. It is a 50-50 whether he's going to die next shot.
I mean, in theory, he should still survive, right? Assuming the roll is true, so he can kind of gamble that he's going to at least be able to eat one more shot here, which is not really going to be enough to make him feel safe, especially considering Reflection at the very worst case is a 2-shot for Falcon. I think they might have just done enough here, the Chinese squad, to eke out a 3-1, but that was some really touchy moments. And a couple of bounce shots, a couple of missed shots from Falcon have certainly made this one closer than it ought to have been.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure definitely on here for Kubosh in this 1v2. But honestly, at this point in time, he's going to be driving in towards stationary guns. He can't even be sure to survive one of the shots by Falcons. He does see it, but he only sees the turret, and obviously Otto now having the notification that he's spotted. He's going to realize roughly from which angle that was the case with 1 minute and 47. Anything and everything that is remaining for the players of Falcons is just to hunker down and wait. Play the waiting man's game. Let Kubosh do the mistakes.
Yeah, they're feeling a bit tense, though. You can see in the player cams there, they're looking a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious. It's always a little scary when you get that spot notification and you don't get the info yourself.
I mean, a backwards side-scraping IS-7, that is a blast from the past. And now Kubosh does get spotted. I mean, low roll coming out, but does it matter at this point? No, of course not, as Reflection is going to reload. Kubosh cannot commit in here anymore. He knows that. And at some point in time, I mean, as soon as Reflection gets unspotted, he might even try to close the distance here, as Kubosh takes a swing, takes a miss. Otto starting to peak. And yeah, they're not even starting to risk it anymore. Reflection still with the broken engine. Does he have a repair kit available? No. Doesn't matter. Same answer.
Yeah, indeed. The time's going to tick away, and Kubosh is not really going to be able to do too much. I guess Reflection will get the killing blow right here for his side. That's as easy as it's going to be. Falcon go up 3-1.
If looks could kill, Minaros is not happy at all, and I can understand why.
They were daggers coming out of his eyes on towards the screen. He was not a happy man.
And justifiably, I mean, Jordan, 3-1 against Falcons. And I did say at the beginning of the day, Oper looking like the stronger team, hit and run. They're crumbling at the first sign of resistance.
Yeah, no doubt about it. At this point in time, it has to be said, this is definitely not the hit and run that we would have expected to see. I've also got to give credit, though, to Falcon, who are playing really well. I mean, a lot of these initial setups do feel a bit like 50-50s. That one there on Cliff, you've just got, what, 4 tanks kind of driving at each other underneath the donut. Who hits the better shots, who pens more shots, who focus fires better, essentially wins in that brawl. And I mean, again, initially, like I said, I actually thought Hit and Run kind of got out of the gates a little bit stronger in that engagement. They had good focus fire onto the CS63. However, they couldn't finish that tank off, and they actually lost the first pick. So at that point, 6-on-7, more guns in the game, more DPM available. Slowly but surely, that starts to extrapolate and it kind of expand upon itself. And compound is actually the word that I'm looking for there. It compounds upon itself. And, well, we do see Falcons kind of drawing ahead slowly but surely. And, yeah, it gets quite close. I honestly kind of thought for a moment there that Falcons was going to throw that one away just by being a little bit too tentative in the 4-on-2 and giving a bit too much room to the hit-and-run players. But ultimately, they got it done.
That's the thing. High risk, high reward versus low risk, low reward. It's a gamble, and it's paying off. And unfortunately for hit and run, when you're playing against the house, and the house is here in Shanghai, the hometown team is more than likely to walk away the winners. But look, let's give hit and run a fair cop here, Keehan. map number 3 is going to be mine. In your opinion, does that favour a
That's-
comeback? Does that push us towards a tiebreaker? Or is that where the door slams shut for EU?
Normally, that means we are looking at an upper bracket final that would consist of Oper and Falcons.
Wow.
Mines is one of those 1-in-1 maps. So unless something entirely unexpected happens, we are looking at the knockdown of the first European team down into the lower bracket, where I believe Hit and Run would have the rematch against Mori-Chan.
Wow. That's not what you expected. Hit and Run to be knocked out in the first round of the upper bracket and then have to face off against Mori-Chan. Looking at the scores there, of course, I mean, it's a wild day for World of Tanks, Jordan. But it's kind of what you want.
Oh, I mean, for
we're,
sure.
we're here in Shanghai. You want a Chinese team in the upper bracket. And it's that story, the underdog story. And looking at the numbers, Falcons are playing lights out at the moment.
Yeah, they're hitting everything. Well, obviously not everything, but about as much as what you'd hope to see. If those numbers are sitting around 90% on both hits and pens, then you're doing a really, really good job. Obviously, you know, looking at the damage charts there, they're able to sort of outstrip their opponents. And I will say, the Chinese teams, they used to be my homies back in the day, back in the WGL days. Didn't have a lot of success internationally, so I'm happy to see them doing well here against Europe on home soil.
Yeah, and now we do see Monster, the team captain for Hit and Run, trying to put the team on his back. And on the other side for Falcons, Otto there with a stellar performance, 5k damage, 2 kills to his name, 100% pen rate. It doesn't get much better than that.
And he's also playing some dicey positions throughout that second round, Jordan. Honestly, I think the positioning from the Falcons has been pretty spot on here in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I got to say, I think at this point, the thing is, like, it's always possible to lose 2-0 on Mines. There's a chance, but realistically, you'd have to say this one definitely looks like the pathway is open. It's on a silver platter, so to speak, for Falcons.
All right, hot take from my side. If Falcons lose Mines 0-2, then they lose the match.
I could see it. Honestly, I think you got to wonder just how resilient that Chinese mental is. But I mean, look, I'll put it to you, Kehan, obviously, again, as the EU representative on the broadcast. If you were part of this Hit and Run team, what is it that you're saying to the boys to try and get them back into this Mines map?
A lot of words starting with K. On the other hand, I mean, for Hit and Run, it's not going to be all over if they lose this. If they lose this next game. I mean, yes, they'll be locked down towards the lower bracket, where they do arguably have the easiest team to play out of the 3 that are already in the lower bracket. The other 2 being gcat and Smile, but they don't want to be there, obviously. They want to go in towards the upper bracket final to, in worst case, go towards lower bracket final, but maybe it's not in their hands. Who knows?
But, I mean, the thing is, Jordan, it's easy to take a lead in a match.
Well,
it's about being able to close it. I mean, how many times have we seen teams on the precipice of victory only to be denied?
That's exactly what I was saying at the start of the last round. It's definitely possible that we've gotten to this point now where the Chinese teams, they've been playing, they've been feeling free, they're feeling comfortable, but now, as you say, we're kind of one round away, and that one round can sometimes be the hardest one to pick up. So, especially with the knowledge in mind that we're going to be going into the attacking side first for Falcons here on Mines, the job doesn't necessarily get any easier.
I mean, I would say both on Conrad's and on the Chinese players' face, grim determination.
Well, that's it. One round. All that separates China from the upper bracket. Gentlemen, it's Mines.
All right, possibly the last round here in the upper bracket semifinals. Hit and Run trying to stay alive in just that, doing so with triple 60TP, 705A, and triple CS.
Yeah, faster lineup from Hit and Run there with the triple CS, but then again, for Falcon, you'd have to say the same thing. Triple BZ 75, They like to get their movement on. IS-7, couple of them, E5 and a mouse out to finish it off for Falcon. What the triple CS63 is going to get up to on the defense?
I mean, triple CS63 are going to go towards the middle, and if that opening by the team of Hit and Run is anything to go by, then it is in your face. We want to brawl it out. We want to bring the hurt to you. But on the other hand, by the team of Falcons, we see that they're opting not to go towards that middle. We see 8-9 and 1-2 line commitment.
Okay, so I think this is what the Chinese casters were talking about when they said on the attack of mines, the Chinese teams, they do not mind a two-flag push, and obviously the double IS-7, one of the better tanks to be setting up in that department. Great hold down. Sometimes difficult to get the reset shots on if they're playing in that exact position.
All right, Minairos there in that 705. Now we know why he is there. He's supposed to be in the hold down. He's supposed to be supplying the resets. And now Auto and Reflection here driving over the 8 line. That is unexpected to say the very least. And we see Kubash and Never scurrying to help Monster there in that CS63. Another shot from the third CS coming in. Good shot by Monster, not taking one in return. Kubash is going to go in towards the DBM duel against Auto. Probably Never also scurrying closely, but the cap is still going.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point that I want to make. Hit and Run, they're dedicating a lot of their forces to finishing off Reflection and Auto here, but they also have to be aware of the cap. There's 3 tanks there. Yes, you're able to get some resets onto Ansha, but that is a mouse in front of the double IS-7, and the IS-7s are the 2 tanks with the cap point, so at some point they're going to have to get a reset elsewhere, and that comes from Piotr in the CS63 from behind. It's a massive brawl, multiple skirmishes all over the map, but I've got to say, I think at this point, Hit and Run, they're looking good to hold on.
Hit and Run indeed looking good as Otto trying to boost away from danger. He's gonna get shot down though. 2 unanswered kills by the side of Hit and Run, and at this point in time the resets also firmly secured. Falcon there with a cheeky attack on the attacking side of Mines, but honestly at the end of the day, yes, there is still 5 tanks remaining for the team of Falcons, but it is still Mines attack, and you know, to be honest, you can try to be cheeky there. You're never realistically supposed to be winning it. So, yeah, Falcons trying something. It didn't work out. And now Hit and Run are faced with the prospect. I mean, Falcons still in it, still 8,000 HP, so they're trying to, you know, sort of stabilize the round. They are trying to get the cap going again, but realistically, there shouldn't be a way for them back into that.
Yeah, just a little bit too much mobility for Hit and Run. I think in particular, Piotr getting around the backside in the CS63 is really what brought Falcon unstuck, because the only thing keeping them in that fight was the cap pressure. As soon as the cap pressure is relieved, it's like they sort of turn off the waterfall essentially, and Hit and Run are now more than happy to just take a chill pill. Falcon, I think, are going to slowly but steadily find themselves falling out of this round. There's still 5 minutes on the clock, can you believe it? But it's fair to say this round is already over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can try to see Fender here to do, like, you can try, you can see him trying to do anything is what I think I am trying to say. But yeah, HR now driving over towards the island, like H1, J1. Realistically, it's not going to change a whole lot at this point in time. Hit and Run, double the HP. Once again, cap does get started, but that just means that Ansha is just exposing himself towards Minairos in that 705A. Actually, kind of interesting coming to think about it. Normally, you would expect like a 277 or an IS-7 in that position, just because they also have the quicker reload. And if you try to get those reloads with the HE, then it doesn't matter what kind of caliber it is, you're gonna be doing damage anyway, and that means the reset. But yeah, overall, you could say Falcons with an attempt that did not work out. I don't think they're going to be too unhappy about it. I don't think the team of Hit and Run is or were at any point in time particularly concerned about how it was progressing, because they found the right reactions. Yeah, in the end, Hit and Run still with the big, like, this round was never the one where Falcons were supposed to close out the match. It still is the problem for Hit and Run that they now have upcoming their Mines attack.
Yeah, I mean, in saying that, I guess there's, excuse me, a little bit of momentum here for Hit and Run off the back of a very strong defense on Mines. How much that will help them on the attack, I have to wait and see. Yeah, like that little pocket strat from Falcon. I do wonder how things might have changed up had they not committed the double IS-7 into the defender spawn. I could understand the idea, but ultimately it did just sort of feel like they got themselves stuck in a bit of a crossfire and might have been a little bit more beneficial just sitting on the mid-hill potentially, causing a little bit more pressure onto those tanks in mid. Trying to keep the cap pressure on. Not sure. Either way, has not worked out for Falcon, and we are getting a bit of a slow and painful death here on Mines, it has to be said.
I mean, realistically, I think both teams already not really talking about the round anymore that they are in currently. They're just trying to go through their check boxes for the next one that's upcoming, for the next one that is, I think, actually probably going to decide. I mean, you know, Monster there's the team captain styling a bit on towards the enemy BZ here. I think he was picking up HR with a good little cheeky cupola shot, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter here. It's just target practice for both teams. Just trying to keep their hands warm probably on that stage, as Never gets the pickup onto Fender. Jiangshan and Robin remaining on 1900 HP combined, make that 1260. 2 minutes remaining, the siren announcing it. But yeah, Hit and Run are going to get a bit closer once again. It's going to be 2 to 3, but a mountain, a mountain on mines to climb for them.
We've almost seen the full array of emotion from Minairos on stage. We had frustration, we had you know, apathy, resignation, depression there a little bit. I mean, look, he wasn't absolutely stoked, but it was a win. But I mean, again, it was that high risk, high reward. Falcons made the gamble key, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, then again, if you're ever going to gamble, it is going to be during Mines attack, because I mean, for the past, I don't know how many years, probably a decade by now, everyone and their grandma, plus their grandma's dog knows, Mines attack, you're unlikely to win.
Yeah, mate, even when you used to be able to boost a back chat all the way up the top outside of the map, it was difficult on the attack.
Man, I love doing that so much.
That is one thing that I do definitely miss. I really do miss that. But either way, yeah, look, obviously always going to be difficult for Falcons to get that one over the line. I don't mind the fact that they try to go for something a little bit different, bit of a pocket strat, try to maybe beat Hit and Run with pace, but you obviously saw the fundamentals were there enough for Hit and Run. They had the recourse, they had the response, and Piotr in particular with the flank around the back being able to get the important reset, I think is what really not saves the day necessarily, because it wasn't out of the realms of a win really for Hit and Run at any point, but it kind of ensures the victory, I guess, is my point. So well done from Hit and Run and Falcons. Yeah, I mean, they'll just brush that one off and say, we were never meant to win that one. This next round coming up is the big one, though.
Well, I mean, they say an object in motion will stay in motion. We've just seen Falcon stall key. Do you reckon they can start that engine again, keep things moving forward? Or is this that brick wall that now Hit and Run have set up?
The thing is that basically, yeah, you know, an object that is in motion stays in motion, but for most of the match, you know, to be honest, it was the team of Falcons that have looked kind of like that unstoppable force, and Hit and Run just weren't the immovable object that they were meant to be. Like, they were just getting pushed around multiple rounds in a row. So yeah, what Jordan said applies, I think, is that basically Falcons are going to brush off their Mines attack. You know, back even then, I was only playing Silver League, but even there, it was like, yeah, Mines attack. I mean, let's try something cheeky. We're going to lose anyway, and then we're going to pick up our attack, and then we see how it goes from there.
Well, I mean, let's work on the assumption that it does go Hit and Run's way again, Jordan, and we go to Tundra. But is there still that faith that Falcons can win it if we do have to go to a tiebreaker?
If you want to rewind the VOD, there was a point at the very start of this when we were talking about the maps where I said, if they can go 1-1 on Ghost Town, if they can go 1-1 on Cliff, in theory they can go 1-1 on Mines, and I think they're in with a chance there if we do make it to Tundra. Now, it's kind of not quite gone that way, actually. They've managed to pick up the 2-0 on Cliff, so I mean, I'm already sort of getting one step ahead of myself by even talking about our decider map, which on the graphic there says Himmelsdorf, so I guess I'll have to wait and see whether or not that ends up being the case, but I'm pretty sure it was Tundra. Like
it is Tundra.
But yeah, look, I think for me, 1-1 on Mines is what I'd be expecting at this point. I don't think we go to Tundra, but sure, let's just assume that we do. I think they're still in a good spot. I thought they had a pretty good game on Tundra. The VZ55s, was that from Falcon or was that from gcat? I'm pretty sure it was from Falcon.
Maybe it was.
Either way,
Falcons,
they've got something cooking under the you know.
Oh look, Nairos, the emotional one, coming in with the damage. And to be honest, he was playing one of those key and handy positions on Mines.
He's one of the most dour MVPs I've ever seen.
Oh, I mean, 90% pen rate with a 705A. It's an iffy gun with low pen, and he still manages 5.5k damage, so definitely deserved MVP, and he probably screamed himself into that position as well, considering how emotional we've seen him in the post-battle videos.
Yeah, I would imagine it was probably more frustration that he was feeling. That I would imagine that was probably a pretty exerting position to be playing on that map. But I mean, we have to turn our attention, of course, to the switch. Falcons now going into what should be the key that unlocks that door to the upper bracket final, Jordan. But again, we have seen teams fumble on the finish line. Do they lock it? Do they seal the deal? Do they get through and make it so that there is an EU and Chinese team in both the upper and lower brackets?
I think so. I think so. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt here. They've played a good game so far today. They've been able to convert the rounds that they should have. They've done really well in the brawls, in the setups. I don't see any reason why you would want to make an argument against Falcon at this point. I think they've upheld their end of the bargain. Now we have to ask one more time, can you uphold your end of the bargain by winning defense on Mines? They should win it. They have won the rounds they should have won so far. I'll give them the credit where it's due. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say I think they do it here.
I mean, same by me. Honestly, Mines defense, if I was saying anything but, you know, Falcons is very likely to win it. People would accuse me of having taken some copium as well from Europe all the way to China, so no. Falcons are meant to win.
I don't know. I saw a flicker of a smile there from Minaira, so obviously the mood's shifting
Should we
just
be worried, though?
a little bit. It could be, who knows. But it comes down to this. Mines about to get underway. The China booked the upper bracket final.
Potentially the last game of the series. It's Falcon trying to lock in the spot in the upper bracket final and trying to do so on Mines defense with quadruple BZ75, a singular E5 and CS63 ×2.
Double BZ75, double IS7, IS4, CCTP 277 to round things out for hit and run. So changing things up a little bit. IS4 is something that doesn't get picked up all that often. They must have a plan for it. I wonder where it's going to end up.
Ooh, so both teams from their defensive sides are going to go towards the middle. And if hit and run have to do it, then this is going to be a prime opportunity. 1k more HP for them. Good connection into Robin, good connection into Ansha, but that means that the hill control has now switched in favor of Falcons. Yes,
they are a bit
low, but now the quadruple BZ75 in that middle. We'll have to wait and see. Does hit and run go for the over push? It seems to be that way as Marcel gets pushed out of the way by Never.
Where are the shots
commitment coming in, but the damage is not coming. Octo already down towards 1800, but that wasn't a good salvo by hit and run.
No, I don't know if it was great from Falcon either, to be quite honest with you. I think they bounced a bunch of shells as well, but Never down to a one-shot. I've just seen a shell go over his head. He's eventually fallen defender. There is a quick trade coming through, though, from hit and run. This is a good old-fashioned Mines brawl. Exactly what you like to see. 58 HP for Piotr is very nice, assuming you can get one more shot off, which won't happen. But Falcon, they're hanging in there. They're fighting hard. It's 4-on-4. The trades are coming through. Hit and run have the health advantage right now.
Hit and run with the health advantage, but the DPM advantage there for Falcons as they do have those CSs. And the question is for hit and run, who do we focus fire right now? Jiangshan with that 1500 HP BZ. The easy focus fire coming through for the team of Falcons because Kubash is now Jiangshan down towards 916. Kubash getting picked up because before he can do another shot of damage, Jiangshan down towards a one-shot. Conrad needs to pick that one up in order to win the match, but we'll have to wait and see as Ansha is coming in from the backlines monster with the shield, meaning that Conrad is going to stay alive. Will Fender be able to pick it up? Conrad with another shot in towards Robin. That is lauding from the hill, pouring in that DPM. Ansha down towards 80, but that means a lot of DPM will have to be wasted on towards that CS monster going down towards one shot. The kill coming through, but Robin from the hill able to get the pickup. And 2 versus 1 here. Minairos has got to do it all in the upper bracket semis.
It's not over just yet. Let's see if Minairos can clutch this one. Oh, the shot went into the gun. The shot went into the gun. That surely is going to be it. Sealed and dealed. Hit and run down to the one remaining member, Robin and Fender, to keep this one alive and in fact seal it for Falcon. And there's no doubt about it now, 734 HP. It's going to be the 1-2 punch from the BZ75 and the CS63 to finish this one off. Fender, bit of an antsy shot. But still, Robin will slide one more through.
And the low roll coming through means the CS can peak. And Falcons are gonna lock in their spot in the upper bracket final.
Well, gentlemen, EU and China in the upper bracket finals. This is not the situation we expected coming into today. Sorry, I got this. We don't need that anymore. Here's the real script for you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
The EU
good
script's
sir.
in the bin, but it has to be said, despite everything, it just came down to who was better on the day, and there is no doubt now that Jordan, Falcons were the better team.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying it. I mean, I've been casting World of Tanks for a very long time, and I don't think I've really ever seen a Chinese team topple a European team. Certainly not the seed 1 from Europe. That very rarely happens. I mean, look, I guess it's a different time now than what it was back in 2017, 2018, where there was that European dominance over the Asia-Pacific region. But now, yeah, China certainly seeming to at least fly the flag. And yes, I will say China is part of Asia-Pacific because, hey, they're in Asia. So we'll claim that one. Thank you very much,
Who's
boys.
up in the copium now?
Big dub over these European posers. They come in and I've never even heard of. Like, who hit and run? Never heard of them. Falcon. They're the new kings.
Yeah, well, look,
For now, at least.
And what a way to do it, though, Keyhand. The
Absolutely.
handshake in the middle of mine said, look, we are just going to do this as raw as possible. 2 teams enter, 1 team leaves. And it looked like maybe just for a moment, Hit and Run were going to bring it back. But in that chaotic moment, in the insanity, it just wasn't to be there.
I mean, I can't believe that I'm saying this as well, but basically, on Cliff 2 times, and here also on Mines on their defense, it is just the team of Falcons that both of the times looked for the brawl and ended up winning it. Unusual penetration issues for the players of Hit and Run there. The pen rate's simply not there. Normally you would expect that from them. And other than that, the confidence by Falcons as well to just stand up to Hit and Run and say, yo, you guys winning a lot in Europe. Well, this is China. We don't care. We are number 1.
And I mean, it's also worth mentioning Hit and Run's day just doubled in size, Jordan. They've now got to play through the lower bracket. Falcons
That's true.
get to go and have a nice rest and wait till tomorrow where they get the chance at the rematch against Oper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a look at that lower bracket run as well. I mean, not only do they have to play the lower bracket quarterfinal and potentially then the lower bracket semi-final, they've also got to play the lower bracket final and then the grand final if they can make that one.
potentially play the semi-final? Are you doubting that Hit and Run can make that lower bracket run now?
I mean, look, it's definitely a possibility, but my main takeaway, my main point is if they do want to make it back through to that grand final, from this point currently, they've still got to play another 4 games, which is an insane amount of games. They've only played, what, 3 so far in the event in a day and a half. They've still got, I guess, the lion's share of their games still yet to play if they want to make it through to that grand final. Not to mention, the games still yet to play are going to be longer than the games that they've already played. There's no more best of 5s anymore, and actually, if they make it to that grand final, it's also a best of 9. So this goes from being a pretty cruisy run into the grand final, which is what we all theorize would be the case for Hit and Run, to now a marathon grind through the lower bracket that if they do make it to the grand final, they're going to be absolutely stumped by the time they get there.
Then again, obviously, I have to come in with the copium, with the hopium at this point for you, as we do see the damage numbers. And as I said, uncharacteristic non-pen problems here for the side of Hit and Run. Yes, a lot of hits, a lot of pens, but not when it actually did end up mattering. That for one. And for two, why I'm saying I'm coming in with the copium and the hopium both is that we recently had a 15v15 tournament actually in Europe, one of our Clan Showdown editions, and the team that ended up taking it all, that ended up winning, did on the second day 3 tiebreakers in a row on Fish Bay and won all of them. I think that was 5 + 5 + 7 is 17 games in a single day.
And there you go, your MVP, Robin. But the interesting stat that we just passed over for both teams in that round, 50% of the damage was held by 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, you have these big individuals stepping up, and to be honest, that's kind of what you want if you're Falcons there. The CS63s, they're brought for that exact reason. And as we saw from Robin, a really critical performance coming through. And the scary thing about those kinds of moments, if you've ever played a 5v5 or a 7v7 type format, or even, let's be real, like a 15-15 in like Clan Wars or something like that, it feels like when you get down to those low numbers scenarios, every single shot matters. And if you're the guy that doesn't pen the shot, misses the shot, bounces the shot, you know, you just feel the weight of the world upon your shoulders, because you know essentially by missing that shot or bouncing that shot, you've probably thrown the game away. So
well, that's the thing.
Lots of pressure on the shoulders.
Especially in a brawl like we just saw. If there is one player missing their shot, that means that someone from the other team is still surviving.
Correct.
Gets air
Doing
damage
another one.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean,
good gun barrel block as well by the Chinese player. I think it was Kubash surviving there for a long time. And that can be very annoying if the enemy player like gets off the timing to actually block your shot. So it takes 2, like one of them, you know, not penning, the other one actually blocking the heat shell. Good stuff. But yeah, what Jordan says, it feels absolutely, and I've had my fair share of those, that's why I know how it feels like, right? But it felt actually terrible to be missing or not connecting, not penetrating those shots.
well, I mean, now the obvious question has to be asked. They've taken down one European team. They've now got to look towards the other European team, the one that's already beat them 3-2. And then, of course, you look beyond that question. Can Falcons not only beat Oper in the upper bracket, can they find themselves in the grand final?
You know what? It's actually kind of a nice way that it's played out for Falcons, because they did actually lose to Oper off the basis of a Mines defense in the tiebreaker. Then
True.
They kind
of
get their redemption, yeah, with the win on the Mines defense. I mean, I know it wasn't in a tiebreaker, but it did come down to Mines as being the decider map, if we want to go with that sort of discussion. So, yeah, look, I actually think there definitely is a chance. They've already showed that they can really take it to the European teams, particularly, in this case, obviously Hit and Run, but a 3-2 loss, I think, with a tiebreaker map of defense Mines in favor of Oper in the group stage. You have to say, like, that's still not a bad shout from Falcons. I'll definitely give them the credit going into that match that I think that they can win it. Will I predict it? We'll figure that one out overnight, but the possibility is 100% there.
Coming to the tournament, we predicted it would be a European grand final.
Still could be.
Still could be, but the way things are shaping up now, we could be facing a tournament where Oper and Falcons play each other 3 times heading into the grand final.
Is the way of the double elimination bracket, and to be honest, that is also the beauty of it, because you do get to see the best teams play a lot. So essentially the double elimination bracket ensuring for all of us that we're going to get a lot of those very, very high quality gameplay moments that I think all of us are essentially looking for there, right? That's why we're here for. That all being said and done, obviously we are going to be seeing Hit and Run once again later today against the representative of the region that you're cheering for?
No,
I think that might be a bit of a tough one for
Our
them.
representative just won.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
True. You incorporated China now.
Yeah,
I see
yeah.
how it is, yeah.
I mean, China used to always play in APAC, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, of course, then the question has to be asked. You know, so they've just lost to China, Hit and Run suffering their first loss. They've already dropped the round to Triple MC at the past key hand.
Surely not.
Is there a chance that off the back of this, their mental is such that somehow APAC could come out on top?
No.
Okay, yeah, the copium stops there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I would
yeah,
agree.
I mean, hitting the halfway point of you know, Elimination Saturday, Jordan. It has been a bit of a shake-up.
Powering through it, aren't we? I mean, there hasn't been like a super close game so far, a 4-1 and a 4-2.
We still only one tiebreaker the whole tournament.
I'm looking at the rest of the matches here that are yet to come. I'm thinking gcat Smile could be a pretty close one. I don't know. I mean, I thought gcat looked okay, but then again, Smile have been a bit wishy-washy, but I had higher expectations for Smile than what I feel they've delivered in this event so far. Let's be real, though. Hit and Run Mori-Chan, I would say that should be.
I think the argument could be made now, though, that the Smile group was potentially a little bit worse to play in
for sure,
than what obviously we're seeing out of Group B.
It seems like it. I mean, both Oper and Falcon through to upper bracket final. You'd have to say that at the moment, currently the top two teams in the event. And so Smile, how much were they really able to display when they're going up against, again, the top two teams in the tournament? Maybe there's an argument to be made there, yeah.
Yeah, well, how much of an argument, of course, has to be the question, Keyhand. Smile.
I mean, the thing is that I talked to some of the North American players, not really yesterday, but the day before, and they were very, very confident, and then they sort of got a reality check. But I think we have something coming up.
I think we're going on a break.
The thing is, it's time to start sending people home, Keyhand. Right now we're throwing it to a break. On the other side, it's time to head to the elimination bracket and take our first team out of the competition.
那在我旁边的话，大家大声喊出他的名字。好了，欢迎劳伦斯，来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是中国赛区 Falcon 战队的 Otto 劳伦斯。
那今天的这场比赛，我觉得确实是打的。 可以说是完全3个不同的地图，我们有不同的感觉。第一个，我们在第一张地图的，我们在那个 Ghost Town 里面，我们其实打的是靠了一个0比3，然后最后是零封了对手，打出了自己的气势。
对，其实那一局7比0，对我们队伍和对台下观众来说是一个非常长气势的一个环节。
是的，然后我们在第2张地图，其实当时也是在来到了海岸争霸。我们在这海岸争霸当中，我们其实打出了自己的节奏，并且勇于做了一些尝试。
对的，对的。
但是当时我们在因为我记得在海岸争霸第二局的时候，你们其实用了一个特别不一样的一个阵容去打，你们当时会担心吗？
第2局其实没有什么太担心的，就是一切都在按照我们预想中的来，而且打起来的效果也是非常好的，大家都尽到了自己最大的努力，把每一个位置发挥的都非常完美。
那你们今天怎么看待你们整场的三局的这样的一个比赛，3张地图的比赛？
有发挥的非常好的，也有一些小的失误吧。但是经过今天打赢强敌 Hit and Run 之后，我相信下一场我们会变得更强。
好，那其实呢，我觉得今天呢，因为在整个的比赛结束完了之后，我们在后场的时候听到了现场非常多的呼声。我相信那个时候大家也喊出了很多的那个内心的这样的一种心情。那在这个采访当中呢，我不会想要去问太多，因为很多人说，越是在这个过程当中，我们应该把这样的一种力量凝聚在一起，然后把这种力量给到我们的中国赛区的我们现在的 Falcom 战队，也帮助他们做得更好。我记得他们有一个手势，他们在每次在获得胜利的时候，他们都会给自己的队员有一个这样的一个隔空的这样的一个手势。我作为一个女性，我不可以这么做，但是我觉得我可以邀请现场的朋友跟我们一起，我们大家可以拿出这个手，有一个感觉，我们喊一个中国赛区加油，喊3，中国赛区加油，中国赛区加油，中国赛区加油。好了，还有最后一个，我想问一个问题，是因为按照赛程上来讲，有可能我们还会再次会遇到我们刚才的这样的一个境地。Hit and Run， 那如果再次遇到他的时候，你会觉得是怎么样的一种状况？你觉得会怎样？
其实对于我们来讲，无论是 Oper 还是 Hit and Run 的话，我们都有应对方案。接下来不管遇到谁，都会尽我们自己最大的努力去战胜他们。
好，那我们就等着这样一句话，期待着更好的结果，加油！
啊，你们一定要帮中国赛区多加油。
好的，大家不要忘记拿出自己的所有的这样的一个荧光棒，也同样呢，我觉得今天所有的赛场当中的每一个的战队都给予我们更多的一种更好的一些比赛的观赛，也同时把所有的掌声送给我们今天赛场的所有的战队，谢谢大家。好了。
准备好上刀。
Tanks Champions International, and of course we are back on the desk. Cthulhu and Kihan here as well, and we've just seen a very big win for the Chinese team Falcons over Hit and Run. So it puts us in a position now where, hey, I mean, it feels like kind of anything can happen.
Anything at this point, indeed, and I think the up-and-coming matchup is probably a prime example of those, because realistically we are looking at the Chinese second seed gcat, who are going to be taking on the North American, or should I say American team of Smile. The thing being that gcat, yes, they got 3-0'd by Hit and Run that we just saw lose against Falcons, and on the other hand they did beat Mori-Chan 3-1, but I think both of those matches weren't really benchmarks that we can talk about. So now it's going to be the test for either of those teams, probably the final test as well, because whoever is going to be losing this one is going to be the first team that is going to leave us here in the competition.
Yeah, indeed, that's right, isn't it, Cthulhu? We're down into the lower bracket now, so this, for one of those two teams, will be the last game that they play at WCI 2023. And for the Chinese fans, they are certainly going to be hoping that it will not be their hometown team that will be the team that will be knocked out literally in last place, and also the first team to get knocked out. Now, granted, if you get knocked out in this game or the next game, it is equal last place, but they would technically be the first team that gets knocked out, because this game is before the next one, and that's less than ideal if you're the home team.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, far from being ideal, that's the case. But the one thing I'm really looking forward to this matchup just in general, because arguably in the same vein how Falcons and Hit and Run was a fairly, now we look back at it, a fairly balanced sort of matchup, I reckon gcat versus Smile is also going to be in the same vein, fairly balanced one, in terms of both teams have had their ups, have had their downs. With Smile, arguably they had one of the more disappointing runs so far within the WCI run. Though still, I don't think in the case of this specific match, they need to be underestimated. So I reckon this is panning out to be a fairly still close venture.
Yeah, well, I mean, it has to be said, obviously, yesterday Smile were only able to grab 2 rounds, one against Oper, one against Falcons. gcat, at the very least, were able to get themselves a dub over Mori-Chan, but they still find themselves down here in the lower bracket, and well, you know, that loss earlier on today, I don't know, did it really fill you with a huge amount of confidence that they're going to be coming into this game against Smile with a whole lot to show? Because a 4-1 loss against Oper is still a bit of a beating for gcat, let's be real.
It is a bit of a beating, and at this point you have to question either team, right? I don't want to be too harsh here, but Smile yesterday did not inspire confidence in me, and the way that gcat lost the upper bracket semi there wasn't exactly great either. So I think, despite the possibility of getting knocked out of the tournament, I think this is a prime opportunity for either of the teams here now to get something going. I think this is exactly the opponent that they want to start their lower bracket run, because, well, let's be honest, for either of the teams, the opponent looks beatable.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, I guess the only other argument to be made was maybe you'd prefer to be going against Mori-Chan, but by and large, for gcat, for Smile, this definitely feels like quite a winnable match. Would be a bit of a disaster, though, surely, for the Americas region if Smile would go out of this tournament right here. It would mean they don't win a single game. They've lost to EU, they've lost to China, then twice as well. Yeah. So I think, you know, being that they are the only representative from Americas, there's a lot of weight on the shoulders, so to say.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong, really. Yeah, it would be quite a shocker of performance, really, especially considering that North America is usually the one that sort of keeps on having a fairly tight competition against EU as well on the global scene. And in this case as well, yeah, like you've highlighted, quite an unfortunate set of just, well, basically a loss streak. But, I mean, no matter how you look at this matchup, it's heartbreak no matter what. gcat loses, that's one of the Chinese teams bowing out very, very early in front of the home crowd as well. For NA, if they lose, look, that's the whole NA pride basically going out of the window and basically sent to the airport fairly early. So, look, yeah, no matter how you look at this, this is going to be this is going to make people very upset, no matter how you look at it. And look, for Smile, I'd make an argument that they came into this just more so just to experience, you know, the LAN Whereas for gcat, they have a few sparks of hope, I have to say. Despite the fact, though, yes, the beating from Oper was rather severe.
Well, I want to talk about maps, and this isn't another opportunity to roast Keyhand. Unfortunately, that had to happen yesterday, poor fella. But look, let's talk about maps, because one thing that I found interesting is obviously Smile have angled towards Tundra in both of their matchups. Actually, we've also seen gcat playing Tundra a little bit. They seem to be relatively comfortable there. And Tundra wasn't altogether too outstanding for Smile yesterday. So do we expect to see them sort of change things up here with all that in mind?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see regarding those maps here. First of all, we did not get the printout here for the map pick and bans, because that was one of the live pick and bans being done today after the matches had already started. So we are entirely clueless as to what's going to happen. I think on one of our screens here, Prokhorovka has been pulled up, but we'll have to wait and see. I think the teams are about ready to come in.
So here we go. It is going to be gcat back onto the stage to kick things off. And well, a little bit of a smattering of applause. I think a few of the Chinese fans might have popped out for dinner in between game number 2 and number 3. But I'm sure they'll filter back on in to support gcat once again.
Yeah, look, I mean, for gcat, it has been a bit of a bumpy ride. You can feel that the crowd wants to cheer for them, but after a fair few quite rather unfortunate performances, things been a little bit rough to, well, want to support them, really.
Yeah, and now in comes the team, the only North American, or rather American team that has entered the competition. And honestly, in that video that we saw in the intro, you kind of got to give it to them. They did have the coolest poses, at least in the intro videos. But is that going to translate into anything? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Currently, no victories for that North American team of Smile that came in with high ambitions, because I talked to those players before the group stage happened, and they seemed fairly confident. They seemed like they were thinking they could stand up to those Chinese, to those European teams. They haven't been able to deliver.
Yeah, no, certainly not. I mean, I think the precedent definitely was set in some of those earlier matches that we saw them playing. They generally did have a pretty tough time, actually, against both Falcons and gcat. I mean, 3-2 loss to Falcons, 3-1 loss to gcat, and that's sticking in my mind a little bit, that now that they're facing elimination potentially again at the hands of a Chinese squad, well, surely that's got to be something that they're going to be thinking about. And I would be a bit sad to see it, because I like the green. I really like they're the only team that's kind of got a green color scheme, right? The Chinese teams are like reddy, orange, and you got the yellow in there as well.
Honestly,
coming through from Oper, but no one else is green, so...
Red versus green here, but honestly, I dig the jerseys by gcat. I actually think the red ones are the coolest ones, and the second coolest probably the hit-and-run ones, the purple ones. But, yeah, I dig gcat.
Look, all I'm going to say for Smile, I think it was the Doma that kind of cursed it all with the pose, you know, showing a bit of an L, but it's maybe the unfortunate omen for the team.
Not only the Doma, OP Hacker in the interview was like, you have to pen your shots, and it turns out he was speaking to his teammates,
just
not
pen your
the
shots.
opponents.
It's fine, just pen your shots, man. Well, something that they're going to have to live by going into this game, because gcat, I don't know, have they been surprisingly good? I feel like our expectations coming into WCI 2023 was that, yeah, maybe Falcons was going to be able to challenge gcat. We didn't know really what to sort of expect. We didn't think that they were going to be a strong force necessarily to be reckoned with, and maybe that was the same conversation for Smile, noting that they did have quite a few changes coming into this event. But I think gcat have quietly performed above expectations, and I certainly think for Smile they have underperformed expectations.
I mean, Smile underperforming expectations, especially their own expectations, it has to be said, is definitely an argument to be made. The thing is that, yes, yesterday they did have 2 group stage matches, arguably in the harder group. They did end up losing both, so that is now why they have been waiting for the first 2 matches of the day, basically to now play and stay alive, because that is what they need to do if they want to progress further. For them, and also for gcat too, it is do or die. I would say gcat should be favored in this matchup here, simply because they are the ones that are coming, I mean, from a loss, but they are coming from the upper bracket.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, obviously I've gone the way of gcat as well. Across the board, we've all predicted gcat, but you've gone the closest scoreline Cthulhu, so you're seeing something there for Smile still?
Look, I more so, I suppose I'm giving them a benefit of the doubt, really, with this one. Because, yeah, look, group stage matches were a little bit rough. Really, the Tundra was definitely one of the ones that sort of looked the worst, arguably, from the Smile. Whereas for gcat, it's more so just me sort of accounting for the fact that gcat have the potential, they have the knowledge, but they yet to achieve that consistency in terms of how much damage they output together. And this is going to be the key point here as well, because ultimately gcat have the advantage. They have obviously the home crowd buff as well. They have the theory behind it all. Whereas for Smile, it has been almost polar opposite. They barely had much theory, but they have the experience. They have the focus fire capability. So at this point, I think it is going to be the ultimate gauntlet, I guess you could call it, where on one hand, it's just the plain, just mechanical skill, you could call it to a certain degree. On the other hand, it's the good preparation.
One thing that I think we do have to think about as well is the lower bracket run. We sort of talked about that, particularly in the context of hit and run after having lost that last game, which was a team that we sort of thought we'd see in the grand final. Feels like it's definitely something that we might see them doing, but also gcat and Smile both in the same vicinity. They're both in the first round of the lower bracket. If they want to go further in this tournament, they're going to have to grind their way through a massive, massive run along the bottom side of the bracket, and they're going to be facing teams like either Oper or Falcons at one point, and obviously you expect that they'll be facing teams like Hit and Run in the next round of the lower bracket as well. So that's a lot of good teams to go through.
I mean, do or die is going to be the name of the game here for either team, and especially for the American team. I mean, they do want to hold up the flag of their region here. They don't want to drop out, because realistically, what are they going to come back home to? Well, a lot of
people
memes.
Yeah. Well, a lot of predictions going the way of gcat there from the Chinese squad as well. So
I think that's
a unanimous score, actually.
Is that the first or the second time
that
every single caster and analyst across the board, all 14, agree?
Yeah. Yesterday we went all 14 hit and run over Mori-Chan. Yeah. And this, I believe, is the second time. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think it's fair. I think the argument definitely is there for gcat. I would imagine there's probably a few American fans in the chat that are watching this thinking, wow, these guys don't know what they're talking about. I mean, and to be fair, historically, Americas as a region within World of Tanks has been a bit better than China, and certainly a lot better than Asia Pacific, but it does feel like that narrative is kind of getting rewritten a little bit here in Shanghai for one or two sort of reasons. I think Smile have kind of underperformed. Yes, they've had roster changes and stuff like that, but also the Chinese team's kind of picking up the pace a little bit and performing a little bit better. So it's this sort of net negative, net positive that's obviously going well in the favor of now the Chinese teams, and quite far away, obviously, from the North American teams.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, for gcat, they've been trying to follow the Falcons' steps quite thoroughly, quite well, full on, but unfortunately, yeah, not as successful. But yeah, look, it's definitely the case where it's the Chinese teams that started performing less off, Smile just outright, well, not throwing their games, but really underperforming. So, look, yeah, I'm keen to see how that will all perform. I'm keen to see how will even the map picks and bans will really go, because that would be probably the key one really to go with. And the one thing I'll probably have to point out, I'm really hoping that Smile ban out the Tundra.
Really? I mean, that was the biggest question for me, is are they going to go for Tundra? I don't know if do you warrant the ban from them if it's a map that they've been happy to pick, or do you just not pick it?
Just don't pick it at all, really.
You think it was that bad?
It was pretty bad. The way how that overall coordination was there, it was, look, down bad, horrendous.
So what's the alternative then? Where do they go from there?
I mean, you got the choices of the likes of the Sand River, the Prokhorovka, the I mean, to a certain degree, maybe even Ghost Town, but it's very much on a same sort of position as Tundra, where you have to be very coordinated.
I mean, just Himmelsdorf at that point, just go back to the basics, go back to Himmelsdorf, just try to play your A game, because at this point in time, the Americans, they shouldn't be the ones searching for the weaknesses necessarily in the gcat lineup. I think at this point in time, you just need to play towards your own strengths, and we've clearly seen that Tundra isn't one of them. Go back towards the basics. Go Himmelsdorf, in my opinion.
I mean, the question then there is, like, if you go toward Himmelsdorf, are they potentially a bit worried about running into gcat on that map? It does feel like a map that the Chinese team seem to do pretty well on, and there actually is the ban from Smile onto Tundra, so you're correct in that one.
Well, steps, once again, not going to be played. All right, gcat picking Prokhorovka. That leaves us with the map pick of Cliff. And once again, we're going to see at least 2 rounds on Cliff. After that, Moravanka. I'm going to come back to that Cliff pick in a minute, but it inspires me with confidence for the team of Smile. All right, Ghost Town and Mines to go. That indeed leaves Himmels as the possible tiebreaker if we get there.
Yeah, I'll quickly pitch in as well. I am definitely rating the pick of Prokhorovka from gcat, really. Because in this case, this, I mean, remembering you've pointed that out, I believe, yesterday, Kehan, that for a lot of teams, those open maps, they do really help, spread your wings a little bit and get yourself set up. Yes, gcat had a bit of a kerfuffle on a Prokhorovka. Let's admit, I won't sugarcoat it, it was a miss. But I think against Smile here, gcat already learned the valuable lesson. Go into Prokhorovka would be a pretty solid one. Cliff, look, it's back to the brawls. I think this one will be, I feel, a bit of an even sort of ground, because for Smile, they can basically just throw out the strats.
There was a 2-0 yesterday from gcat on Prokhorovka, so there's every chance that they can get it done here as well. Let's find out as it's time to jump into the third game of the day. It's gcat and Smile.
All right, game number 1 in between Smile and gcat. It's do or die in the low bracket. And Smile coming into this one, trying to stay alive in the competition, bringing a singular 60 TP, double I7, an S-Kong, double CS63, and the STRV 103B.
I'm liking that pick. Yeah, the Stritzman 103B is one of those things that really you don't see quite frequently, but for Prokhorovka, this is a staple pick almost. Now, the 2 positions that for that Stritzman where they could take fly is either on the 1 line, or alternatively, it will be the A0 position, as you can tuck it in quite rather nicely and rain fire over the whole of the right side, really. On the side of the gcat, it's a little bit more of a tame lineup, I have to say. The double CSs, the E5s, the Skunk, the I7s, and the 277 to come through. It's not too bad. It's a little bit more of a, well, down to earth, let's call it that, of a lineup. But curious to see that there's already an attempt to try to take control of the right side of the railroad.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Double CS, Sebastian and Bova getting sent towards that F0 position. And that is actually a bit concerning for Smile here, because that means that if those Changs by gcat on that 0 line decide to overpush. Good shot by Sebastian, by the way, to knock over that tree. There's a lot of cheeky positions on Prokhorovka that you can do that on. If you have watched my map guide about it recently, then you would know, especially on that one line. All of those shenanigans aside, though, there is a push forming up by the side of gcat, but now that the double CS has been reinforced with double IS-7, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, the problem as well is the Stridsvan actually didn't go to the A0. It is still on a railroad and will be able to provide the crossfire, so this is a very dangerous one to go. Handsome needs to pull back, but no, it's a full commit. gcat just committed 3 tanks to the absolute bloodbath with Rico already on 1000 HP. This is not looking particularly pretty. That does, though, take the heat off him.
Yeah, Bova here now chasing after Tip, who is down towards a 2-shot in that CS63. Does take one more. The SRV from the backline starting to miss, but the DPM still coming in. This is an overmatch for Smile that gcat committed into for no apparent reason whatsoever. An absolute blunder on that 0 line by the home team.
Yeah, that was definitely a huge and severe misplay for gcat. Already an ammo rack to 277, not gonna do much of a play here either. And Buhui still sitting around the 1-2 line, not too sure what's the point there really at this point, as Fluky already gets the better of everybody, and it is basically just all about finishing up the play. Fly still gets to basically just chill on the railroad and keep on farming some damage. As of now, well, for gcat, the first round is basically forfeit.
I have so many questions, Cthulhu. Like, there was one CS, like, only one of the 2 CSs was spotted going towards the F0 position. Alright, granted. But the double IS-7 was seen as well. Like, why would you commit in with 277, with an IS-7, and with the CS on towards what you know is at least equal numbers? That does not make any sense in my mind.
To be fair, it is somewhat of a rarity to stack right by the hill. Usually you would have some fairly even spread on the defense. You'd have some presence around the 1-2 line as well. So it's somewhat understandable what gcat wanted to do, but unfortunately for them, Smile read them like a book and played them like a fiddle, because at this point, yeah, it's all down to Buhui and Cousin. Cousin doesn't look particularly too comfortable in his position, as Sebastian is, well, looming over. Probably will have the shot as well to get the finisher. So after that, yeah, look, just farm the end damage, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess. gcat here coming into this round number 1, and honestly, I have to question the decision-making more than the opening. The opening, in my opinion, was fine. But the thing is, every single time good ram by Dodoma to finish it off. That is a way to gain confidence. 1-0 for the time being.
Yeah, so another couple of questions, I suppose, abound for gcat. That's the second time, I would say, on the attack of Prokhorovka that we've seen them come up with something a little bit unorthodox. The first time you were referencing Cthulhu was against Mori-Chan. It actually ended up working out in the sense that they did win that round, but did feel like they kind of got away with it a little bit in that one. In this case against Smile, they don't get given those same opportunities, and they're very much punished for it.
Yeah, it definitely felt like gcat was still in the mode of playing against Mori-Chan. Was they thought that, oh yeah, we'll just go with the cheesy strats and try to catch them off guard. To a certain degree, you know, I'll give them kudos. The idea was there, the setup was there. Unfortunately, I think for them, Smile were just more so expecting at this point that it would be the cheesy strats, really.
So already after 1 round, I mean, it is early days in this matchup, obviously, but the thing that is kind of concerning here for gcat, at least in my mind, is the mental inflexibility of not calling off that 0 line push. They saw the singular CS, they saw the double IS-7, so they knew that they were committing with equal numbers, driving into stationary guns, so their effective DPM was going to be lower anyway. Just no, don't do it.
There's not a lot to really break down, is there? It's just a bit of a question mark, really.
Yeah, the other question mark is the fact that Buhui, up until the last few moments, was still just chilling on the 1-2 line, despite the fact that not a single person was spotted around there. If he would have rotated even safe through the side of the attack and would have rendezvoused on the railroad, that would have been a slightly different situation as well. He would have been able to commit a little bit more DPM, because without him, it was already a battle in deficit, whilst Smile were able to all rotate their tanks and start blasting off. I'm not too sure what was happening with the comms of gcat, or if there were any really on that round.
I mean, is that something that sort of scares you a little bit? Obviously, we've all predicted for gcat. First round doesn't look very good, got to be said.
I mean, the thing is that things are looking good for America, obviously, and that is kind of nice for all the American viewers, but like, there is so many unanswered questions, and the thing is that gcat, they are coming into this one as the favorites. They started off with a cheesy strat. I would say the execution was beyond horrible, but the thing is as well, why would you try, or why would you give Smile such a mental advantage going into this one? Because so far we've seen a lot of the players of Smile during the other matches being very, very concerned, I guess, with their own performance. And if you just give them an easy win like that, you're just boosting the confidence of a team that hasn't won anything so far, realistically.
Yep, definitely. We'll take a look at the damage charts here, and obviously it's not too pretty for gcat. Smile really relying on Fly to do the lion's share of the damage there, but I don't know, Cthulhu, I mean, where are you sitting now? Obviously having predicted the 3-2, maybe a bit more comfortable.
Still sort of par for the course, I reckon, for the 4-3 scoreline. Yes, Fly managed to farm up, but yeah, 4-3 rather, yeah, sorry. But the one thing that I wanted to quickly highlight is Buhui was on the top of the damage there for gcat. Majority of that damage was basically negligent, because the way how you look at it, he rotated almost as I believe that was 3 or 4 tanks already down, and he just started farming the enemy team that was, well, basically farming his teammates. So all of that was completely negligent. But look, overall, predictions-wise, I reckon we're still on the course here.
I mean, what happens if we find ourselves with a 2-0 though on proc? Like, that's where I'm starting to get a little bit worried. If they secure it at a 1-1, I go, okay, well, you know, you had one bad round, but at least you've salvaged things. But as soon as you go down 2-0, then you're starting to question things a bit.
Yeah, and the thing is also, I mean, I don't want to blow things out of proportion quite yet, because essentially what we saw was a blind commit by gcat into a blind stack by Smile. Yeah. It ended up didn't working, so I think let's just, you know, not talk about it anymore for the time being. Let's head into round number 2, and maybe, you know, gcat can get things going from there.
Yeah, a little bit of a smile here for Smile.
Yeah,
a wave as well.
Fly looking good. I mean, he flew in here from Germany, not from the Americas, so didn't have that much of a way, but yeah, he's going to be pretty happy. Obviously, person living in Germany coming up as top damage for the American team. I just want to throw it out there as a mention.
I have no idea why you'd want to do that, but anyway, it is, yeah, looking up, potentially. Looking positive for Smile, though it has to be said they did win their first round against Oper yesterday, and then they lost the rest of the series pretty comfortably. So is that a possibility here again, I wonder?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly that could be the case, really. So as long as they don't flop and continue momentum, it could be good.
Could be good indeed. Let's see, though, whether or not Smile can secure the 2-0 as we jump back into Prokhorovka.
Well, game number 2 in between gcat and Smile. gcat coming into this one looking to equalize the scoreline. Double 60 TP, double I7, 1 S-Kong, and double CS63.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the side of the Smile, it is a very aggressive lineup that they are bringing in. The double 277, the triple IS, and the CS63 on the double as well. So, look, I'm looking at this, and it instantly tells me that, you know, we are probably looking at a few of the hyper aggro strats here from the Smile, because otherwise they would have brought at least a little bit more of the DPM sort of tanks. But looking at the spread overall, yeah, this looks like maybe the ball congestion, a few of the mid-rich, and that's where the brawl might just happen. So key here is going to be Cousin to get the spot and then get the heck out.
Well, he does see a singular 277, but not a lot else. So that means that the triple I7 with that power move into the ditch is going to stay uncontested for now. They're just going to send Fluky here, leaving Dodoma and OP unspotted. So some positions taken here by the team of Smile. Slow opening, no damage taken as of yet. I think we are seeing an established currently by the American team. Fluky got spotted. He knows something is a foul in the state of Prokhorovka, trying to get those blind shots off. No connections so far.
Yeah. In the meantime, Dodoma, OP Hacker, and Sebastian starting to make a rotate for the zero-line hill. This is where Cousin should be able to spot them as well. So overall, I gotta say, gcat, whilst a slightly more of a passive lineup that they are introducing here and the setup of those tanks, this is a really good coverage of the whole map. They get a plenty amount of the information. The problem being now is how they respond, how they receive the push that is bound to come to them at some point here. Though, you know, I mean, still 6.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time to really decide what Smile is going to do.
Yeah. Smile here are definitely slowing things down a pace. Not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, there is 8 minutes in a single round. That is a lot of seconds to play with. They have used 2 minutes of that. Sebastian now trying to go on towards the hill. He doesn't get spotted out by Cousin as of yet. Both of those with HP modules. I think for Cousin it's the experimental one. For Sebastian it is the bond hardening as Sebastian does start to commit in. He's going to maybe secure the hill. Cousin lining up a shot here, decides to move away.
Yeah, might have to bail out in a second. Not spotted though. Amidst all of this, not spotted at all, so that deters Sebastian from keep on pushing, at least for the time being, though Cousin now falling back means that the whole hill has been given back away to the Smile. So without even any damage brought out, this is so far a good coverage for Smile. Now it's just about a half map split between the two teams, though Fluky's position might be the key one, I reckon.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Fluky here obviously trying to get spotted then and again, just trying to narrow down the angles from which those sidelines are coming in. Maybe he's going to get some more accurate blind fire off with that. We'll have to wait and see. And once again, an IS-7 with Grousers. So that equipment really starting to come in here now. The push being lined up for the side of Smile. Handsome would be on the receiving end of that one. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to blast him out of existence. Fluky taking the first shot. Now the push starting here. Fly OP to Doma. They do see Handsome. It is not a push. It is a peek. And what a blast. Handsome down towards 700.
Funnily enough, though, the HP differential is still mighty fine towards gcat, though not for long. Handsome might fall in just a few more moments. Ammo rack down for Fly. That means that either he gets that repaired or we'll have to wait until the repair kit is back up and running. So that could mean a few more problems later down the line. But the response, the receive from gcat, that was phenomenal. That double 6 TP, I believe that's a double 6 TP unless I'm thinking that it's a 6 TP and a skunk. Regardless of that, the receive was good.
Yeah, I mean, the first salvo from Smile was good. It was just that the follow-up didn't find any success, right? And now we see Smile, well, I would say they have done themselves kind of a disservice because they didn't get they didn't get Handsome out of the game. And now on the tanks that they actually want to be pushing with, on one of the IS-7s, there is a lot of HP missing. One of the 277s, there is a lot of HP missing.
Yeah, but now they're gearing up for the push on the 1-2 line, trying to conceal themselves as much as possible. TYP should spot them fairly soon, and the receive should work out here as long as the 6 TP that was on a railroad still has a nice position to keep firing from, though I believe it might be spotted very soon. TYP, yes, notices the point. There's the receive coming in. Will Smile be able to break through the blockade, though?
Oh, the 60 TP rotation for gcat coming in just in time, and Tip, He is not spotted yet. He is going to stay quietly in that bush. He is not going to move. Rico and Puhui are going to receive. There is an IS-7 in the corner as well. This is just a slaughterhouse at this point. Tip hasn't even opened fire yet. The receive is just picture perfect by the team of gcat. Smile just melting away like ice in the sunshine. Finally, Tip does open up fire, but that just means one additional gun that is aimed. Yes, the I-7 in the corner does go down, and the HP for some reason are still close, but now the repush does get sounded.
Yeah, now that the TYP is now all of a sudden low on HP, his reveal definitely cost him his life. The guns are still fairly even. That's another ignite. That is great. The Doma out of the equation means a lot less problems. Now the double CS63 are going to be the problem. The timer is starting to go as well. Very close to conclusion too. Lop should be the next one to fall here as quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, both of those teams here trying to do what they can to wrangle the match in their favor. Sebastian does start to commit in onto Ansem in the background, but Lop is gonna get cleared up here momentarily by that 60 TP. The meaty 750 Alpha Gun to shut it out, and as the dust settles, it is gcat with 6.5 K and another ignite going to secure the game for the hometown team, for gcat here, who are going to make it a 1-to-1 scoreline. Both teams unable to convert their attack.
Still though, I gotta give the kudos to gcat. That was a phenomenal receive on both sides, both during the first salvo on the middle ridge, and then that 1-2 receive was absolutely stunning. So nicely done so far from gcat. For Smile, yeah, look, to be fair, they kind of ended up cornering themselves into a very unfortunate position where they didn't really have much ground or any sort of key information to really play off. So it was the 1-2 push that was borderline necessary, really, at that point.
All right, starting to heat up a little bit there for gcat. They're able to secure the 1-1. A bit of a different approach, it has to be said, from Smile than what gcat brought on their own attack. A little bit slower, but the result ends up kind of being the same. It always does feel like when you default back to that 1-2 line push, very rarely works.
I mean, I sort of got Kazna vibes from back in the day. I don't know how often they did that push, but time and time again, it just got shut down, torn to pieces, absolutely wrecked.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what more is there really to say about it, Cthulhu? Especially when you go past the CS63, don't even get the spot there. Then you're in a huge crossfire.
Yeah, huge crossfire indeed. And I think the main thing is that for gcat, they didn't really opt into a whole lot of aggression either on their defense. They just played it by the book, gathered information, and then from there on, they kept their positions very dynamic so they can rotate. Like you highlighted as well, mid-match Keyhand, the rotation of the 6TP from the railroad towards the 1-2 line to receive the push was just in proper timing.
Also, one thing I think that Smile at least tried to do with that overpeak in the middle, like one of the basically goals of doing that was to get the IS-7 by gcat very, very low and if possible out of the game. But I think the other thought behind it was that to basically generate information as to, hey, who's actually shooting us and from where? Because realistically, if you do an overpeak like that, there is not going to be a single tank on the enemy team that's going to say like, hey, I'm not going to take the free damage. Sure. But as soon as you do that, you basically get the information as to, hey, where are the enemy tanks? And then with that, you can try and make a decision as to where you're going to push. I think that's what we saw happen, but they were too slow, and that is exactly where that 60 TP rotation came in, and then they were able, like gcat were able to hold 1-2.
It's a bit of a shame that their second push, the second peak, I should say, over the ridge didn't go as cleanly as the first, because they got such a huge chunk of damage on the first peak, and then all three of the tanks repeat and didn't get a single shot in. So could have been a different story had that IS-7 been picked off.
Yeah, look, for all intents and purposes, Handsome did his job. He stayed alive for as long as he could. And, I mean, he only died amidst the conclusion of that 1-2 line push. And, yeah, look, in a game like World of Tanks, yeah, to a certain degree, it was luck that he survived there, really, on the middle ridge. But at the same time, it was good that he had a lot of coverage too. I mean, the CS was there to spot the early peek outs, then the 60 and the Skunk to deal and dish out the punishment. Because I think if not for that initial punishment, I don't think they would have just stopped outright re-peeking, I reckon.
Alright, so that means that once again it is time to take a look at the map pick and bans, which means that Cliff is the next and up and coming one. And we do see that Boo Hui here. Obviously, if you let a if you let a Super Kong farm when he is hold down, that's not going to be good for your team.
He's going to have a good time. I mean, in 6.61, the most damage we've actually seen in the event so far?
I think it is. Like in the offline stage, it is the absolute top damage we have seen. Yeah, Boo Hui there stepping it up for his team. But honestly, I don't want to take away from what he just did. Obviously, 94% pens speaks for itself. But then again, he was a Super Kong standing held down with support at his side, and he got pushed over the open ground. So at that point in time, my man was on a point-and-click adventure.
Even Keyhand could have done it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 90%. Not 94, 90%.
90%, you reckon? Yeah. All right, fair enough.
So in those 6%, you wouldn't have done the point-and-click adventure?
No, I would have shaky aimed.
It'd be like that, yeah. Look, understandable.
Just lower your sensitivity.
Comes with the old age as well,
yeah. I know. I mean, the 3 is in front for me now, so, you know, we're kind of getting there, unfortunately.
Oh, dear. I mean, I'm only a year off of that, so... I guess that's about the age for a World of Tanks player these days anyway, isn't it? So it's fine.
Actually, I think for one of the Chinese teams, the average age is 30. I cannot remember for the life of me if it is gcat or Falcons.
Yeah.
But they do have someone that's almost 40, I believe.
Wow, that is definitely a bit of a throwback then in that case. But hey, I tell you what, this series could be quite a long one, right? We're at one apiece right now. We move on to Cliff. Bit of a dicey map itself. So I feel like we're in for a bit of a grind here.
Well, let's wait and see. First of all, about Cliff, what I wanted to say during the pick and ban initially, like whenever you pick Cliff, it is that statement like, hey, we want to get into that brawl with you because we think you're better. And I think it was Smile picking the map. So after yesterday, they still haven't lost that confidence where they essentially think like, hey, you know, maybe yesterday was a fluke or 2 flukes in a row, but at least good for them, they haven't lost the confidence. They still think that they are in it to win it, at least in that lower brackets. Quarterfinal. Copium.
Copium, yeah. Actual Copium there. Look, at this point, I feel like for Smile, things look, it's a Hail Mary pick rather than any sort of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we'll have to wait and see. I have, though, felt that in these kinds of more chaotic fights, the Chinese teams actually tend to thrive pretty well. It seems like whatever the case is, I don't know, they're just a bit better well-drilled on their communication. They fundamentally, like individually, just better players. I'm not so sure. But even we saw that in the game against Hit and Run. When the chaotic fights were playing out, it was Falcons that were actually kind of coming away with the lead there. So it does scare me a little bit if Smile's going to head in that direction.
Yeah, and now here, Cliff, ban rate 60, pick rate 40%, average game time below 4 minutes. And compare that to, like, I don't know, Ghost Town, where you're above 6 minutes. That is certainly very, very short average game time that you're looking at. Defender win rate 65%, but then again, I think those are the stats from yesterday and today, and I have to say the heat map does have a particular shape to it.
What are you talking about?
It was like a cone with 2 balls of ice cream in it.
Right.
Right.
So it was Bing Chilling is what you're saying.
Exactly.
We've learned all about that in China. All right, let's jump into it. It is going to be Cliff for map 2.
All right, gcat and Smile are going to battle it out on Cliff. Both of those trying to take the second round for themselves. And gcat coming in with double BZ, triple IS-7, and double CS-63.
In the meantime, for Smile, the main difference is it's a quad 75 of BZs and the one singular AMX 50B plus the 2 CSs. So, look, I mean, I'd say this is looking to be a pretty curious matchup, including the fact that all of this IS-7s just switched off to Grouses as well. So what that could mean is very rapid contention on middle straight from the get-go, and it seems to be the same case for the Smile squad.
Both of those teams sending no one towards 1-2, so I believe we might be in for a bit of a shootout here as Cousin does get sent around the hill. That is something that Smile will not be aware of, as Volva here does decide to make it up and on top of the hill. Doesn't take any kind of damage for that, so we'll have to wait and see how it shapes out. Both of those teams sending
this is huge.
the heavy tanks towards the middle, and now the CS63 not yet revealing himself for the side of gcat.
This is big. The position of that CS by Cousin is going to be huge. The damage output could be absolutely severe as well, and straight from the get-go, the trades are going absolutely nutty in favor of gcat, though I say this, the health pool very rapidly dropping down.
Yeah, OP Hacker getting focused out down towards a one-shot. I think Rico not able to get the pickup. Instead, it's Fly to pick up the first tank of the game. Lob obviously getting focused out by Cousin here. Is not going to get another reload in that 50B, I don't think, as Rico with the second bounce onto OP, and Dodoma with the pickup onto Hand. Some severe skill issues currently for the team of gcat that are trailing in tanks, that are trailing in HP, that are getting shot out of this game.
Yeah, TYP as well on the opposite side, trying to battle it out with Sebastian, but at this point, yeah, gcat, unfortunately, they had such a phenomenal start, but the conclusion of it, the practice of the actual push, definitely left to be, well, less to be desired off, really. So, look, I'm going to be honest, this was arguably one of the worst outcomes that gcat could have had. The Doma does fall, but it's all sort of just, at this point, attempts at the return on the investments.
I mean, Dodoma there deciding to take the shot on towards the upper plate of that IS-7 and that angle, but now Tip here, there was a lot of guns aiming at him. That is why Sebastian just went for the proxy spot, takes the crossfire angle. So at that point in time, it is Smile just trying to shut it out here as Hokyao with the booster activation, trying to get close towards Fluky, but another bounced shot by Fluky here. But yeah, Hokyao, good penetration, it's not gonna matter. Cousin, once again, Cousin, who else remaining for the team of gcat?
I mean, to a certain degree, there's a slight, ever so tiny opportunity for a clutch. But yeah, he just lost quite a fair bit of HP, and that clutch opportunity completely lost out.
Exactly. It is Smile 2. It's gcat 1.
Pop over to their attacking side on Cliff, but not a whole lot to really write home about. I guess one thing that we can say is that the Cliff stats do remain true. Very short round.
Yeah, look, that was a quick conclusion to it all. I'm still a little bit shocked, not gonna lie, because the setup for gcat was great. I mean, that crossfire with the CS as well around the Cliff would have been absolutely phenomenal, but it's the actual brawl that absolutely suffered horrendously there.
I've been holding my tongue a bit, like, after this round here, but there were so many bounced shots. And I know that you're not supposed to criticize stuff normally when you're not able to do it better personally, but there's a reason why we guys are here up in the booth casting, analyzing, commentating, and there should be a reason why those players are up there playing. And they are not really demonstrating that reason right now.
Maybe the nerves, maybe a little bit of pressure getting to them, especially now that they're again down in the series, down 2-1 for gcat. They can look out from their booth and see all the fans that are sort of turning up here to try and support them, and they're thinking, okay, well, we're letting these guys down, and hands getting a bit shaky.
Don't forget as well, this is the lower bracket as well, so
that's
whoever loses, they just outright eliminated. No more second chances, none of that. So, yeah, look, that could be the case for gcat. It's just simply just the nerves kicking in. But at the same time, I think they gotten a little bit too hasty about their execution. yes, it was great to have the the Grouses to get into the battle as soon as possible, but I think a few of the moves that they had to sort of go over to the attacker's side of the middle field definitely ended up costing them quite a fair bit of HP, and it just overall just feels a little bit almost rushed.
Yeah, I mean, was there an element of that for gcat? Like, kind of didn't really expect that would be the case with them playing on the defense, but it kind of felt like Smile just caught him off guard in a couple of instances and running rings around him.
Also, like to find a trying to put a positive spin on it here, right? Because you can criticize all day long if stuff went wrong, but on the other side there was obviously positive stuff as well. I really liked the decision making by the team of Smile, that as soon as the CS appeared behind them, they were starting to sort of, hey, we need to push, there's a CS behind us, or we focus him out. Also, I liked the pick of the 50B, despite it not really having the greatest impact. It basically took away the DPM from the flanking CS, so that one wasn't really a factor. Yes, the 50B wasn't didn't get the second clip in possibly, but the thing is, if the CS is not able to focus out those single shooters, maybe even get those fires onto the BZs that are very prone to that, that can be good for you. I mean, the damage by Lob there in the 50B kind of lackluster, if we're being honest, but I think that was kind of the theme of the game, that the shots that were being done, well, let's just say the positive thing about them is that there is room for improvement.
Yeah, I think one of the other things you have to sort of think about is that if you're in that 50B, the chances are you are going to be the target that's focused down first, so you might find it a little bit more difficult to get shots out quite as easily. So it's something to sort of consider. But Boba picks up the MVP, 4.2k coming through there. Not a shabby shout. And now it's time to see whether or not, once again, the Chinese squad is going to be able to answer. Otherwise, they're obviously, if they lose this, they're facing elimination in the following round, which is really not a fun place to be in.
Far from ideal, to be honest. Yeah.
Ask Hit and Run how that one feels.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, look, I'm sure we'll get to talking about Hit and Run fairly soon as well. But, yeah, look, for gcat, this might just be that breaking point, really. If they manage to stick around here, if they manage to pull this back to a 2-all scoreline, this could be a little bit more possible, a little bit more doable. Going into the map number 3, which is, I believe, is actually going to be Moravanka, I reckon gcat could really pull a few more tricks out there.
Potentially.
Well, first of all, we have the second round of Cliff, and once again, it is Smile's map pick. So Smile came in with the statement here, when it comes to the shootout, we're actually the better team. There were a couple skill issues on either side that I was sort of detecting, but it did hold true. Like Smile said, we're the better team, and well, they did get the first round on Cliff, so far, so good for them.
Yeah, I think in the case of gcat, they do just need to take a little bit of a mental reset in between these rounds and sort of think, yeah, guys, we're maybe rushing our shots a little bit too much. Let's just try to slow things down and ensure that these rounds actually get penetrated and obviously converted as well. But I think you're right, Cthulhu, if it ends up being 2-2, yeah, they're still in it, but I don't see them really coming back from a 3-1 personally. I think it's a little bit too much to ask for. So we'll see whether or not it is going to be all smiles for Smile, particularly if they can pick up the 2-0 here on Cliff.
All right, round number 4 in between Smile and gcat. Smile looking forward to putting themselves on a match point, doing so once again with a 50B, then a CS, and the rest of the tanks. Quintuple BZ75.
Yeah, quite an interesting choice here from Smile on the side of gcat. We are looking at a double CS63, 1 to go to Donut, 1 to go towards the Cliff, and the remainder to head on over to the absolute brawl. 1 speed governor is well spotted for Rico as well, so hoping to maybe up the, momentum. Looking at the spread so far, a 50B to go towards the 1-2 line, but he's in for a very nasty surprise of an IS and a 50B to meet him there. So look, Keyhand, this might be a little bit of a quick venture for Lop.
I mean, we'll have to see. Upping the momentum, as you said, upping the ante isn't really possible for either of those teams. It's do or die here in the lower bracket. OP with a swing and a miss on towards Cousin, as it is going to be Vova trying to take the crossfire position on the northern part of the donut. He does succeed in doing so. No CS is currently
Rico
on the ramp. Rico taking a shot for his trouble by the 50B, but he is going to make it. Oh, fly there, taking one by Cousin, so they do know that the CS63 is there as well.
Yeah, the problem being is TYP took quite a fair bit of damage whilst climbing as well, which could make things a lot more problematic later down the line. Vova, though, in his ditch, able to keep on outputting some damage onto middle. So as of now, Smile actually have a pretty good grip over the whole situation, with also having a 2,500 plus HP differential compared to gcat. So overall, gcat are in a bit of a rough one. They need to recuperate some losses. The rotation over to Donut will be signaling for even more trouble to come.
Yeah, Smile here on the defense of Cliff with a preemptive rotation in towards the donut. That's going to put a lot of pressure onto the I7, but have they done themselves a favor? Actually not sure. They're starting to bleed. They opened up the middle now towards a repush by the tanks of gcat. Also, there's crossfire available by Cousin and Rico on towards the BZs here as Fly trying to make it up the hill, or rather trying to make it away from everybody, quite literally, as he does get focused out. Sebastian on the hill trying to play ring around the rosy with Tip. And we'll have to see if that CS63 is actually able to win the 1v1. Doesn't feel like it, but everybody with the pickup on to fly in the middle of the map.
Where's TYP going? No, he ended up getting himself as well rammed and out of the position. This is not good. Sebastian might just be able to just drop down and get rid of the CS63. No, misses the shots. Okay, so TYP gets to rest a little bit for a brief moment. The problem being right now for Smile is that the health pool has actually been equalized, and better yet, now 1k HP up for gcat.
Honestly, I have to really start questioning the decision-making for the team Smile here. Why did they do that rotation to the donut? Why did they feel pressured into it? Now Vova getting set on fire as he was pushed off the position as well. Things are starting to go from bad to worse for the team from the Americas.
Yeah, Handsome will be basically just pushing up just to get rid of Vova as well. Then comes the ram, quite a nice amount of damage, plus the shot to double down. For Vova, yeah, this might be the last few bits of the opportunities, though I say this, Handsome on the reload. Surely he can nail the shots here, which still could be quite problematic as the battle on the donut is still going hard.
Yeah, the battle in the donut still raging on. Double I7 currently on the minimap getting committed in, as we do also see another BZ of Smile playing ring around the rosy with another tank. And OP actually with the bounce on towards the frontal hull of that 50B. Actually, that frontal hull of the 50B absolutely completely sturdy. Does he have a fourth shot available? Does not seem to be the case. So for the time being, OP is going to survive, but we can see everybody with a possible pickup here. OP finally with the pickup onto Hokiao, but the bleed was substantial. Both of those teams neck and neck, but gcat, they do have more guns available. And Sebastian dropping down towards a one-shot.
Yeah, with the Doma falling as well, it's all down to the 3 remaining one-shot tanks. Vova, OP Hacker, and Sebastian to hold the hopes for NA to do anything, but no, misses the shot as well. Sebastian, my boy, you have to pen your shots.
Yeah, exactly. He was trying to surprise everybody, but he surprised nobody and got picked up in return. Handsome looking pretty good here on this second round of Cliff, and gcat on their attack are going to probably most likely pick it up. They don't have a lot of HP between them, but what they do is probably the power of friendship, as they are once again going to equalize the scoreline. They're going to split the map, and this means that we are going to get ourselves at least 2 more rounds in the lower bracket.
Oh, yep. Yeah, definitely. OP Hacker now missing the shots. Ooh, Cousin as well misses his there too. Rico coming around to try to do the play, but it's the shiny jump. Oh, he actually survives the jump as well. Cousin gets the finisher, and that is it. 2-0. Oh, 2-0.
Well, once again, it is tit for tat and back and forth, and the Chinese squad able to keep themselves in the discussion here. But wow, what a disaster of a round, it has to be said. That one not looking very good for Smile. So, look, on one hand, you can say easy little fixes, but man, there was so many low HP tanks for gcat that did not get finished off, and I feel like that one was in a position where it really could have been hanging in the balance, but Smile just not making it happen executionally wise.
I said it in the game, like, I didn't understand why Smile was suddenly preemptively re-pushing Donut for no apparent reason. They were taking damage on the cross, they were on the defense, so they didn't need to do that. I don't know what prompted them to do it. Honestly, like, they had all the positions. They had firm control in the Donut with Volva in the crossfire, they had tanks at the ramp, tanks in the middle, they had everything, and all of a sudden they just went out of position.
See, I think the problem lied in the fact that they were just getting a little bit too eager in terms of the positioning. They spotted that there was one IS-7 that was already tagged by the 50B rotated. Yeah, there's one isolated CS-63. So it was like, well, maybe in their minds, nobody was watching the cross. Let's cross over. Yeah, we'll take maybe one shot of damage, and then we'll completely hammer out the two tanks with little to no repercussions. And that was the plan in their head, but outside of that, really, well, it all went completely sideways. The fact that they lost complete control over the cliff for the most of it, really. Their CS got pushed off that the bush position that just outside of the Donut as well. So for Volva, it wasn't particularly great. So I'd say just by gcat, it was a good just ability to just stay alive. That's one, and two, for Smile, just focus fire issue.
Potentially. I mean, the focus fire definitely letting them down, but just taking a look at the damage numbers here, I mean, 4.5k from Cousin. Ooh. No one really quite matching that on the behalf of Smile. And again, I mean, the 50B, yeah, okay, but nothing to get too excited about.
Okay, nothing too excited. Yeah, Cousin obviously here is going to net the MVP for himself. He was putting himself into basically the positions where he was going to be the MVP realistically, because let that player live for too long and he's just gonna deal that damage continuously, as we can see. 4.5k to his name. Good performance. I mean, he was put into the crossfire position, to be fair, but even if you're there, you still need to hit your shots. You still need to make it count, so good performance. And that being said, after map 1 and map 2, we are all even, 2-2 in between the second Chinese seed and the Americas team. And that means we are now headed towards Moravanka, that normally should be a 1-1 map, and so far, honestly, the teams seem pretty evenly matched.
They do, but what I will say is that when they did play a couple months ago, it was a 2-0 to gcat on Moravanka. So, second map in the pool there, third map in the pool here, but the circumstance is the same. If you get a 2-0 on Muro, through you go, and Smile gets knocked out. So, that's going to be weighing on the mind a little bit of Smile. Argument to be made that maybe they learned something from that last matchup. In theory, you'd hope that probably they've changed things up. You'd also probably say you'd want to see gcat having changed things up here on Moravanka as well. But I think you'd have to, at the very least, as gcat, be going into this map with a degree of confidence.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think the very last round of that cliff definitely gave them quite a boost in their own confidence. And they know now that they are finally starting to crack the code in terms of the focus fire, in terms of how to handle the HP split as well. And I mean, for all things considered, that beginning of the second round cliff definitely was not the most favorable. They were down by quite a fair few HP, as I've highlighted during the match, and they managed to bring it back really, really nicely. So I think we are finally starting that development arc finally for gcat, where they should be able, if the shots are actually hitting the target, if all that aligns, they should be the ones to come out the victor.
Yeah, well, with all that in mind, I guess at this point, really, this series kind of feels like a series that is about mitigating mistakes. Neither team have been perfect. In fact, there's been quite a lot of problems across the board. But as long as we can remove as many mistakes as possible, that feels like that's going to be the route through to victory for one of these two teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hopefully for either the penetration issues are not going to persist. I think that is sort of the easiest and yet at the same time the most difficult thing to fix. I mean, the headsets aren't going to be the problem, as we do see the Aorus logo. Thanks a lot for to them for sponsoring this as well. No, it is actually the problem that the players in those split seconds are...
Skill issue.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it skill issues. They're just taking the... I would say graciously, they are taking the wrong decisions.
Right.
Right, well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, someone's going to have to step up here. And who will it be? That is for us now to find out as we are about to head into Moravanka. It might be the final map of the series, but it would require 2-0.
All right, game number 5 in between Smile and gcat. We're effectively down towards a best of 3 here. Very volatile, and Smile are trying to put themselves on towards the match point with, ooh, that is a lot of meat that they have. A very beefy set of quadruple 60 TP, double mouse, and the T100 to boot.
Yeah, the T100 LT is going to be quite an interesting one. On the side of gcat, it's instead the Bat Chat, a little bit more of a burst damage tank rather than the pure scouting, and then the Skunk as well to add that little bit more DPM to the whole scenario. Curious to see how will both teams really set themselves up, because for Smile, the whole lineup basically scrims, just hunker down, just tank up the damage, and then blast back. Whereas on the side of gcat, it's mobility, it's aggression, get as much momentum as possible, and that is exactly what seems to be the case for the Flag 1, and perfect bounce as well for Hokkaido.
Yeah, triple I7 getting towards the 1 cap. That is pretty old school. What is different, however, is the holdowns that are now in the 1 cap. Rico with that very potent crossfire position. This one is deterring OP from currently, driving in there 45 seconds, but now Hawkyao with the commitment as well is going to lower that timer down towards 25 seconds. The pressure is on for the team of Smile, but at the same time, they already have double tank at the church.
Yeah, double tank at the church though for OP Hacker, he will need to get into the crossfire to do anything here. Finally, the Mouses are starting to make their way over from the church as well, and would be applying the pressure, but the tuck in is great right now from gcat, not overexposing themselves too much, though the damage is starting to finally flow in, and now in comes the opportunity for the T100 LT to make the difference.
Yeah, and now I think gcat realized that they are not going to be able to stay in that cap. In comes the overpush on towards OP, who has already retreated behind the house. Good play by OP here. Hawkyao with the first connection into OP. There's a second one, but the first kill already been done by Fluky. And that T100, OP is still alive and kicking, is probably going to do one more shot at least as he puts in a big one. And currently the team of Smile here with a very comfortable lead in terms of HP. Yes, OP is going to go down, but the Mouses, they are coming close. The issue though, that the Mouses, they can be played around actually.
Yeah, they can be played around very eloquently. The Doma does fall, so that's one extra gun out of the equation. Fluky, his position is going to be quite key here as well, whilst the alpha damage of the T100 LT is not as potent as any other tank, but it's the ability to keep on poking that damage, and from a very comfortable distance too. For Vova, well, he would need to go down very quickly if gcat want to still have a very favorable matchup, but it doesn't look to be the case, as the attack is going to be borderline forfeited, but though I say that the differential is starting to creep up a little bit closer than expected.
I mean, Fluky there with the next kill for his team. He's really trying to go above and beyond with that T100 that doesn't have the alpha, doesn't have the DPM, but he is able to get those pickups, still full HP in that very mobile light tank. And now we'll have to see if gcat is able to make those holddowns work in their favor. A miss coming out by Sebastian, who does get punished by Buhui in that E5. Now Rico also starting to fancy himself a bit of those peaks. Lop now breaking the 3k damage mark. Rico though getting picked up, leaving only Buhui, and also Handsome Buhui, more like Boo-hoo, as he gets sent to the garage as well, and Handsome not looking good as well. It's going to be Smile on the match point. It's going to be the Americas putting themselves ahead.
Well. Definitely something that, well, for Smile, it will make things a whole lot easier. But Handsome missing out from the majority of the fight certainly hurts quite a fair bit. And yeah, for gcat, now the only opportunity for them to win out and to stay alive in the bracket is going to be, well, the tiebreaker.
Well, once again, I mean, the trend continues, really. I feel like we're just writing the same story. Smile wins the first round. And in theory, gcat wins the second round on any given map. That, as of yet, not too sure as whether or not it will happen on Muro. But if we continue in that fashion, as you said, Cthulhu will lead us to a tiebreaker. At this point, though, anybody's guess. Obviously, a bit of a touch-and-go one there. I actually felt for a moment like gcat was going to bring that back.
Yeah.
Even though they were down on HP, they actually had more guns in the game for the majority of that fight. And oftentimes, that can actually lead to some awkward situations.
Yeah, problem being, though, is that players like Handsome, who was on the mouse, who had that very big bulk of HP that could have been used, was very much out of the action for quite a long while. Mouse being a fairly slow tank as well as it is, having him placed in a fairly off position, really, in the village, didn't really do as much as they probably hoped for, and the DPM didn't particularly match there either. Couldn't really stop the rotation of the double mouse towards the middle, and just things went sideways from there on out. So I'd say, yeah, once again, for gcat, they went from one issue to another, previous being focus fire. They finally managed to actually start nailing that fairly consistently. Now it's the positioning and actual response from some of the players and being a little bit on the slower side.
I mean, the thing is, though, what I like to see is that both teams actually overcame the problems that they did have on Cliff, which was simply not penetrating their shots. That was good to see, so a step up by either team. The thing is that, yes, the mouses by gcat were out of the game, but so were the mouses by Smile, actually. It was just the issue, or the good thing here for the team from the Americas, I guess you could say, is that those mouses were in the fight sooner. They were soaking up more damage by the opposing team, and they were able to contribute DPM. I think that was, in the end, the difference maker. Also, we have to mention Fluky here. With that T100 light tank, you're always a bit hampered in terms of, like, HP, DPM, etc. But you do have that mobility. You can put those crucial connections. He ended up getting at least 2 kills, I believe. So good stuff. Make that even 3. So Fluky, standout performance for me, even though he only has 2,000 damage. That is a whole lot in light tank.
0 damage, though, from Cousin. Have to highlight that. And, you know, think about how close that game actually was. If he even gets 1k, 1.5k, which would be even still considered a pretty average to poor game, that really could have been a difference maker. But in the end, it will be Smile that walk away with the dub and fly 5.1. Not a bad shout at all. But where do we see ourselves sitting here at the end of Moravanka? Is it a 4-2, or do we go back to the 3-3 and we get our first tiebreaker over?
I mean, nominally, Moravanka supposed to be attack-sided. So we just saw gcat fumbling their attack here. That was a defensive victory by the team of Smile. So the thing is, the team of gcat, I mean, we're probably not wishing it to them here to go out right now. Personally, I would like to see a tiebreaker. I think both of those teams deserve it, but the map being what it is, and yeah, Moravanka being attack-sided, I think they're kind of, you know, staring not only against the wall of that it is to have to defend on Moravanka, they're also staring into the grim abyss of being the first team to get eliminated from the WCI.
Yeah, I think what we just heard as well from the Chinese casters, if you were listening, maybe you heard it sort of bleeding through our microphones. I think they're trying to G the crowd up a little bit, try to get them fired up, and supporting the home crowd, the home team, I should say. The home crowd supporting the home team because they recognize the situation that gcat is now in. They're facing elimination point. They would be the first team eliminated from WCI 2023, and then it would be either Hit and Run or Mori Chan to join them in the next match. But
Yeah, I mean, not where you'd want to be, especially after gcat had a reasonably okay day yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it's definitely the opportunity for a bit of a mental rut there after this unfortunate round on Moravanka. And I would say it was probably one of the more frustrating ones for them to lose as well. But look, I'd say there's still an opportunity, there's still a chance, though now the two factors that need to happen. One, Kazan needs to keep on farming the damage on a medium tank and don't get basically outed straight from the get-go without any damage returned. And two, they need to make sure that all of their tanks are committing to that one big fight, and instead of having, oh yeah, one will still be watching the flank, but in reality it's all for nothing.
I think that right now is the first ever smile I've seen out of Over.
The team is named Smile after all, so we might be seeing a few more smiles after this. It really does depend on how the rest of Moravanka goes. And I will have to say, I think this is a coin toss. I think it's very difficult to predict one way or the other. I mean, gcat have been a tenacious team, if nothing else, in this matchup. And so I think they go into this last round of Muro recognizing the situation that they found themselves in. And they'll be game to the task. But let's find out. It's time to see whether or not it will indeed take us through to the tiebreaker, or if Smile can finish it off here 4-2 as we head into the second half of Moravanka.
And it is time to get into potentially the last game of the match, potentially the last game for gcat in this competition. They are trying to stay alive with a singular CS, a singular S-Conk, double IS-7, double 60 TP, and the object 277.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lineup of the Smile, though. It's a double skunk, double mouse, two IS-7s, and a 62 double up. We were talking about the favorable attack. This one might just be it because, look, the DPM potential there, the fact that Sebastian and Lop, look, whilst we criticize them, we criticize Smile, they would be still two very able players. And, well, interestingly enough, well, interestingly or less interestingly, both of the mouses do go into the village without any sort of condition from the side of gcat. So they are looking to fully commit to that one flag, and they will be right to do that.
Cousin there did get spot out, I think, even while he was changing modes, so he does take one for free here, and both teams are driving towards that cap on the 1-2 line. The one cap that has been the focus of attention last game as well. We do see big punishment in towards Fluky, and gcat, they read this like an open book. They read that Smile was going to try and attempt to take that one cap immediately with that setup that is only consisting of heavy tanks, so no potential anyway to go for the 2 cap. This is why now Fluky is just taking a pounding here, a beating. He's down towards 288. It will require one more shot to take him out of the game, as Handsome does take aim, does bounce, and the quick double kill for the team of Smile that are now ahead in HP as well, and in tanks.
Yeah, focus fire once again, starting to not really work out at all. Super Conqueror is about to start raining down even more fire between the 60 and the skunk. It is going to be quite rather problematic. Trying to hit the shots. Yep, there's the finisher as well. Unfortunately, this seems to be the last few breaths that gcat are looking to take before the final conclusion of it all, because otherwise, unless Smile flops, unless a magical ammo rack happens, there is no way that the Chinese counterparts will be able to win this.
I mean, quick double kill here coming in for gcat, though. Yes, they're trailing in HP, but they are definitely trying to fight to stay in this competition as everybody drops down to 470 feet. Sebastian has arrived. He is a unit in that mouse. He takes one more shot, but he doesn't care at this point, starting to drive onwards towards Tip here, who's down towards 924, and you can see him. He's trying to do anything, everything, but he does get shot down. His dreams get crushed. It is Sebastian to shut him out, and it is probably going to be Volva, the Volva from the North American server, to be finishing it off. gcat drops out, and Smile stays alive.
Smile that will pick up the dub over gcat and survive in the competition, but it is only by the barest of margins. That was another very tight round of Moravanka. I feel like both rounds of Moravanka were definitely winnable for gcat. They'll be a bit disappointed, obviously, off the back of a 2-0 victory on Muro in their previous matchup. Now they go down a 0-2 loss on it, I guess. Fair's fair. But, end of the day, gcat this far away, really, from picking up either of those rounds and pushing it through to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, we were this close to, well, greatness for gcat, but look, alas, that is not the case anymore. The first team to bow out from the WCI, really. And look, whilst the massive congratulations for Smile, they managed to stick around for a brief moment longer, but I have to say it, though, quite a few rounds were still very much scrappy, and if not for 1 or 2 hiccups from gcat, it would have been a completely different scenario.
I mean, what we saw, I think, is exactly what we expected into this. We saw two teams battling it out that had, or were battling not only the opponent, but also the problems that they themselves were having. We saw two beatable teams, I think, at least for the other remainders in the competition, save possibly Triple MC. We'll have to see in the up-and-coming match, actually, if they are going to be able to stay alive against the Polish juggernaut that is Hit and Run. But honestly, like, in between either of those teams, even if gcat had won it, I wouldn't have been terribly convinced by what we saw.
Yeah, it just did feel a little bit messy. I mean, look, here's the way that the series did break it down. It started with a Smile victory, then it followed with a gcat win, and then it was a Smile win, and then a gcat win, and then a Smile win, and then a Smile win to break the combo, which is exactly what they wanted, because they do get themselves the dub there. Now let's have a look here at the damage charts, and obviously Smile doing a little bit of a better job, but I kind of want to know what the pen rates were, because it really does feel like that was a round where, really, if gcat can like find a way to sneak 1 or 2 more shells through, that could have actually ended up turning the battle in their favor.
You see here, actually, the damage blocked, and it might not seem like a lot, but 490 damage blocked by Fluky. That was the kill shot on towards him, which then in turn enabled him to do 1 more shot of damage himself, and that is essentially like 10, 11, 12 seconds of reload effectively that you're getting gifted by your opposing team. I mean, yeah, obviously here Lob coming in 100% pen rate in that mouse. Yeah, the mouse, once again, it is not going to be the tank that does get focused. It does have good DPM, but the fact remains as well that you still need to do those shots.
All I'm going to say, though, it's almost fitting that it's the international import that is ending up performing the best on the North American roster. So, look, all I'm going to say is, look, collective effort.
Collective effort indeed, but enough to deal with gcat, though I'm not sure that's going to be enough to really convince me that Smile's going to go too much deeper, right? They beat the lower bracket round 1, but heading into lower bracket round 2, it'll be Mori-Chan or Hit and Run.
Yeah.
Look, let's be real, we think it's going to be Hit and Run. I don't really see Smile winning that one.
I mean, if they struggled against gcat,
yeah,
they are most certainly going to be struggling against Hit and Run. And look, better yet, I will say this. If, by some miracle, Smile become literally undestroyable and indestructible and the win against Hit and Run, I will proceed to bet all of the next predictions in their favor. That's as confident I am that they are not going to survive the Hit and Run derby.
I mean, I tell you what, though, if they did do it, that'd be pretty.
Oh, look,
pretty
I'll
impressive.
gladly take my words back. Yeah.
But what about from your perspective, Kihan? You think they've done enough to convince you, or was that still a bit of a shaky game? Because for mine, I thought that was still a little shaky.
I have to agree with you there, honestly. Yeah, it was a matchup that we just saw in between two teams that were realistically doing a lot of mistakes, doing, I guess, an okay job of exploiting the mistakes that they were given. But at the end of the day, no, I'm not convinced that Smile is quite there yet. They do have now a night to sleep over everything that just happened. So I guess that is kind of the redeeming factor. There will be a lot of mistakes that they themselves, because they are good players, right? There will be a lot of mistakes that they will be able to diagnose themselves and hopefully be able to fix by tomorrow. So That is kind of the silver lining that I am, you know, trying to make out. But honestly, most of the horizons looking pretty bleak at that point.
Yeah, look, I guess it's time for us to start thinking about our next matchup. Hit and run, Mori-Chan. Was that 4 Moris? I can't remember at this point. It's just getting beyond it. You're taking a break after this, Keyhand. So I want to sort of pick your brains quickly before we jump to a break as to how you think that next match is going to go. Is that a 4-0 on paper? I think it's a 4-0 on paper.
It should be a 4-0 on paper. Then again, we saw the match yesterday being played. It was a 3-1 in favor of Mori-Chan. In favor of Hit and Run. So I am going to give the benefit of the doubt here. A 4-1, just because, you know, 4-0 always is brutal. That being said, you already touched on it. That is going to be it for me for the rest of the day. So I guess from me, have fun with the match in between EU and APAC.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But either way, that is not us done and dusted for the day just yet, though we do have to go to a short break. Don't go too far away. One more match coming up for you.
旁边的呢是刚刚赢下比赛胜利来自于 Smile 战队的指挥 Dylan， 你好。
Well, congrats. I'm Dylan from Smile. Well, congratulations on your winning today.
Thank you.
OK， 那其实呢，我觉得在昨天的一场比赛当中，相对来说打得不是那么尽如意，但今天的一场比赛可以说是拿下比赛的胜利。你昨天晚上是做了哪些新的一些调整吗？
Well, yesterday it wasn't a great day for you guys. So what changes have you made to help you win the battles today?
Yeah, so obviously it didn't go as well as we had hoped yesterday. We did put in a lot of practice before coming to the tournament, so we were hoping obviously to win and go all the way, and we hoped to show that on that first day, but there were some problems that occurred that were unforeseen. And so basically we just reviewed the issues and we looked to fix it over the night, and you see the results today, 4-2, so we're making progress.
Well, good. Well, 昨天开场并不顺利。实际上我们有更好的设想，我们本来想开场可以有开门红，但是我们表现并不尽人意。所以我们昨天赛后我们做了复盘，做了分析，我们意识到我们在比赛当中有一些逻辑不清楚、思路不够好的地方，我们做了调整。今天我们有了更好的表现。
那在今天对战我们这个 gcat 战队的时候，你觉得你的昨天晚上的设想在今天的过程当中是否是完美的进行的执行，还是你觉得还有一些瑕疵？
Well, based on the performance today, so I'm gonna ask, is it exactly what you've been hoping for from yesterday because you won today, or is something else you still need improvement to work on?
So we were hoping for like a 4-1 or 4-0 versus GCAT. A 4-2 is acceptable, but we want a cleaner scoreline. So we have things to improve, and we're hoping to get there for tomorrow.
我们实际上希望今天能够4-0或者4-1拿下比赛。当然，我们最终4-2赢得了比赛。虽然4-2也不差，但是我们希望有更好的表现，希望我们明天能够有更好的成绩。
那说到明天呢，在接下来一场比赛当中的话，你可能会遇到的是接下来的胜者，在明天的时候，那不管是 Hit and Run 还是Molly Chang， 你觉得明天你更想对谁，以及为什么？
Well, because upcoming match will be between MMC and Hit and Run. Well, between the two teams, which one you prefer to playing against a little bit more for tomorrow?
I would like to play MMC because they look like a bunch of fun group of guys. They got a lot of youthful energy, and they don't have that serious look like everybody else has or here, So that's who I'd like to play. I think Hit and Run will probably win, but I'm rooting for MMC.
我明天更希望对战 MMC， 他们是一些更有趣的队伍。 他们更加有能量，而且表现也看起来不那么严肃。所以，虽然我觉得明天还有更大的概率是对战 Hit and Run， 但是我更希望 MMC 能够赢，我支持 MMC。
好的，那今天呢也是非常，首先也是恭喜一下 Smile 战队接下来拿下了比赛胜利，接下来在明天的比赛当中呢会有继续精彩的一个表现。那我也相信呢，这样的一种享受游戏本身带来的一种乐趣，会以更加轻松的一种姿态来面对接下来的比赛，也希望你明天打得更好。
Well, congrats again because you have done great job, remarkable job today, and hopefully for tomorrow you can have even more brilliant performance of everyone. We can enjoy game, enjoy match, and enjoy the audience.
Thank you.
好的，那也是再次的把掌声送给我们 Smile 战队的 Dylan 以及刚才我们的战队 gcat 的所有的成员，感谢他们带来的所有的精彩的表现，谢谢。
WCI 2023, and we're into our final game of the evening. But before then, we do have a guest on the desk. It is Banter. You might recognize him from kicking around the sticks in EU. I feel like you're a bit of a celebrity over there, is what they tell me.
Yeah, a little bit of reputation, but it's not that bad.
I mean, you were telling me you've done a bit of analysis as far as some of the 7v7 tournaments are concerned, but this has to be on a bit of a different scale, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a much bigger scale. Like in China here, they have a massive stage. It's a lot of different nationalities, different teams, a lot of different people tuning in from around the globe. So it's definitely on a different scale.
Yeah, Cthulhu, you're back as well, feeling good?
Yes, yeah, feeling quite good. Though, look, a little bit of a unfortunate turnaround though for gcat there, the last match. So look, maybe I kind of hoped for gcat to stay alive for a little bit longer there. But overall, yeah, look, quite keen to see how things will unravel further down the line. But it's been a banger of a tournament.
Yeah, I guess let's just have a bit of a conversation about that. You know, the last match, I guess, to get a bit of a fresh opinion. You're joining us on the desk. Did it impress you? Were you excited by what you saw from Smile and gcat, or do you think maybe they leave a little bit to be desired?
It varies game to game. I mean, the Prokhorovkas were a bit standard and a bit different. The first game was a bit of a stomp where they overpushed the hill, but the second game it just kind of developed in different ways. It was interesting. The cliffs were also quite interesting. gcat going around the hill, doing an almost hit and run style attack that we saw earlier. It both developed into a bit of quite a messy brawl. It wasn't clean.
Yeah.
For either side.
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway, isn't it, Cthulhu, right? It just felt like for both teams, very messy game. I don't think either was at, 100% making it all sort of locked down, but inevitably it is Smile that gets through it, so a little bit of luck, I suppose, or fortune, maybe is a better word there for the Americas region.
Yeah, fortune would be probably the best way to really describe this, just given the fact that, yeah, look, quite a fair few times it was just bounce shots, unable to land in those green areas as well. And just overall it felt, yeah, probably best way to call it, yeah, a little bit dirty, a little bit sort of scrappy, yeah, just trying to basically pull out any sort of wins, as many as they could at all costs.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, Smile are still the favorites. gcat were, you could argue it was a bit of an easier group yesterday with Hit and Run and the other team.
Mori-Chan.
Yeah, Mori-Chan. But they still performed against Mori-Chan. Yeah. They won fairly convincingly, after earlier today, going down into the lower bracket, fighting Smile. Smile are the anticipated favorites, but it was nowhere near as simple as it seemed. It was, as you said, scrappy.
Yeah, you're someone that hails obviously from Europe, but you're competing, or sorry, not competing. What are you studying here in?
Yeah, I'm studying here in China. So I live in Shanghai. I've lived here for a few months. Probably be here for a year or two. Yeah,
have you swapped? Are you playing on this Chinese server, or?
I have an account on the Chinese server. I've also played on APAC a little bit. The ping is a lot better. It's a different experience. It's, the meta is very different. The gameplay is very different, but it's still.
So I guess what you're saying is maybe there's a world where we might see you moving over into one of our teams, one of the APAC teams. You know,
maybe.
There's a lot of English-speaking teams.
Maybe depends on my exams. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah. Okay. Well. Let's talk about the upcoming match. It is going to be Moravanka up against Hit and Run. I suppose you will have your favorite team in that department. I think you'll probably be cheering on Hit and Run.
Well, I know all the people in Hit and Run, so obviously I do want them to win, but I'm the type of person who doesn't pick sides. I always go for the underdog. So I'm hoping to see something from Moravanka. They are, I'd have to say, the weakest team. Yep. They didn't perform that well in the groups, and Hit and Run are, in theory, at least in my opinion, favourites to win the tournament. It was a massive upset when they lost earlier, but I still think it's an uphill battle for Moravanka.
But you have a bit of experience yourself, I assume, right? So what would that kind of run be like, making the lower bracket run? Because they've not only got to go through this match now today, but then tomorrow, in theory, if they continue to win, they've got 3 matches in a row, back to back to back.
They haven't done themselves any favors.
No.
Look at it that way. I've gone from lower bracket to upper bracket in tournaments before. It's a slog, especially when you don't have a break. You're because I'm a field commander and in-game leader, so I've got to develop all the strategies and find like what I want to play at that time. And with such limited time constraints, it's going to be difficult. But I've got faith that Hit and Run will have a lot of time to prepare tonight. They'll prepare for each opponent individually. They'll prepare as if they're going to get to the finals and win it. potentially.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just that. It's not just about the preparation. It's about the mental aspect. It's about the physical aspect as well. It's one thing to do it at home in your comfort territory, Cthulhu, and it's another thing to be in an environment like this one, which, as we know, obviously even as casters, it can be quite a draining environment with all the stimulus going on, lights, sounds, noise. There's a stage. You just, at the end of the day, you feel absolutely wrecked. So I can only imagine what that's going to do to you, on top of also then having to play 3 games of, competitive World of Tanks.
Yeah, look, it is definitely looking to be a little bit more of a draining experience, and I gotta say, look, big props overall to the teams here.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of teams, we've got a couple to welcome back to the stage. All right, here we go, welcoming our teams back onto the stage, and for one of these two, it will be for the final time. Hit and Run, not necessarily expecting that it will be the case for those guys, but you never know. We didn't expect them to lose their game earlier today.
Yeah, that's very much true. Also, no funny dances from Mineros here either, so maybe not as chirpy as they were just early on today. But look, all things considered, Mori-Mori-chan coming around here, looking to bring at least some energy to the match.
I mean, look, the hit and run moniker feels like it's taken on a slightly different meaning. I mean, you come into a World of Tanks, you think hit and run, it's you driving over someone with a big hunk of metal. Right now, it's feeling like they've been hit and they're running away.
Yeah, well, are they running away? That's the question. I mean, up against Mori-Chan, how scared are they feeling of this matchup? I would have to imagine not particularly, but again, stranger things have happened. We already saw them lose one round to Mori-Chan, but I don't know if that really, do you really read into that one all that much?
Look, in that specific instance, I doubt that we would get much of a read out of that one-round win, but I'd say overall hubris will be the downfall, I'd say, of some of those teams, and for Hit and Run, well, they already felt the power of the set hubris.
Look, all I'm saying is if they can lose one round to Mori-Chan, who's to say they can't lose a match?
I think most people probably would be the answer there for you, but we'll take a look at them. Welcome them back to the stage. I don't know. I mean, is there a world of frustration maybe for Hit and Run at this moment? I think we especially were sort of highlighting that in the match that we got to watch them play earlier. They did seem to be a bit frustrated on the player count.
Yeah, Panda, yeah.
But everything feels like it comes down to ego here. You look at this team, you're coming into the tournament, everyone says you're the ones that are going to win it.
Yeah.
No one else is going to be able to compete against you. Even the other European team is barely competition for you. You're dancing your way onto the stage. You're looking there, sitting there smirking in your player pictures, and then you've just been knocked into the lower bracket in round 1 of the elimination bracket. And you've already dropped a round to the team that you now face.
That has to be a big wake-up call, right? Like surely, if you're Hit and Run, you're coming out of that last game thinking, holy crap, we really should not have let that happen.
Yeah.
Now we've basically got to just reset and show back up and remind people why we were considered the best team coming into
Yeah, that's basically the case, really. One would hope that this is a wake-up call for them, because I'd still say maybe against Falcons they a little bit just overall felt a little bit too comfortable. I mean, remembering Monster's interview that was pre-recorded during Media Day, he was saying all the players are all feeling very confident, it's not less of an ego. I think at this point he was a little bit lying almost to himself. With this one, I still feel that there may be a slight bit of an overconfidence. Yes, everyone pummeled Mori Chan so far into the absolute ground, and the APAC team has been basically the laughing stock of the entire WCI. But I reckon this takes away a lot of pressure from the Japanese team right now, and even more pressure onto the hit and run. So, look, I'm not saying that Triple MC will win, but I reckon they might still be able to rustle the feathers of
look, the one big takeaway is we can say it wasn't a Japanese team that was eliminated first.
That is true. Although
purely because of scheduling.
Yeah, but they will still be both last place. So I mean, there is that. But look, either way, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how this game does play out. But I think hit and run. I'd really like to see them kind of knuckle down and kind of make a bit of a statement. You know, if they actually do struggle to get over the line here against Mori Chan, even if they win, I think that raises more questions really than answers going into tomorrow.
I mean, look, there was a phrase that I was introduced to early on in my World of Tanks career that describes a person who plays lower tier tanks for easy victories.
Cthulhu.
And that is, he tries. He likes to think he's one of them. But this should be an example of that Cthulhu.
Yeah.
And the word that I'm thinking of, seal clubbing.
Yeah.
This should be hit and run, absolutely speed running their way to the next round of the lower bracket.
Yeah. I'm very, very much with you. This should be a bit of a seal clubbing. And look, yeah, for all intents and purposes, this might end up being, but yeah, look, I'm low-key hoping that there will be some form of punishment at least coming towards hit and run for some of the more cheekier plays. And I'm really hoping that Mori Chans won't really bow out without any sort of rounds within this specific matchup, but the way how things have been going, definitely not very favoring the odds.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I think we might have an interview getting set up down on stage, so we'll jump over and hear from that.
茉莉唱的队长，茉莉唱，欢迎你，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
ではまず皆さんに自己紹介をお願いいたします。
皆さんこんにちは。森ちゃんの森ちゃんです。
大家好，我是茉莉酱的茉莉酱。
总感觉有一种绕口令的感觉，挥之不去，在脑子里面一直在萦绕。那我想问一下，就是这个茉莉唱的这个名字具体的一个由来，它是一个什么样的一个契機？
そのチーム名に対してどのような由来がありますか？
そうですね。昔国際試合でニアユーという選手が僕の名前を配信で森ちゃんって言ってくださったのが由来です。
那么之前在一场国际赛事当中，一位叫捏玉的选手把我的名字呢是读成了茉莉酱，那这就是我们队名的由来了。
好的，那也是一种特殊的一种缘分。那昨天的2场比赛打完了之后，你有一种什么样的感受？对于昨天的一些比赛对手，有些什么样的看法呢？
では昨日のゲームの終了後にはどのような感想がありますか？
そうですね。やっぱどのチームもみんな完成度が高くて、僕たちも頑張らないとなと思いました。
那么不管哪一支隊伍都是十分的強大，我们也是觉得自己有待努力。で、その昨日の相手選手に対してどのようなイメージがありますか？
そうですね。ヒットアンドランは、結構意思疎通もしっかりしていて、判断スピードも速いと思いました。で、僕らが目標するチームの一つでもあります。で、gcat はメタを組む、アンチを組むのがうまいチームだなと感じました。
那么关于 hit and run 呢，我们是觉得他们有很强的执行力，并且是判断的速度也是非常的快。他们也是我们所追求的一个目标之一吧。然后在 gcat 的身上呢，我们也是看到他们在针对对方的战术在进行车辆搭配的时候是非常的高明。
那在今天呢，再次对战我们的 hit and run 战队的时候的话，我觉得今天可能会稍有不慎，会离开我们这一次世界赛这样的一个舞台。那你是抱着一个怎样的心情去面对接下来的一场比赛呢？
では今日の試合も結構厳しくて、もし負けてしまうとこの試合にさよならを言ってしまうので、敗退することになりますが、どのような気持ちを抱えているのでしょうか？
そうですね。僕たちこの舞台に立てるのがすごい楽しいので。硬くなりすぎず全力で 頑張りたいと思います。
那么能在这么棒的赛事和大家进行对战呢，我们已经是非常的高兴了。所以接下来希望我们不要太过于紧张，全力以赴吧。
好，那其实呢，我看到呢，就是在昨天整个的我们的茉莉上，在整个的出场环节里面，他们有一个非常经典的动作，是海贼王的经典姿势。然后我想问一下，你当时为什么会选择这样的一个动作作为你们自己战队的这样的一个出场的一个有仪式感的这样一个標誌性的動作？
昨日の登壇式でワンピースのポーズをしてくださったんですよね。それにどういう意味が含まれているのでしょうか。
そうですね、一つ目には、どんな強い相手が来ても、チームのメンバーを信じるっていうことです。
那么第一点就是不管面对再强大的对手，我们都会信任队友。
で、二つ目は、予選に出た9人のうち8人しか上海に来られなかったので、その日本で待ってるその残りの1人のプレイヤーに向けて、の団結を示すためにパフォーマンスをしました。
那么还有一点就是，之前在预赛的时候，我们队伍中是有9个人的，不过有1个人他是留在了日本，没能来到上海，所以我们做这个动作也是想告诉他，我们始终都是团结一致的。
那现在能感觉到，因为我记得海贼王当时有一个经典桥段，他当时有一句话，他说的绝对不会放弃任何一个队友，我会带着你的梦想一起去冲，也是希望你们接下来的比赛当中可以打得越来越好。
ではこれからの試合良い成績を取れるように頑張りましょう。
ありがとうございます。谢谢。
好的，再次把掌声送给我们的茉莉上，谢谢。
ありがとうございました。
谢谢大家，
谢谢。那接下来有请他进入到我们的比赛区域，再次把我们的画面交还给我们的评论席。
Well, big thank yous, of course, to Mori-chan for the interview and his insights, of course. And looking forward to seeing how this game is going to play out. I wonder, though, is that a bit of a preemptive interview? Because we haven't really spoken to Mori-chan all that much, and they're anticipating they may well get knocked out.
I mean, all I'm saying is adding another Mori-chan to Mori-chan is a bit much, if I'm being honest.
Mori-chan.
Yeah, you don't need any Mori.
Yeah. Well, we might not be seeing many Mori of this team, unfortunately, because, hey, taking a look at our predictions there, the three of us actually have gone 4-0. Kihan's given them one round at least, which I think, I don't think is unreasonable necessarily based on what we saw in the group stage, but my 2 cents here is that I do feel like Hit and Run kind of need to make a bit of a statement. They need to kind of come back with a bit of a bang here. And realistically, like if I'm looking at these teams match up, I think it probably should be a 4-0 for Hit and Run. Yes, there's always the possibility that you're going to lose around here, a bad setup or something like that. But, you know, if you run this matchup like 100 times, how many times are we realistically going to see Mori-chan win? Maybe 5%. So
that's a bit high, even I think, given how things have been going for
True.
Mori-chan.
I mean, and basically with that, that's not, you know, that's not enough to really give me any faith to give them a run.
Yeah, look, I think the way how we can also take a look at this and the previous performance of Triple MC against Hit and Run is that back in yesterday, it was very much of a bit of a mess around with Hit and Run. They were sort of experimenting still. There were no real repercussions, even if they lost one of the rounds. So it sort of almost felt like a half effort of a performance from Hit and Run there, and in that round that Mori-chan won. In this case, I think, yeah, as we highlighted before, for Hit and Run, their previous matchup against Falcons was that wake-up call. Now they, in theory, they should come into this with full force, smash it all out, and from there on, with the way how much of a skill gap there has been between the multitude of the teams and Hit and Run, there shouldn't be a whole lot of leeway for Mori-chan to even score 1 point, really.
Yeah, look, if I'm being honest, if you look at that match that was played out between, I mean, even gcat and Mori-chan, if we want to close that gap just a little bit, they were spoon-fed a round. They were then spoon-fed the opportunity for another round,
which they didn't
which Mori-chan absolutely fumbled. It was on a silver platter. So I think if you're going into this matchup, I mean, this is literally Hit and Run's match to lose.
Basically, in all the terms, if Hit and Run lose to Mori-chan at this point, I mean, might as well, by the conclusion of WCI, disband, please.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Maps-wise, what are we expecting to get onto? It was Himmelsdorf and Sand River the last time they played against each other. Remembering that Himmelsdorf round that Mori-chan was able to pick up. There was one little one in there, but it was a bit of a bit of a streaky round. So are we thinking maybe Hit and Run are going to go back toward Himmelsdorf again?
Doubtful. Doubtful, really, that they would go to Himmelsdorf. I mean, unless they have some sort of a mind-blowing strat that they've cooked up in the matter of one evening, maybe. But even then, I'd highly advise to not go that way. Probably you'd look into a little bit something more quirky. At this point, even steps will be a pretty decent idea, just because so many teams banning it out.
I don't think anyone's playing steps.
Yeah, I understand that probably nobody will play steps, but in the in the good situation, it will be a really nice map to go to catch your opponents off guard, because I would imagine not a whole lot of teams, even despite their knowledge of the game, have barely played the 7v7 version of steps.
I mean, look, we've got a 75% pick rate for Cliffs today.
Okay.
So
That's true.
I could see that potentially sneaking through. I'm expecting more along the lines of a Ghost Town. It seems that everyone at the tournament so far has enjoyed a bit of Ghost Town.
At least from Hit and Run.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, everyone, really. Yeah. We've seen it about everyone give it a crack. But I think, yeah, if you're going to safe bets, you're looking at the likes of a Himmelsdorf. Potentially a proc comes in, Moravanka. I don't see a steps. I don't even see us getting that wild towards Cliff. I don't think Hit and Run is going to want to go for a gamble play again, because they've learned that lesson.
Yeah, Ghost Town's a bit of a staple, isn't it? I would say I don't think that Hit and Run necessarily need to be scared of Himmelsdorf. But they had a bit of an awkward round on it, sure, but let's be real. We looked at that round and thought, well, that was probably even still winnable for them there. So, we'll take a look at the predictions of the Chinese casters as well.
Yikes.
It's a sea of purple, so once again, a fairly unanimous prediction that Hit and Run are going to be able to pick up the dub here.
4 people reckon that Mori-chan can pick up a round.
A round.
Yeah.
Boys, I am not going to lie, I just had a peek into the potential map picks and bans. I've spotted something saucy. I won't spoil the surprise just yet.
Of course, Cthulhu's looking at the script there.
Oh, look, I gotta occasionally dip my fingers into the script. Look, we already had the very yummy introduction of the Falcons dub, so I'm very much looking forward to some more of the upsets. But look, realistically, yeah, Mori-chan probably don't have many of the opportunities here to win.
He just likes to make himself look good because he knows what's coming.
Yeah, look,
gotta boost the ego somehow.
I mean, you look at the matches of past, Hit and Run have had a pretty easy one. Then that loss to the Falcons. You got to admit, every single round that Falcons took, it was either a coin toss, so you just commit to the brawl and whoever walks away wins, or it was handily taken away from Hit and Run. Falcons really put in the work to make that happen. So unless Mori-chan and the crew have put in that work and have come up with, I mean, even if they just throw the strategy book out the window, they need to try something fresh, because what they've been doing up until this point is stale, it's outdated, it's not working, and against a team like Hit and Run, they will eat that up.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think what we've seen from Mori-chan hasn't been particularly thought-provoking. Yeah, inspiring.
Thought-provoking is the best one. Yeah.
They really do seem to have like this one-track mind, and we've got our plan, we've got our strategy. It doesn't matter what we see, we're just going to commit to that. And I feel that Hit and Run is a good enough team that they're going to have the default setups to kind of deal with anything too untoward. Yeah, look, maybe a rock, paper, scissors one round here, but it's just not going to get too exciting beyond that.
Ultimately, I think, this is going to be a game of adaptability, really, to come around, because as you highlighted for Mori-chan, it's been always just a very much of a straightforward one. No real changes on the go. And, the moment that even just a slither of that push gets spotted, it's basically GG at that point. And even then, I mean, the best example will be that gcat matchup. The Prokhorovka, I believe, what was it, the second round, where gcat drove out literally out in the middle, open for a multitude of angles. Yet we barely saw any sort of damage to be farmed. So
because Mori-chan weren't even set up yet.
But it's communication as well. It's the absolute communication breakdown that happened with them. Plus, on top of that, they did not set up in time either.
Yeah, but I mean, getting into the mindset where you've got to be set up before you can start contesting things is a dangerous one.
Well, I'm sure you guys at home are wondering why haven't we started the game yet. Unfortunately, it's not actually up to us, but I think we are getting there. And slowly but surely...
Yeah.
Oh, now Jordan's acting like we don't have the start button sitting in front of him.
Yeah.
Just edging the button.
Believe me, this would have already kicked off if it was up to me. But I think it seems like on the stage everyone is ready to go. So we'll obviously just have to quickly get through the map vetoes first, and then we'll be jumping into game.
I mean, I can understand why they're taking their time with it. It's an elimination match. It's proven that Hit and Run can bleed as we jump into things.
Yeah.
Cliff out of the equation plus Muro seems a bit odd, though Cliff would have been nice. Ghost Town by hit and run, that's almost as expected choice. There it is. A Steps. Finally.
And of course, it's Triple MC that picked it.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Bring out the map that nobody plays and bring out the silly and the crazy strats. That is exactly where Mori-Chan needed to go for a long while as well. The off-meta maps.
There's Himmelsdorf. It's at the end. I don't think we're getting there.
No, I would be a little bit surprised, though. I guess like what you're saying is true. I mean, a bit of a curveball in there with Steps could probably give us some fun, but I still think fundamentally we've got hit and run as our favorites for sure.
Oh yeah. MMC also opted into Prokhorovka after that, what was frankly a rather embarrassing performance. So, look, hopefully between now and yesterday, things have changed drastically for the Japanese team.
I will hope so as well, but I don't know how much you can really change up in less than 24 hours.
Yeah, well, to a certain degree you are right, though maybe at this point it is just copium coming out of me for Mori-Chan, but maybe it was just those two off opportunities there on Prokhorovka that they just completely flopped. So maybe, but look, the chances, let's be real, chances are slim.
All right, well, it is time to find out what Mori-Chan is going to be able to bring to the table and see if Hit and Run can perform a little better than earlier on today as we jump into Ghost Town to kick off the series.
Well, jumping into Ghost Town, Kasulu, it is either going to be a bit of a speed run or a battle of attrition, depending on whether MMC can show up. But looking at the hit and run lineup, a couple of 60 TPs, a couple of Mouses, Super Conk, IS-7, CS-63 as well. Nice little diverse lineup of tanks.
Yeah, meanwhile, the same could be said really for Triple MC, really, S277, E100, IS-7, E5, couple Mouses, and the CS as well. Masunatsu as well joining us back up as he did get swapped out close to the conclusion of yesterday as well. But look, all I'm going to say is I'm curious to see how will the lineup of Mori-Chan really work out here. CS going to take the southern hill, and then there will be a contention, I believe, between an S-Conk and an IS-7 on the northern hill, which, look, I am not particularly looking forward to.
I mean, it's interesting. Again, we haven't seen much of that E100. I think it's made 1 or 2 appearances so far this tournament. The consensus seems to be that the Mouse is the way to go. So, I mean, it may be indicating that MMC are still playing a little bit behind the trend.
I mean, to a certain degree, the Mouse sort of ended up, well, replacing the E100 just purely because there's a much less of an area where you can, for certain, penetrate as well, with the E100's very flat front of the turret being a very much of a pennable surface there. But in regards to that, we'll see how that will really work out, or maybe the E100 is just a punching bag there really to play with. Yuhei and Hector, the E100 and the Mouse going in for a bit of a flank on the 7 line. Nobody has spotted them yet, nor there will be yet a crossfire, which should allow them to just sneak by in a very eloquent manner.
And you got the double Mouse and the 60 positioned around that 2 flag at the moment. So if they do start poking their heads out, there will be resistance. It's a pretty hefty one at that. But it is Hector leading that charge. Should have some support not far behind him, so they can start to get themselves in position, maybe go for an attempt onto the flag. But how many times have we seen that attempt fall flat?
Yeah, without any contention on the northern hill as well, things will get quite dicey, because the moment Hector pokes out, the Super Conqueror will have a pretty clear position to fire at as well. So they need to find the counter to that as soon as possible, and that is going to be relying basically on the lone IS-7 to really do the work. But it seems like the rendezvous over by the 277 coming around.
Yeah, they're wrapping around the north-hand side, so it looks like they are going to either try and go for that southern collapse where they all group up north side, push their way down, or we see a Gambit, a fake out once again onto that 1 flag, which did work phenomenally for Oper.
That is a good point, yeah. Kubaj just got spotted as well. Ponsky is looking to start applying the pressure.
This might be a genuine attempt.
Wait, yeah. this might be the attempt. Yuhei might be using his carcass to actually block out Ponsky, since Ponsky was the one that started the capture of the flag. But no, it's just a bait and switch, potentially to come around. Yuhei just hopping off the flag, but he will get pressured by the Skunk.
Oh my!
Matcha takes so much damage for no reason whatsoever. What are you doing, son?
Buddy, I know baseball's popular in Japan, but you're not meant to be catching those. Out of the equation immediately. I don't know how many different shots he took, but he was there 1 second, gone the next. Ali Tank's in trouble as well as Kubaj decides to ego up, and I think he's quite confident in that position too. He's just going to start sending shots away into the MC line.
Oh, they actually going for the capture play. Ally Tank just needs to keep on pushing to keep preventing that swing, but unfortunately the module reset came through, and MMMC losing their opportunities for any sort of win in round number 1, as now it is a 5,000 HP differential.
Yeah, Triple MC very much over ambitious, and look at it. You got Ponsky and Yuhei being corralled into an alley, and now the pressure comes in, the pinch happens. Masunatsu, the healthiest of the Triple MC lineup, but he's in a CS63. There's only so much damage he can soak, and especially if the rest of his team are wiped off the board, which is what we're seeing from Hit and Run. EU are absolutely mopping up APAC right now.
Man, it's just like the same result that I got from watching Kehan's guide videos in the Ghost Town. Definitely feels a very similar turnaround. But memes aside, for Mori-chan, shocker of a turnaround, I have to say.
But unfortunately expected.
Yeah.
We figured this was likely going to be the case. Hit and Run, look, while struggling to keep their berth in the upper bracket, and yeah, look, a little bit of a team hug at the end of the map. Masunatsu's just going to go for a bit of run, but oh no, that's a building, buddy. You got to be paying attention to that. Kubaj farmed up 3k. Masunatsu's done in the bin. Piotr, sorry, is going to pick that one up. And I mean, I have to say, that's a rough result for APAC.
A rough result for APAC. I think you can say that one again. It was a 7-0, so it doesn't get much worse than that. And quite frankly, that is a little bit more like it for Hit and Run. That's kind of what we expected to see them bringing to the table. They're upholding their end of the bargain.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, to start things off, that first frag that came on to the 277 that came on with pushing the IS-7 to that northern hill, and that was shut down. No damage whatsoever traded back to the Hit and Run, and that basically describes the whole situation as there was. Just no return fire, utter capitulation, and just, yeah, that's it.
I mean, the writing was on the wall from the very start. I mean, looking at those player cams, you see Piotr's face, and just, it was almost outright disdain that he was having to play this match, because I think they're very confident that they are the superior team. They don't feel like they need to prove it.
Probably much rather be in bed at this point, obviously knowing that tomorrow's a pretty big day, although it is only 8 o'clock. But tell you what, again, like I said, this environment, being in the stadium and being on the stage and having to kind of have that mental focus, it does get a bit tiring, especially knowing that they really do have a big day ahead of them tomorrow if they want to make that lower bracket run. Well, they need to be ensuring that they're keeping this one as quick as possible so they can get out of here. Not only then to go and relax, but also to prepare for tomorrow's games.
Yeah,
so
I don't think there is a time for relaxing, because the work really begins after this match. You got to do your VOD work, you got to be communicating with the team, figuring out, especially if you're facing up against your other European counterpart who is very, very aware of how you play the game, you might have to come up with some new strats on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess jury's out as to which one of those two teams is going to make it through to the grand final, Oper or Falcons tomorrow, but for the matter at hand, I guess it has to be said that at the moment, Hit and Run are doing what we expected them to do, and Mori-chan maybe also doing what we expected them to do.
Yeah, but look, it feels, even though I expected that disappointment, I expected the absolute flooring by Hit and Run, it still doesn't make things any easier than watching an APAC team perform the way they did. Yes, it was a valiant effort to, you know, set themselves up for the capture win rather than the all-kill win, but come on, those are the strategies that you employ for clan wars against the players of the same region, not on an international tournament. And I think that is the perception difference that there is between Mori-chan and Hit and Run.
Yeah, I think obviously the big talking point, obviously, as much as just getting picked off trying to drive up the hill, was where it all really started to snowball. And you can see 0 damage done from Mancha. Hector's put 1 shot in. Morichan's put 2 shots in. It's just not enough.
I mean, your top damage dealer, Masunatsu, at 2,600.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not good.
I mean, on a good day, on the right situation, that's a tank at best, but they couldn't even find that in that round. They didn't get a single pick off, and then on the other side of that equation, you got Conrad with a whopping 4,100, which is almost more than the bottom 5 players combined.
Yep, that's basically the case. No, it was a phenomenal turnaround from Hit and Run, and the way how they've capitalized on all the performances and the early frag as well basically meant that it was a done deal from the get-go. Once again, it's the mouse that farms up the most, it seems, comparative to even having a skunk there on the lineup. But yeah, look, all things considered, slowly but surely we're creeping up to what feels like it's going to be a quick and easy conclusion to this matchup.
Yeah.
Jordan.
I mean, look, it's only 1 round in. I guess there's only so much to really say at this point. We've kind of talked around in circles about expectations for both of these 2 teams, and there is only 1 match really that we've been able to watch that we can talk about. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll wait and see. Hope for a miracle, really, for Morichan is the conversation at this point.
I mean, it feels rough starting the way we did. Today we started really well. I mean, the Oper match was pretty solid. That Falcons victory was amazing. It feels a bit rough to end the day on a match which is going to be what feels very brutally one-sided.
I mean, the reality is that's kind of what happens when you get the team that, in theory, is the favorite team for the event getting knocked out of the upper bracket so early and going down to the lower bracket against a team which, again, most considered probably the weakest coming into the event. It's just the David and Goliath battle. We talked about that yesterday in the matchup that they played. Yes, Morichan was able to sort of, get 1 slash in. They were able to, I don't know. It was like a mosquito sting, really.
It was catering. They were dished up around, and that was it.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, not too much to really write home about there, and so it's only so many times we can really reiterate that.
Yeah. No. Almost to a certain degree, it would be funny if this was part of the plan for Hit and Run to, get knocked down into the lower bracket just purely for the fact of basically sending a wolf into a herd of sheep, really, and go up for the massacre, because this is exactly what it feels like. Because you look at the performance, Morichan not really going to stand a chance. Smile against Hit and Run, not going to stand a chance either. I'm sorry, NA. And from there on, it's back into the almost the grand finals. Actually, no, sorry, 1 more battle after that one.
You say it's like a wolf, jumping into a herd of sheep. It's more like driving a 60 TP into a herd of sheep, if I'm being honest. But I mean, we joke about North America. It's NA near airport. APAC already packed. Airport close.
Already packed. I've not heard that one before. I guess that's fairly true at this point. But I don't know. I mean, we gave them the 1 round in the group stage. I think there's a chance that if Hit and Run gets a little bit complacent here, which, I'd say they probably want to do, then Morichan, hopefully they can pounce upon that, restore a bit of pride, maybe build a bit of momentum. Who knows?
I'd hope. Monster is the leader. He's probably said something. Hopefully he's brought the boys back in line.
Yeah, well, we'll see, because it is time for us to jump into game 1 more time, and it'll be the second half of Ghost Town.
Cthulhu, second half Ghost Town, and looking at the lineups already, 277, 60 TP. The mouse has come back out. It's more or less, Morichan have, if not nothing, copied the Hit and Run lineup from last round.
Yeah, meanwhile, for Hit and Run, they are introducing a Batchat as their scout instead of the CS63, which I'm curious to see how that really performed for them, since less the opportunity to put in the Rammer, instead it's the vents that boosts up all of the performances of the tank. Apart from that, look, I mean, what can we say? It's a double mouse versus a triple mouse between MMC, or triple MC rather, and Hit and Run. Curious looking at the setup. The 277s actually went wide towards the north, whilst it is looking to be the Bat Chat actually trying to just scout out to see what's going on the one flag, maybe spot a few of the early rotations, but doubtful that it spotted anyone. Oh, no, okay, Matsunatsu got spotted, but that is on the southern hill.
Being spotted. I mean, like, again, what we've seen of Triple MC, how much does the information actually do for them? Especially, I mean, you look at the positioning right now, hit and run, they're heading south. Piot's going to take a shot there, but again, it's enough that you can just shrug it off and carry on with the rest of the round being largely unimpacted.
Fairly negligent, yeah.
I mean, the only real difference is it changes the HP deficit from being in favor of hit and run to Triple MC.
By a very small margin, mind you, as well. So yeah, at the moment, I think it is a smart idea for the 277 to be replacing the CS, just purely for a little bit more of a hull-down setup. But they have to be very wary about how they play it out, because A, the moment the big push happens in the town, you have to rotate the tank and start actually making the play from there, or you have to start pressuring them from that position. Or, well, you need to make sure that you're at least keeping the attention of those 3 tanks on you at all times possible.
Stalemate, honestly. Just both teams attempting to size up their opponents. It's really a bit of an ego check, in all honesty. Both teams saying, come on, you do it. Yeah, you make the first move. It's, you know, let's fight, but I'm not going to throw that first punch.
Yeah. Both are waiting for each other's patience to run out. Maybe a few of the stray shots that would go and Pen would force a few of the rotations, but as it stands, neither of the team wants to get into too much of a tussle here, it seems. The 277s have rotated out, which means north side will be very much empty, but that northern position will be still quite crucial in terms of receiving some of the assault, as it looks like we might just split the map into north and south.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the positioning from hit and run, they've rotated those 3 mouths down to the bottom side of that 2 flag up the 5-6 line. They've got the support round in that south, you know, the JK position at the moment. Whether it's JK or not, that's a shot that March is going to be quite happy with. You know, any bit of HP that they can find before that brawl eventuates, and he blocks the shot too.
Bonk.
Lovely little bounce.
Yeah. Always a funny sound when the shot bounces, but this is mounting to be a very, very painful repush onto him, and Macha needs to recognize that. The moment he sees that second spot, he needs to dip, he needs to go, he needs to run. It is time to go, my boy, because otherwise you are not for long of this world.
Yeah, that schoolyard fight that you're about to have with that dude, well, he's brought his brothers in. Unfortunately, they're a bit bigger than you and your mates. Hector cops a shot, so does Yuhei, so those big tanky Mouses are copping a bit of punishment at the moment. Oh my lord, they're just dumping it to Hector down to 2K. Can't even get a shot back, so it's not the ideal situation. At least they have pumped out a bit of damage onto Never, so realistically for both sides it's a pretty even spread.
In theory right now, the town side of the defense of Triple MC should repush, because the deficit in terms of tanks is there. They have the opportunity to just outright go for it. Macha, his position is expendable. This is where the repush needs to happen. And Macha needs to either stay alive for as long as he can or run again. But it seems like he elected the first one.
It's such a big overmatch in the town. Commit to the fight, Triple MC.
March has
drawn 4 tanks out of position. Yeah, Never's hanging back, but there's 3 that they know about that are here. March is going to go down. Can he get another shot out? I don't even think he can. He's about to be pushed on. Yeah, absolutely whomped out by Kubas. And now, all of a sudden, Hit and Run find themselves in a position where they can turn and burn. Yeah, look, they're going to try and team up onto Conrad, but he's sitting at 3k HP. He's going to soak some shots, which allows Hit and Run to get back involved.
Yeah, they're only doing it now as well, which is yet another problem, because they should have done that as soon as the spot happened. As soon as that happened, they should have already pushed out. Conrad should have been already on just about half HP, but already the rotation come around. Hit and Run are looking to put yet another nail into the coffin of the Japanese representatives.
I think Triple MC have the wrong color right now. They should be the purple, because they're giving me some very, very heavy purple wiggle vibes. Wake up, Jeff. Come on, man. You need to be making the plays.
Absolutely so. The plays should have happened, but nevertheless, well, Ponsky is about to be eliminated as well. It's an absolute wall of terror that keeps on following. Triple MC and Mori-Chan are not looking particularly too favorable. 4,000 HP difference and no opportunities at all to make a return.
Master's driving in reverse, trying to get out of there. They're just overwhelmed, outnumbered, outpositioned and outmaneuvered. Hit and run. And this is, I think, much the match that they were looking for. They needed someone to punch down on to get their confidence back. They found that in Mori-Chan. Well, unfortunately, APAC already packed. Airport close is seeming like it is going to be the case here. Ellie, the last one alive. Easy farm. 3 kills for Marcel. And it will be hit and run going up 2-0.
Well, I want to say there was like a brief moment of hope there for Mori-Chan, where the initial exchange of damage was okay, and then beyond that point, it really didn't go too much better for them. I mean, look, the biggest issue I see there is initially, like, they just keep on map control without doing any damage. So many tanks allowed to cross up the hill, no damage done by Mori-Chan. Same thing that we saw on Prokhorovka when they were playing against, I want to say gcat.
Yeah.
And they just allowed gcat to drive around and did no damage. It's like you're getting away with so much illegal map presence and control and just not getting punished for it.
To a certain degree, gotta say though, it was up to Hit and Run to prevent that bleed to happen. They pushed all together as basically like a wall, really. Whether it was the push on the southern hill, whether it was the push in the city, it was all very well coordinated. When it was time for a repush though, this is where I'm just absolutely speechless, because for Mori-Chan, they are experienced players. They've played for absolute years and years of World of Tanks. And to not be able to recognize when they need to repush, when they see 4 tanks on the absolutely disconnected location from the rest of the brawl, baffles.
I mean, it's easier said than done, obviously.
It is, yes.
But you're sitting on a hill. You see 3 tanks pop their heads up and say, we're coming for you. And the communication isn't there to the rest of the team that say, hey, you've probably got an advantage because there's only 1 of me down here, there's 6 of you up there, and nothing happens.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it a communication issue? Is it a fundamentals issue?
It's not a language barrier issue, I can tell you that.
That's true. That is true. I mean, yeah, what do you really say at this point for Mori-Chan?
Pain and suffering.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed the trip.
It's a tough one to justify, I guess, but we'll see whether or not they can improve things on map 2. I don't know. Maybe they just don't feel too comfortable on Ghost Town.
Well, one would hope. Steps is going to be the last chance for them to really do anything. There was an opportunity there for them to make a play, but look, instead of us harping on the Mori-Chan's lost promises and broken promises, well, look at the hit and run. Look, they are having an absolute blast. Marcel on 5K, Mineros on 4.8. It's all looking very chirpy there from them.
I mean, how in 2 rounds do you only pick up a single? Like, that is the big problem for me. Like, yeah, look, you can lose 7-1, 7-1. That's great. But 7-0, 7-1, you've gotten a ton of damage out, arguably. But the focus fire isn't there. I mean, we even saw it in the dying moments of that round. They couldn't even in a situation where it didn't matter, they couldn't pick a target to shoot.
Well, I guess the thing is, once you're at that point, you're kind of just like, whatever, I'll just shoot the guy in front of me, get a bit of damage, who cares? I think the issue is obviously these guys are just outclassed fundamentally on every aspect, and that in itself then is compounded when you're in the 7v7 format, and every one of your individuals becomes more important than you would be, say, in a 15v15. And in the 7v7 format, or even in the 5v5 format, one of these lower number formats, you need to be so aware of what your role is as an individual, what the angles are from the position that you're playing, and that only comes with time. And inevitably, again, what we're talking about is a team that is not really necessarily used to the 7v7 format still at this point. They have, up until recently, been playing 5v5. They haven't had the luxury, similar to the Chinese teams, of being able to scrim against Europe and scrim against North America. They don't get those kinds of opportunities. And then obviously we're talking about Europe in particular having all the Watt 7s, and they've got a lot to sort of play in, and quite a few good teams to kind of test themselves against. Whereas, yeah, again, I mean, in APAC, it's kind of slim pickings. There are no tournaments for these guys to play in. There are no legitimate 7v7 teams to practice against. Sure, there might be a couple of guys that are willing to help out and scrim here and there, but generally speaking, I mean, how do you even hope to improve as Mori-Chan?
Yeah, there's
if
only
the opportunities aren't there.
Yeah, there's only so much that you can really do, and you do make a very valid point here, Jordan. It is very much slim pickings here for the opportunities to train to up your skill, yeah, maybe we are being a little bit too harsh on the APAC representatives, but yeah, it's probably just more so the shock of just the skill diff, and look, yeah, best of luck for them on the steps, but he's hoping that maybe one day we'll see a resurgence of the APAC scene, but until then, yeah, it might just be that APAC will be the punching bag.
Well, first time we're going to get to see steps, I believe. I don't think we've seen it happen.
Yes.
Yeah, so
First time.
I mean, 83% ban rate would probably indicate that much. And it's a little bit defender-sided. I mean, again, the heat map itself is not a huge surprise. You tend not to see a whole lot of action in the center of the map. Most of it is around the outskirts. That is not something that has changed in a long time.
Yeah. That E0 position is an absolute just a cluster truck of just absolute carnage, really.
Look, I am contractually an APAC shill. I mean, I live there, I commentate APAC esports, I watch APAC esports, but in a situation like this, your strategies aren't working, you know you're outclassed, just go out there and do some damage. I mean, I don't care what it is. Just go and commit to a fight. Do
you want to see a full send?
I mean, that's it.
Send.
Realistically, you're outclassed, you're outmatched, you're out-strategized. Just go and have a fight. Try and mess them up as best you can. And, well, look, maybe you win one.
W key, I don't know what, like 7 IS7s or something like that?
7 mouses at this point, really.
I don't know about that one. Bit too slow on steps. You used to see that back in the mouse meta. I mean, I knew things had gone wrong when we had, like, 6 mouse on Prokhorovka. That was where I knew something had gone wrong. But I don't think we're going to get that here. We'll see what Mori-Chan can do to survive. But it is steps, and if it's a 0-2, they are out of the competition.
Cthulhu jumping into it, and this could be the home stretch for Triple MC. Unfortunately, looking at the lineups and Triple MC, you can see 2 7-7s, double lot of that one, triple IS7, a E5, and a CS63. But hit and run, it's looking like they got the firepower.
Yeah, this is actually going to be the first time we also see the Minotauro to come around, which is going to be quite interesting to see. And this is actually something across the lines that I wanted to talk about as well before we gotten into the game. The triple Super Conqueror is actually going to be very potent here, because it's the one of those tanks that you can pick with a turret, that's one. 2, it has a phenomenal gun handling and the damage output. The DPM is one of the highest ones. So if we're here for hit and runs defense, hunker down, set up those Super Conquerors either in a volley fire or just spread them out, and then you get potentially a very difficult to break position.
The first TD we've seen?
This is the first TD,
Yeah,
yes.
I was going to say, we haven't seen a heck of a lot this tournament.
I lied. We did see Stritzvan to come around.
Yes, I do remember that, and he absolutely farmed up, didn't he? So, yeah, look, we'll see if the Minotauro can perform just as well as this. I don't know. Triple MC, it might be the death knell for them. Looking at the positioning, Monster, he's careening.
It's the problem that right now for hit and run, they covering basically every position, because the Minotauro in that specific position at the A2 has the hull down position. So you can only peek with just your turret, and we all know Minotauro's turret is borderline impossible to really pen unless you hit that one single pixel really there. Apart from that, really, I'm not too sure how viable the 1 to 3 line push is, but it certainly is better than trying to contest the ball in the 2 flag.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, on a map like Steps, it feels like it is so fresh that you just want to gamble something and hope that it sticks, but you're also Triple MC 2 rounds and you are out of this competition. You are a rendered spectator.
Yeah. The one thing that does come to mind, though, here is Triple MC brought in very mobile tanks. You know, the 277s, the IS7s. You could, in theory, try to cross over around the C1, get yourself into the ditch, overrun and force the Minotauro out of the comfort zone. because this is the first step that they need to clear out before they even try to contest the one flag.
So what I'm hearing is that they've got faster tanks, which means they can run it down better.
Exactly.
I mean, look, it's something. It's not something good. We'll see. Maybe.
I mean, it's way better than running into a volley of 3 Super Conquerors on the 8 to 9 line.
It is also better than just standing there doing nothing. So, I mean, you got 5.5 minutes. Mori and Mori-chan being on the attack will have to make something of this round. Otherwise, it is going to be, well, yeah, just a very, very disappointing way to end their run in the tournament.
The mouse of Conrad did get spotted on that D9 position by the IS-7. The problem being is obviously it is a lone IS-7. So the moment they identified that it is all alone and no other push is happening, they might just be able to isolate it and do so, which seems like it might be the setup for this very case. Apart from that, Triple MC are not really doing much. There is now an IS-7 off Piotr, so that is another problem to deal with. Never is going to basically be farming up. The heat rounds from the Minotaur are going to be absolutely disgusting.
I want to see the death ball. I just want to see them commit to it, honestly. You've got to stack, just full send, overrun them, play the death ball. You've got the damage to really hit and run here. Commit to that bit, but right now, that's exactly what they're doing. Never is just pumping away. Can he finish someone off before, I mean, things go horribly wrong? I think that the answer is more than likely yes. Unless he does that, of course. He's got 2 in the chamber. March is up in front of him, and I don't think he's too scared, to be honest. And, well, yeah, he gets some damage out, but all of a sudden he's got 3 tanks up on him. Piotr is gone. Yuhei finds that pick, and now Never's been overrun. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Triple MC.
That's the big clip as well, starting to come around. This is the time to burst him down. Never needs to now cop just 2 more shots. Ally tank needs to do it. March is currently locked in because Never is just blocking him off.
Come on, buddy.
Up front, the Minotaur is impossible to penetrate, and that is exactly where they're doing what they're trying to play. No, the cupola shots, you do not go for those, buddy.
Come on, take his lunch money. That's the one. Push on back now. Triple MC need to turn and burn. They've got an advantage. 2 tanks above. 7 to 5, of course, but Triple MC down in the HP department, and you've got 3 Super Conks in play as well, so that covering that distance is going to be a risk.
Yeah, Mori-chan needs to start bailing away from that position, because between the Bat Chat and the mouse, the IS-7 won't last for long. Masunatsu could be able to provide some support fire, but in this case, yeah, Mori-chan needs to run, but that is a little bit too out in the open. Buddy, you need to make sure that you keeping some cover behind you, because that is just farmland right now for Monster, and the double track on top of it all. Yeah, enjoy the spectator screen, mate.
Yeah, that's why in Australia they say no hat, no play. You need that cover protection, because if you don't have it, you are going to burn. And Mori-chan might be burning in the very near future, but they do keep him alive for the moment. That still means that Triple MC have 7 guns to the 5 of hit and run. If they can utilize them, this could be Triple MC picking up a round.
Yeah, Mori-chan, though, is not for long in this world. Kubaj, the moment he peeks over, that will be basically GG for Mori-chan. Yuhei and Ponsky, 2 people need to perform here on their plays. They need to
ramp it up, though. There's 2 minutes 30 on the clock here, Cthulhu, and they've got to find 5 tanks or stack out one of the flags and go for the win. But with Mori-chan down, that lead is quickly dwindling, and the HP is only just in favor of Triple MC.
Yeah, only just now. Marcel need to go. Focus fire is missing. What are you doing, Ponsky, right now? Finally, Marcel falls, but the damage has been already dealt.
I mean, as long as you got an HP bar, that's all you need. 3 more, and this is an APAC round. But, I mean, they need to make that call. They need to commit to the fight. They can't just waffle around because they don't have the time to mess with. And again,
what is the 277?
Why are we stalling out? Why is there someone in the far north? I think that's Ellie right now. What is Ellie Tank doing?
I'm not too sure, but that is, once again, it's the same problem over and over again. Conrad being so healthy still, and there's no way. There's no way to take it over.
Ellie might have found the back of one of those, that last Super Conk. Yeah, if he can find the shots into Monairos, that might be the opening that they need to shut the door. But again, there's just too much time that's been bled. You're about to hit that 1 minute clock. You're not getting the shots in that you need. Conrad is just soaking damage here. Finish him off, guys. It's not that hard. You've got the numbers. Ellie's about to be overwhelmed. Monairos and Monster now pushing up into him. He's free farmed up. Monster takes the kill for himself. off. 4 tanks to 3, but the HP bar's negligible. Europe is looking to turn this around.
Yep, just like that. Even though the focus fire was great at the beginning, no time, no HP, and barely any opportunities remain.
45 seconds and a dream. They've got the overmatch. If they can find Minairos, take it down a Monster who's running. They almost need to commit to the flag right now, but I don't think they've got time.
No time.
This has been an absolute throw for Triple MC. Yu Hei is the only person in position to potentially contest this. He needs to hit his shot here. He needs to stop Monster from running, but Monster is not going to stop holding the W key.
Exactly that. Yeah, that's basically a done deal. A 3rd point for Hit and Run, with this time Triple MC getting oh so close to the conclusion, to the victory, but unfortunately close but no cigar.
Yeah, look, I think we're going from a spoon-fed round to a tube-fed Triple MC. They're on life support now, Cthulhu. This should have been their round, but it all falls apart and Hit and Run walk away with it.
Well, what is there really to say about that one? 3-0 is where we find ourselves. And for Mori-Chan, it was not a pretty picture. I mean, you guys, I feel like you're just surprised you've still got hair at this point. You know, it was really getting to that. I mean, it definitely was not a bad start. It wasn't a bad start, but even the 2 kills that they got on the northern side of the train tracks felt like, yeah, but they felt like
even they took too long.
Drawing blood from a stone.
I mean, they literally had Never in a corner. Had him in a corner, and they just couldn't finish him off. It took so long. I mean, it's just, again, it's not that hard. It cannot be that hard.
Yeah, I'm very much with you. The timing again was absolutely abysmal. The fact that Ally Tank was not joining the whole of the squad there down south on the push did not really help either, because that was the last puzzle piece, really, in terms of the DPM output, in terms of just everything really there. If he was around, that would have been already a much quicker cleanup of the southern part. But then they would have been able to snowball onto the 2 flag, and from there on, there was literally 0 way for them to lose.
But it's not even that. By the time he got involved, the Super Conk in the bet chat turned on him. Like,
yeah, look, I mean, I don't even know if it necessarily would have made much of a difference as far as I'm concerned. Like, I think even looking at the 5-on-7, the fact that it took as long as it did to pick off those 2 tanks on the northern side of the tracks just gave enough time for Hit and Run to deal the damage that they needed to kind of keep themselves in a solid position. And when you had so many tanks that were, you know, half HP or around about that mark for Mori-Chan, on a map like Steps, it is very difficult to cover territory, to cross into certain positions, get into firing lines without taking damage. And the fact that they're already at half HP, it makes it very hard to even commit to a push like that when you know, okay, yeah, if I make it across, I'm probably going to be a one-shot. What am I going to be able to do anyway? So I think Mori-Chan, they did need to be a little bit cleaner on the initial dump over the tracks and actually cleaning up those 2 kills. Obviously, that didn't happen. So even from the 5-on-7, I was looking at that and I was thinking, oh, I don't know about this one. It looks a bit scary. It looks a bit dangerous. Not to mention also at that point, there was actually still a lot of map control for Hit and Run. They hadn't been pushed out of all of the hull down positions that they were setting themselves up in. Again, obviously the exception being the two players on the northern side of the tracks. But, you know, even they kind of got their damage down. So, you know, they went down, but they still got their value out, which is really important, right? When you know that you're a dead tank, at the very least, just try and get as much damage out as you can before
I mean, the worst part is, I think if Mori-Chan had made that play 90 seconds earlier, it would have just been the Minotauro, because that was the IS-7 hadn't rotated over there to cover just yet. So realistically, it would have been a much cleaner push for them, but this I mean, addiction to stalling things out, playing it slow, playing it passive is just really costing this tournament.
Yeah, that's basically the case. We joked originally around about you have the quick tanks, just go out and press up. But that was exactly the reason. That was exactly the play that should have happened. Where really, for once in the whole actually WCI, Mori-Chan had the element of surprise there, and they had the opportunity to completely take over the whole round. And even Ally Tank managed to get the top damage out of all of them, but it was half of it at least was absolutely negligent.
Yuhei blocked 3k damage as well. That's just
pain.
Yeah, I mean that plus
pain and suffering.
Conrad almost blocked more. Actually, what 10 HP off his total HP pool that he blocked?
Yeah. That's an HT 15-ish and
that's 2 health bars that he effectively had.
Yeah, end of the day, obviously not quite enough being done by Mori-Chan, but you got to give a credit to Hit and Run. They're looking pretty solid, right? I mean, Conrad, 3.6k, did what he needed to do in the mouse. Not the first time we've seen some solid performances from him. And this is definitely confidence building as well for Hit and Run. Like, I know that they are kind of jumping in the sandpit and beating up the kids, but essentially that's kind of what they need, you know?
Yeah.
They need to make themselves feel good. I don't know if that analogy has landed exactly where I wanted it to, but anyway, that's fine. We'll move straight on from that one. They do need to get a bit of momentum going into tomorrow because it's a big day for Hit and Run tomorrow. So, like I said, fast day today, fast night tonight even, I should say, would be ideal. And then, obviously, a bit of momentum, confidence building going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, this is the necessity for Hit and Run to really do, because they need to recover from what was a wake-up call for them early on today. That's one. Two is they had still quite a few things to prove that they are not like those 2 wins they managed to get yesterday were not just, you know, streaks of luck. This is their actual skill. They're wanting and ready to perform. So, look, yes, we expected that. Yes, it was necessary as well for Hit and Run to perform like this, though it doesn't make any the pain about APAC any easier.
I mean, look, in all honesty, I think what Mori-Chan need to do is they need to find a guy who has an intimate knowledge about World of Tank, the maps, and the way they play. They need to get that guy. They need to get an expert in to help them understand how to play the game. Now, I feel like we know a guy that does. Ducky does that. Yeah, he'd be the expert to get in. I couldn't think of anyone else that might be able to help.
I don't think he really knows what he's talking about either. You know, I've known him for a while.
He's probably the most qualified one out of the EU cast.
Hey, all he does is sleep on stream anyway. I don't even know what kind of content is that. I have no idea either way.
Oh, yeah, true. React content, sleep content, yeah. Man fell off.
Hold on. Piotr just smiled.
Uh-oh.
This is scary.
Yeah, well, there is reason to smile at this point for Hit and Run because they're feeling pretty confident. They're feeling like they can get this one done 4-0. And for once, I think Mori-Chan might not be smiling, if that makes sense. You know, finally, I guess the situation is getting to them. They're understanding where they're at now.
Well, I can understand, given that their motto is what? Winning while having fun? You've got to win to have fun.
That's true.
They have yet to win.
No fun was had. Yeah, look, for all intents and purposes, thank you very much for coming around, Mori-Chan. It was nice to see some APAC representation, but I think after today, we'll just take over with the representation part.
Well, I mean, look, at least with us here, there's guaranteed to at least be some APAC representative.
Well, let's see whether or not Mori-Chan can last any longer, as it is time to jump into steps one final time.
The final bell tolls. Whether it is a call to arms or a death knell, it's time to find out. Cthulhu back to steps for the second round. It could be all Jova for APAC, or it could be the start of a miraculous Cinderella run. Looking at the tanks lineup of 5A, 277, couple of 60 TPs. Man, it's a pretty diverse lineup, and the T100 for Masanatsu.
It's not just the T100, LT. This is the British content creator special. There's the CVS as well to be introduced to the play, which, look, per se, not a bad idea. They want to spot out both Kubaja and Monster as well on those two CS63s. But looking at the lineup of Hit and Run, look, it is in fact going to be what their name says, hit and then run. The mobility is going to be absolutely insane.
Well, right now, Masanatsu taking his go-kart down that right-hand side. The man, but he's about to get some info. He's got to turn and burn, otherwise he is going to be a very temporary member of this server.
Gotta skedaddle.
Why are you getting up out in the open, buddy? There's a lot of guns coming your way. Cheese it.
Yeah. Well, the most surprising part about it all is that he did not get spotted at all on that hill, but just as they're about to cross over, and no, actually didn't get spotted either here. So Masunatsu has been quite rather lucky in that regard, but at least this is a good indication as to where the push will be coming from by hit and run.
Yeah, look, having an RC car on the battlefield, interesting choice, but gets himself out of danger without sacrificing any HP. Yeah, that is indeed a 3 cap, and now it seems we are going to get the bums rush out of Triple MC. They're going to make the play, make the gambit, but with that time rapidly ticking away, they're going to have to start getting some reset shots. Heck, maybe even see the T100 up over the hill.
Yeah, well, I think they might end up having to sacrifice the T100 LT just to even reset the timer, because 19 seconds is all that Mori can have, and
please don't let it end this way, APAC.
Surely not.
Commit to the bit. Mori-chan takes
Surely.
a shot.
Come on.
8 seconds. Mori-chan's moments away from death. They get the reset though. Do hit and run commit. Another reset to come through, but MMC, Triple MC just bleeding HP for that Ponsky. He drops low. This is not how you'd want to go out. Not with a yell, but with a whimper.
Yeah, this might just be the whimper, really, here. Quite unfortunate turnaround. Yuhei is trying to apply some pressure, but he's copping quite a fair bit of damage. Masunatsu trying to go on a bit of a flank, but blocked off by Kubash. The peaks are not favorable, and in comes the collapse, so at least we can, to a certain degree, avoid the capture embarrassment here for the APAC. But LI Tank, not for long in this world. The peak coming around, 1, 2, 3, and he's gone already.
And the collapse is happening. All you can sit and do if you're Yuhei is watch from the back lines. Masunatsu, well, he's full HP, but he's nowhere to be found at the moment. He's well in the back lines, and Ponsky takes himself out, says, if I'm going out on my own terms. Unfortunately, Hector cannot say the same. Yuhei will likely not be able to make that same claim either. Mounts the crest of the hill, falls immediately. Masunatsu being hunted as well. Hector, he's gone, he's out, he's done. That is the tournament for him, courtesy of Conrad. And Masunatsu leaves himself open to defeat, and APAC is going home.
Well, not even the defensive bias of Steps could save Mori-chan from elimination. And of course, it is hit and run that will pick up the 4-0 dub today over the Japanese squad, the remaining, or the only APAC representative getting knocked out. So we can confirm it is gcat and Mori-chan who have been eliminated from the competition here at WCI 2023 as the first 2 out. And unfortunately for Mori-chan, it was a bit of a blaze of glory in that final game. Very quick one, over and done with. And I got to say, hit and run, it seemed like they really backed themselves. They just dumped themselves straight onto the cap. They think, look, we're just going to force the fight here.
Yeah.
We know that we're the better team here, and we'll win it that way. And obviously they did.
Yeah, that's basically the case. Really not as much of a respect as it was before in the previous rounds. Really here from hit and run, this is as sort of straightforward as one could really make it. That rush push makes sense, makes the play and forces those engagements really to come around. I'm just grateful at this point that we avoided the embarrassment of just being capped out, because that probably would have been the worst of it all. But look, end conclusion is I suppose a good game is a quick game, and look, we don't have to endure the pain of the APAC anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look, looking at the faces of the APAC representatives, it was more just an air of resignation. I think they'd sort of resigned themselves to a loss here anyway. There wasn't any real sense of frustration or upset. They were just like, yeah, look, this is what we expected. And I think that may have worked in the favour of Hit and Run. They kind of wrote themselves off early.
Pretty tough bracket draw, all things considered, unfortunately, for Mori-Chan, right? Having to go up against Hit and Run this early on in the lower bracket is probably not something that they would have had on their bucket list, but end of the day, you do reap what you sow. If you go down as the third place team in your group on day one, your destiny's not necessarily in your hands anymore at that point. And obviously, yeah, I mean, there was, I guess you could say, an upset in the upper bracket with Falcons beating Hit and Run earlier on, and that didn't work out very kindly for Mori-Chan.
See, I don't even think that even if Falcons would have been dropped down to the lower bracket, I don't think Mori-Chan would have had any larger of a chance to really make it through, really. Because Falcons is still a very powerful team, no matter how you look at it. Even if they would have lost to Hit and Run, which, look, I'm very much happy that they did, because they carry a lot of potential for making that phenomenal run.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even feel like it was that big of an upset, honestly. Falcon were coming in. They looked like a good team. I mean, the local fans favoured them. They said, look, if anyone's going to show up for China, it is going to be Falcons. And they did just that. Yeah. And, I mean, Hit and Run, yeah, look, whether they've taken it as a wake-up call, it's kind of hard to tell against a team like Mori-Chan. I think it's going to be Smile that really tells us whether or not Hit and Run have learnt their lessons. But, I mean, looking at the numbers, yeah, quietly goes Mori-Chan into the night.
Yeah, indeed. And Monster is going to pick up the MVP, leading from the front once again. The CS63. You'll love to see some big damage numbers coming through from that one. I mean, the perfect map to do it on as well, right? Steps feels like it is the map you'd love to have the role of being a CS63 driver on.
Yeah, free mobility, pretty open map. Yeah, this is the perfect formula. And yeah, for Monster and the whole team, they've performed phenomenally, really. The way how they managed to punish for every mistake that Mori-Chan did was absolutely fantastic, really nice and clean. Honestly, with this now trajectory that they've taken up, even the game with Smile is looking to be a fairly one-sided adventure, really.
Yeah, I mean, it is feeling that way, but it's interesting looking at the predictions. Yeah, Keyhand, too much faith.
Too much Mr. Nice Man.
Yeah, he's too much of a people pleaser.
Well, I mean, it kind of goes back to what I was saying, right? Where I think, like, if you look at this matchup and you say, how should it play out? Like, if everything goes to plan, how should it play out? In my head, that's a 4-0.
I mean, if
Keyhand was on the other side of the coin where he was saying, look, you know, things don't always go to plan, and that's where he's kind of given that one round to Mori-Chan. But in my mind, when I'm making a prediction, I'm like, okay, well, on a 9 out of 10 basis, what's the result going to be? I thought it was going to be a 4-0, so that's why I go that way.
To be fair, if we're looking at how it should be, it should have been Falcons likely versus Mori-Chan. If we look at it on paper from the very, very start of the tournament, everyone was saying, yeah, it's going to be an all-EU upper bracket final, likely will be an all-EU, grand final. But that hasn't played out the way we thought it would.
I mean, it could still be an all-EU grand final. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Hit and Run looking good here in the lower bracket, though. How much do you take away from that game against Mori-Chan? I don't know. Look, I will say as well, before we, obviously sign off for the night, it is a little bit sad that, for me, Mori-Chan is gone because they are the APAC representative, and I would like to see more, obviously, from the APAC region. It is our home region. But, yeah, I mean, look, what can you really expect from them when they're not given the same opportunities as other regions? They're, I feel like, almost forever doomed to come to international events and really struggle.
Well, the only thing that we can say is bring the ANZPL and JPL back and redo the formats, and, well, there you go. There's the opportunities ample for APAC. Until then, yeah, look, dead region.
Yeah, look, opportunity does breed success, and when those opportunities are taken away, obviously that success is going to dwindle, unfortunately. I mean, even though it is on, towards the bottom scale of esports in Japan, it's still one of those things where you expect so much out of Japanese esports, and unfortunately the last couple of years hasn't delivered. So we were kind of hoping, coming into World of Tanks, maybe they could upset something, but it's not to be. So yeah, I think I'm much in the same vein as Cthulhu. Bring back the competitions for APAC. If you want to see APAC actually do something internationally, they need that opportunity.
Yeah, well, I guess that's a conversation to be had going into 2024. And you can really see the fruits of the labor actually, well, bearing fruit, I suppose, when you look at the Chinese region. Like, there's been a lot of investment, as you can obviously see, in China, as far as World of Tanks is concerned. I know that there's a lot sort of going on here, bubbling away under the surface, and hopefully that means the future is looking bright for that region. But you can see immediately with the results that have actually been put up at this event that even a sort of token investment over maybe a few months actually has resulted in some quite competitive teams. And look, at this point, who knows? Maybe even still a Chinese victor tomorrow in that grand final. Obviously, Falcons did drop to Oper 3-2 in the group stage, but again, I keep going back to it.
In a best of 5.
In a best of 5, and the tiebreaker map was the defensive side of mine. So I don't read into that all that much. The fact that they actually quite cleanly beat Hit and Run today sets me up for quite an interesting upper bracket final tomorrow between Oper and Falcons. That's going to tell us a lot. If Falcons can get the win there,
that is
well, then everyone is going to be on notice, because they'll be the team straight through to the grand final. And so that is certainly going to turn some heads, but obviously a conversation that we have to get into tomorrow. But basically my point is that you give teams, players, the opportunity to compete with the best. Well, they're going to level up, and that is exactly what's happened to China.
Absolutely. Yeah, Falcons had a spectacular run, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they can do tomorrow. And look, very keenly keeping an eye out on the Chinese World of Tanks scene as well.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You started the tournament, you would have considered the likes of Falcons a dark horse. They were one that, yeah, maybe they can take a couple of rounds away, maybe they can win a match, but they've gone from, I mean, look, yeah, a very close run thing against Oper. They've gone from being almost written off. You know, like I said, everyone was saying it was likely going to be EU all the way up that upper bracket and into the grand final, to Falcons being a real contender. There is every possibility that now a Chinese team could be lifting that trophy come tomorrow night.
Yeah, and that would be a pretty crazy, wild ride. GCAT, you know, they got knocked out, which is a little bit unfortunate, but you've still got one Chinese team sort of flying the flag in Falcons, and they're looking super, super competitive. Obviously, still representation here from the Americas region as well, with Smile managing to survive their game against GCAT, and you still got the 2 European teams. So, look, I would say by and large, if we would have had to have power ranked the teams coming into this event, I think the 2 teams that would have been probably power ranked toward the bottom have been knocked out. Coming into the event, I would have put Smile, I think, above GCAT. Actually, going into today's game, I obviously had GCAT over Smile. I thought they looked a little bit better yesterday, but Smile were able to hit the level that maybe we hoped to see from them.
Yeah.
Finally, here on day 2, have they got much more left in the tank? Going into tomorrow, I'm not too sure. I do predict, personally, that we'll see the Americas region as the next one to be eliminated, but stranger things have happened.
True. True.
Esports is a wild world. We know that. We've seen that time and time again, but I think we are running thin on those upset opportunities here in the tournament. I think they're becoming less and less likely. I think the biggest, I mean, even at this stage, you'd almost consider Hit and Run coming back and taking down Falcons somewhat of an upset, given how that first match went today.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, I think we've got an interview ready on stage, so we'll jump down there and see what is happening.
刚刚赢下比赛胜利的来自于 Hit and Run 战队的 Kubas， 你好，欢迎，先跟大家打个招呼。
Welcome back. The one standing right with us on stage is the Kubas from the team. Well, say hi to our audience, please.
Hello, I'm Kubas. As you probably remember from yesterday, I'm playing for Hit and Run.
大家好，我是 Kubas 啊，大家可能记得我们是来自于 Hit Run 的 Kubas。
好的，那今天呢也是2场比赛呢，2天的比赛全部结束完了之后的话，你觉得整场2天下来有些什么样的感受？
While being the second day into the WCI finals, well, how do you comprehensively or generally feel about the competition? How do you like it so far?
So the competition seems great. Maybe our performance is not the best as it could, but overall we are feeling pretty good, and we hope so we can make it to the final.
哇，整个赛事活动非常棒。虽然我们的比赛成绩不那么尽如人意，但是我感觉非常好，整个现场气氛都非常棒。我也希望我们能够接下来比赛更好，能够打入决赛。
那今天呢，可以说是拿到了1胜1负嘛。那如何去评价Falcon 和刚刚的茉莉唱2支战队
Well, having played against the Falcon and then MMC, Well, how do you won one battle and you lost to another battle? Well, how do you read? How do you see the two teams from today?
So basically, the first match against the Falcons, we did really poorly as a team. We mostly lost this due our mistakes, but obviously we can't discredit the Falcon guys. They did an awesome job today. They showed us that they are capable of the really, really, really impressive gameplay. And for the Apex guys, they seemed today a little off. Maybe they were stressed playing against us. I can't really tell.
Well, 是的，今天有这是2场比赛。那么首先是我们对阵 Falcon 的比赛，在这场比赛当中，我们犯了一些错误，我们做的不够好，表现有点差。但是实际上 Falcon 是一支非常强的队伍，我不得不给 Falcon 足够的分数，他们的战术、他们的思路表现都非常棒。那么另外一支 YAF 的队伍，他们好像今天有一点点不在线，可能是由于赛场的气氛的影响，他们有一点点不在线。
好，那其实呢，最后一个问题是，明天因为相对来说我们是在败者组嘛，如果要一路打上来的路途相对来说很艰辛的，那你自己觉得你明天你会走多远，以及你希望你能走多远
？Well, having made it to the final day, however, there are a lot of top teams ahead waiting for you in the final day. Well, how long or how far do you think you can proceed to advance on the day final?
So basically, we are, as a team, we feel pretty comfortable. So we most likely think that we will make it to the final, and we most likely meet Oper them. I hope so for the Polish final, but we will see tomorrow.
好，是的，我们进了决赛，就进了决赛日。我们非常希望能够进决赛。我个人觉得，这个进决赛的可能性是比较大的。这个比较大，可能是一个比较乐观的说法。但是我知道，虽然这很难，但是我们会尽力。
好，那其实我还想要问的问题是，这次来到我们整个的线下，有没有见到那个中国粉丝认出你们，并且跟你想要去拍照、合影留念的？你对他们的印象是怎么样的
Well, since it's an offline event, I'm sure there are a lot of Chinese audience who are your fans. So have they approached you and came to you for pictures yet? Or how do you feel about them?
So there was a situation that the two guys approached us today when we were having a break between the matches. They took the photo. It's basically the first time I met someone that's a fun for me. So basically that's a great experience, to be honest. It's really a great feeling.
是的，确实有粉丝认出了我。今天的时候有2位粉丝找到了我，还跟我拍了照片。这实际上是我第一次有粉丝认出我，并要求跟我合影。这是一个非常非常棒的体验，感觉非常棒，感觉太好了。
好的，那其实呢，今天也是非常感谢库巴接受我们的采访，也同时也是预祝你明天的比赛可以拿到好的成绩。也谢谢再次把掌声送给库巴。
Best luck for tomorrow.
好，谢谢，请大家就坐居观礼。
Well, thank you, Kubosh, for the interview, and good to hear his thoughts. It seems like even still, maybe Hit and Run feel like they've got some more to give.
Well, I mean, he did say, yeah, look, hopefully we get the all EU, the all Polish final. The unfortunate thing being, if we are realists, of course, that could be the lower bracket final.
Potentially. I mean, it kind of depends on how that upper bracket final goes. As long as Oper wins in the upper bracket, then the Polish teams cannot meet until the grand final. So really, it kind of feels like actually in that case, the onus is on Oper.
Yeah, look, the pressure is on Oper now. It is up to them to try to stop the menace that is the Falcon. Though, look, I think with Falcons now, the way how they are developed, this is looking a lot more promising for the Chinese scene to be in the grand finals rather than an all-EU final.
I mean, we can only hope. I think that'd probably be the best case scenario, not just for, you know, being a local crowd here. You want a local team in the final, but for us as well, getting to the opportunity to see just how far this Chinese team can go.
Well, we can remind you as to how the results went today. Oper got the dub over gcat, and gcat also then went on to lose against Smile a little bit later on. When it comes to Hit and Run, they also played a couple of games because they did lose to Falcon earlier on in the bracket. But as we've just seen, they got themselves a clean dub over Mori Chan.
And that was much to the excitement of the Chinese fans who did stick around. Credit to them. You know, I've got to say, no Chinese team playing in that final game of the day. Be easy to just say, oh, you know, a bit tired, want to go home. Got to be here again for the Big Falcon game tomorrow. But end of the day, that is credit where it's due. And they've come back in with the goods. Now we'll be kicking tomorrow off with Smile and Hit and Run by the looks of things. Same time as today. So make sure you're here for that one. Following that, obviously, the upper bracket final between Oper and Falcon. I think that's going to be the big game of the day until we get to the grand final, let's be real. I think Oper Falcon, we're all really quite sitting on the edge of our seats as to where that one is going to end up going.
I mean, look, Cthulhu, I know you've got all the analysis, but I can speak from a place of passion when it comes to being a fan. You've been involved in esports longer than I have, so have you, Jordan. For me, I was a fan first before I was a caster, and getting to see your own team perform for the likes of, you know, a region like China where you considered a lesser region, I could imagine that this place is going to be absolutely packed out to see just how far Falcons can go.
Yeah, most definitely.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, for Falcons, the way how they've developed themselves to be quite an agile team as well, to be able to have potential, well, first of all, beating the Hit and Run, no matter what the circumstances were, that is, beating them in a 4-2 manner as well is already quite an achievement as it is. And then against Oper, who so far have been showing much more places of just weakness, things are definitely looking very promising for them.
All right, well, just quickly before we end the show, who wins tomorrow?
Falcons. I'll bank it all in.
Look, I don't know if it matters who wins. I know your mustache has been a big winner with the Twitch chat at home, but if I were a betting man, which I am not, I would be back in Falcons at the moment. The home crowd buff is such a strong one. You've already proven that you could take down the favourites of the tournament. Who's to say you can't take down their little brothers?
Indeed, all right. Well, that is going to be a big question mark that we get to answer tomorrow. For now, though, we will have to bid you good night and thank you very much for watching. Do make sure to tune in again. Same time, same place tomorrow for the grand finals of WCI 2023. We'll see you there.